three cinephiles have come together to bring you strong opinions, controversial statements, epic battles, and plenty of fun. Introducing our host, the man who watches 52 movies a week, drinks 52 beers a movie, loves women but hates the woman, from the foreign land of Canada, our host, Moodz 616. He is widely known as the man who talks too much. His worst enemies are Postmaster P and Pee Wee Herman. He said Hellraiser was overrated and Leprechaun Origins wouldn't suck. He's the full-blooded half-Mexican, JP. Finally, we have the man who doesn't talk enough. He is best friends with Sean S. Cunningham. His favorite horror movie is Gummo. He is your favorite Jew and mine, Jeremy. Together they are known for extending a helping hand to vampircons everywhere. They are the 22 shots of Moodz and horror.
Oh, yeah. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to episode 38 of the 22 Shots of Moodz in Horror. This is, yes, of course, the 2014 Year in Review show. I am your host, Moodz 616, and of course, I've always got my distinguished horror film hoarders with me. NES Ruler 22, also known as Jeremy, and of course, we've got Double Shot J, also known as JP, in the house. What's up, boys?
I'm sorry, I'm not as big as a hoarder as you are. Considering the stack of movies that you have behind you right now is about as tall as I am.
Yeah, that stack is going to be ridiculous. I'm not even sure how I'm going to do that update either. It's going to be definitely a two-parter, but I think I'll just throw everything together. Not even a
4 hours long.
Yeah, so what's up, my horror film hoarders?
Nothing much.
You know, just cramming it in, trying to see as many films as possible before this show that came out this year. Gotta admit, didn't do the greatest job this year compared to you. I mean, but seriously, like, you killed it this year. Good job.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I did an all right job. I mean, it was kind of disappointing, though. I mean, I got, I think, around 75 movies watched from 2014. But, unfortunately, there was about a good handful that I didn't get a chance to see because, of course, I'm in an area where they were not accessible for me, and which really sucked. And I think some of them actually could have altered some lists too. So yeah, that was very disappointing. So, but what can I do? I mean, there's really not a lot I can do in that, Tusk really fucking rubbed me the wrong way, man, because I went to go pick it up yesterday, and then I find out that the film isn't getting released until January 20th in Canada, and there's no VOD or nothing. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? That's the type of shit I've been dealing with the last month. So
Canada, man.
Yeah. Man. I mean, yeah, there was a few films that I wanted to see that I didn't get around to seeing. Really, I didn't start. I would say probably about 2.5 months ago, I had about 10 or 8 films on my list that I seen from 2014. I ended up with about 30 plus, 35. So I feel like I did a decent enough job. I seen like the bigger titles that people were talking about. But there's obviously films that I missed out on here. So these lists, I guess, are never complete, right?
Well, I mean, honestly, it's pretty hard to watch to see everything or be able to watch everything that you possibly, need to make, that distinguished list. That's why these lists are personal top 10 and basically what you've seen in that, pertaining year. It's really hard. I mean, even with as many films I watch this year, there's still, like I said, there's a few that I really did not get a chance to see. Would have probably altered list. Like The Babadook was another one that really pissed me off. You know, just no chance, no opportunity to watch the film. And Starry was another one I didn't get to see. And I know you got to see all these ones. So, I mean, that's why your lists are probably going to be quite different than mine. So
when you talk about a film like The Babadook, which everybody was talking about, it is very quite possible that it definitely would end up on your list. So it's like, you're absolutely right. You can see 75 films in a year and still there could be that 1 or 2 films that would have completely changed your list. And, that's just the thing that we have to deal with every year. But it also makes it fun because there's still, even when you see 75 films, there's still stuff out there that's really good that you haven't seen.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, you had mentioned Late Phases, too, was another one that...
Which a lot of people didn't even know about at all. Like, because it's press was awful. was awful. Like nobody like its advertising campaign was one of the worst of the year in my opinion because
Who released
I didn't even know about it until like the day I watched it. I actually don't know who released it.
Yeah. Another one that I was really looking forward to seeing that I never got a chance to was The House That October Built. That one I really wanted to check out.
Well, that's an interesting one because I believe is that on VOD right now or no?
If it is, it's not here. So
yeah,
I
think that one might actually be able to go to 2015.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's being released in the next week or two or something like that on DVD and Blu-ray, or maybe just DVD or whatnot. But yeah, I don't know, man. There was like another werewolf film from this year that was interesting was Weir. And for some odd reason, there was like no distribution in Canada. Like you can't even find that DVD around here.
That one had some weird distribution to begin with, like because I think that film was made in like 2012 or something, and it just sat on the shelf for a long time. That is actually one that I ended up seeing, which is honestly a good film.
Yeah. A couple notable titles that I didn't see this year that I could have seen, but I just ultimately just didn't see. I didn't get around to seeing See No Evil 2.
I
didn't see either.
Exactly. I wasn't really too keen on or even seeing it. The Quiet Ones was another one I never bothered to actually check out. Leprechaun Origins is one.
Yeah.
All of those
some that I could have seen. VHS Viral, I never actually had a chance. It wasn't around.
That's a good thing.
ABC's of Death 2. Like all these ones that are kind of like whatever. But yeah, High 8, released by Wild Eye, was the one I really wanted to check out because I was really stoked for it. I'm a really big fan of shot on video and films and stuff. And this one right here takes like 8 really, well-known underground directors from the 80s that did shot on video films and stuff like, Tim Ritter and so on and stuff. And, they put this anthology film together. They did 8 shorts and there's like a wraparound and stuff. And apparently it really works. I was actually watching Dave's review on it the other day, which kind of got me pissed off because he's like, yeah, it's one of my favorite movies of the year. And I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, that's the worst because I've heard that a couple times and I'm like, what? So I guess this is actually a good time to get those off our chest, right? There's a couple that I haven't seen. Big Bad Wolves was one. Daddy's Little Girl was another. Cooties was one that I've been hearing good things about.
Great cover art, by the way. On
Horns. Yeah, Cooties has some cool cover art. And I've actually wanted to mention that there's been a lot of really cool cover art this year, like a lot of throwback looks. But a couple sequels I didn't see. The Dead 2, Wrong Turn 6, See No Evil 2, like you said. And The Town That Dreaded Sundown, I simply didn't. I had the opportunity to see it, but I didn't want to because I felt like I needed to see the original first, especially after I heard that it has a lot of connections to the original. So that's one that I didn't see. And another one is a big one that I didn't see, like a mainstream film, was Godzilla, which I really have no interest in seeing after hearing everybody's negative opinions. Annabelle was another one I didn't see. A Girl Walks Home Alone at Night, which has been getting really, really good reviews. I'm not sure if it's even available to see. And Strange Color of Your Body's Tears is another one I wanted to see. And the ones that Moodz said that I didn't see.
Yeah, I actually watched that movie the other night. It's from the same director that did Amir. And it's really fucking artsy, man.
Yeah.
It's
right
really,
on my alley.
It's really artsy.
It's like a giallo.
Yeah, it's a really weird one too. It's really odd and like it's one of those films you have to see to really believe. It's really hard to explain. It's one you can't really review properly. But did anybody here see Chilling Visions 2 at all?
No, that was released on the Chiller channel, so technically it would fit our lists, but I didn't see it. And another big one that I didn't see, wasn't even sure if it was horror, was Under the Skin.
Yeah, that movie's awesome.
Under the Skin's an interesting film.
So none of us seen Chilling Visions 2 then?
No, I didn't see As Above, So Below.
Dates of Fear. Oh yeah, good. Do yours.
I didn't see As Above, So Below. Daddy's Little Girl. What else have I didn't see?
Did you see Starry Eyes?
No, didn't see Starry Eyes. I didn't get around to see Proxy, which is unfortunate. I have it, but I didn't get around to... It's a long one, so I didn't have time to do it.
Wait, Proxy you didn't see?
No.
Oh. The Dead 2, did you see that one?
No, I didn't see The Dead 2.
Tusk?
Yeah, I saw Tusk.
Willow Creek?
Willow Creek 2? Oh, no, the Bob... Yeah. No, I
film.
just picked it up not too long ago.
Oh, and Dead Snow 2. That was another big one I didn't see.
Yeah, I saw Dead Snow 2. I picked up Willow Creek, like, when I was actually with my friend hunting, like, last Friday. So I picked up a week ago. Or 2 weeks ago, actually, now. So I need to get around to watching it. My friend texted me, he picked it up, too, and he watched it. He told me it was, like, one of the better found footage films he'd seen.
What, Willow Creek?
Yeah, I know Moodz didn't
It's so hit and miss. I've heard people say like, wow, you know, like almost like Blair Witch good, and then I've heard people say like, shouldn't even have bothered good.
There's like a whole fucking scene in that movie that's like just so reminiscent of Blair Witch too. Not 2, but Blair Witch.
Yeah,
you know
also Blair Witch.
But also, yeah, and you know, like there's elements of that film that I thought were decent, but wow, to say it's one of the better found footage films, I mean, I guess it all depends on what you've seen.
Yeah,
You've
Raven
only seen like Entity from Fangoria Fright Fest. I guess it would be one of the better found footage films you've seen.
He has a pretty legit collection. It's pretty close to mine. He probably has 1,000 films or so. So I respect his opinion. He has a lot of films.
Well, I'm actually interested to still see that one. I haven't seen it, so we'll see. Any more that you have off the top of your head?
Baby Blue, is that the one? It has is that what it's called, Moodz?
Baby Blues, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see that one. I think that's it.
Oh, actually, I think The Guest was, I mean, not considered like a total horror film, but
that movie's awesome.
Did you get around to seeing Pieces of Talent?
No, but everyone talks about that as being like, you know, the best indie film.
Yeah, it was funny because I was listening back to because remember Moodz said he reviewed it, and I was like, what? When? I listened back to the review, and Moodz is going through, and he's like, yeah, it's this and that, and you're like, it sounds fucking boring. And Moodz is like,
oh, yeah, but everyone talks about it.
He's like, oh, really? Because it's one of the best films I've seen this year.
Yeah.
It was so funny.
Yeah, I actually watched Pieces of Talent again last night with Dylan. I had to show him it.
Dope.
So yeah.
I'm hearing good things, so I have to get around to it.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know, man. So I mean, ultimately, with the films that we've watched and haven't seen, you know, between the three of us, our lists are going to be quite different, which is going to be interesting. It's been an interesting year. I think that you know, this year was like almost the complete opposite of last year.
It was, and it was really. Well, I guess we could save that for when we talk about our thoughts on the year, right?
True that. I'll just leave it at that for now. But yeah. Anyways, 2015. Yeah. So what did you guys do for New Year's?
I went up to my friend's cabin it's like mid-Wisconsin. It's like an hour past Madison. So I was up there. It's today, Friday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
Oh, the party must have been that good. He's like, what day is it? I don't even know when I went up or what day is it. That's awesome.
Yeah,
no, that's
fun.
cool, man. Fucking, I did nothing. I worked, man. It was really shitty. I didn't even know. I was like outside working and shit, and then I looked at my phone and I'm like, oh, it's 12:36. Happy fucking New Year.
Oh man, that sounds so depressing.
It was so lame. I was like, oh, that's so fucking stupid. And it was shit and snow and it was cold and I'm like, oh, this is fucking awful. It was just a terrible night. It was shitty. But I mean, to be honest though, like the wife texted me and she was at a party and she's like, well, you know, you're not really missing anything. It's pretty fucking lame. And I'm like, you just saying that? She's like, no, it's actually really lame. I'm like, I know, because I'm not there. And she's like, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, because Moodz is the life of the party.
I could see it.
But it was one of those weird things though, because this year was very, very low key with everyone I knew. Like I have friends from like a lot of different types of groups and stuff, and nobody was doing anything this year.
Yeah, but you on New Year's?
What's that?
You mean on New Year's or just in general?
Yeah, there was like no major parties. Like there was parties, but like usually you always hear about, you know, a handful of really big parties that are going on. nothing this year. It was fucking weird. Like nobody wanted to bring in the 2015 year because like I said before, I think it's because it was going to be very depressing to people.
Yeah, because I was going to say you had a pretty busy year. You did a lot of shit. You like went away like 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, 2014 was a busy year, but like I said, bringing in 2015, people were ultimately going to be a little depressed. Like I said before, because in 2015 we should have flying cars and hoverboards,
and you have to wear your pockets inside out.
And in 2015, don't the Cubs win the World Series too
against the Florida Marlins, which don't even exist anymore?
So everyone was like,
we win the World Series,
nobody wants to fucking party. They're like, well, I guess I can wear my pockets inside out.
Well, they better announce those Florida Marlins returning pretty soon then.
How awesome would it be if the Cubs win the World Series this year? That would be like so amazing.
That's exactly what I said to a buddy at work, and I was like, could you imagine if the Cubs actually won the World Series this year? That'd be fucked.
Probably blow everybody's mind.
107 years later, but hey.
But Back to the Future 2 predicted it, so.
Yeah. Fuck. But yeah.
It's going to come out with Jaws 19. They have a lot to do this year.
Jaws 19, yeah. Directed by I guess Bruno Mattei's not even alive anymore, so he couldn't direct Jaws 19. But
well, it is 2015. Anything
they can always put a Jaws film together and put his name underneath. Isn't that what he did with Cruel Jaws? Just took clips from all these films.
And then Scream Factory could announce it and then retract their announcement of it.
Yep.
Exactly right. No, yeah, and then re-announce it and then put it in a double pack or something like that. And
yeah.
I don't know, man. You know how it goes. But yeah, JP, what'd you get up for New Year's?
Mine was actually really chill. I decided to take it easy this year because literally every year the past 5 years I've just done too much shit and everything went bad. So I decided to just chill out.
You gotta lay off the hard drugs, brah.
Yeah, I went up to my cousin's house and just hung out with some family and stuff, and everybody was drinking, but it was a very chill. No drama, no problems, and we played a little bit of cards and stuff like that. It was fun. It was cool. I came home and believe I just chilled out and went to sleep, and everything was good. I enjoyed it.
Damn, all those people partying on New Year's and getting drunk and stuff. Fuck, it was funny. I was on Facebook when I got home in the morning because I got home at like 5 in the morning, and I was kind of scrolling through and I came across this guy's post and it said, what is the only thing that people do on New Year's anymore is just drink and get drunk and post about it on Facebook. He's like, good night, people. I'm going to bed. I'm like, since when do people just sit around and fucking drink tea and eat crumpets on New Year's?
Yeah, like if you're going to pick a day for being mad at people getting drunk and posting on Facebook, New Year's probably isn't the appropriate day to pick.
Yeah. Like the Super Bowl. Pick the Super Bowl.
Yeah. But it just made me laugh because he was like so grumpy about it. I'm just like, well, it is New Year's, It's like people saying Happy New Year. I'm shit faced, blah. It's like, dude,
what's up with all these damn kids knocking on my door looking for candy?
I'm like, damn, you're grumpy, man. You're like, what are you, 75? And this dude's like 36. I'm like, fuck, that grumpy motherfucker. But yeah, I thought that was pretty amusing. Good times. Alrighty, so yeah, our New Year's sounded pretty low key. Sounds like Jeremy had the funnest one.
I know.
You got to go to a cabin.
Yeah, it was fun. Go away for a few days.
That's cool, man. That's cool.
That's nice.
Yeah, alrighty. So yeah, continue along with episode 38. JP, do we have any news this week?
What if I told you guys that we have less news than last week?
But we only had 2 pieces of news last week.
Because the reason why I worded kind of gave that tone is because I haven't heard of anything.
Yeah.
Like this whole month, it seems like it's just came to a screeching halt. I think it's because the news slowed up too, because they're like, whoa, wait a minute, no flying cars in 2015.
As you guys know, me and Jeremy and possibly Moodz started that little article series where it's what happened in this day in horror in history. And as I'm doing research for it, I found that January is one of the driest months in horror because I have, half of January mapped out with events that have happened, but they are very insignificant. And I'm looking at other months and I'm like, wow, that happened this month. Like January must just be traditionally a completely slow month for news, releases, theatrical releases, home video releases, anything. Just everybody's just doing their top 10 list, and that's about it.
Huh. Nice.
So yeah, January is just not friendly to horror, which makes sense,
it seems like all the bigs. It seems like a lot of films get released in December.
Well, it's because they're trying to get their films out before the end of the year, and then most of the stuff comes out in December, and then that's why January.
Yeah, it's
so
like
dry.
it's like January. If your film comes out in January, it's like leftovers, and nobody really cares about it.
Sloppy
right?
seconds.
Yeah, so I mean, it makes sense.
I always found that the same in the music industry too. Like the first quarter of the year, like January, February, March, are usually really dry for releases. Everyone tries to push out their stuff towards the end of the year.
It's that third
the first 3
quarter
months
that kills it.
Yeah, and then the first 3 months are usually really dead for releases, and then April kind of picks up, and then the rest of the year is kind of good. So, yeah, I mean, I think it goes for multiple industries, I guess.
Yeah. First of all, we have a bit of sad news, I guess. This was Edward Herrmann. He was the lead vampire in The Lost Boys. Spoiler alert. The love interest of the mother. He unfortunately passed away over the past couple days, and he was 71 years old. So
he was pretty old.
Yeah, he's pretty old. But recently, he's in The Wolf of Wall Street. He was
at least his last role was pretty baller.
Fuck, he's funny as hell.
He was also in The Town That Dreaded Sundown.
Got to work with Scorsese, so
which is one of his last films.
Mm-hmm.
Working with Scorsese in one of your last films is pretty baller. So
yeah. Yep. So he was also in Oz, the TV series, which
that's right, he was too.
Yeah, Oz is dope. So yeah, I mean that's a little unfortunate, but people die. That's what usually happens, or always happens. Damn it! Why do all people always have to die? Anyway, rest in peace to the lead vampire from Lost Boys. He was a kick-ass lead vampire. And next up, we have a release date.
I love garlic.
Yeah, he's like, no, I love garlic. Just
not that much. Not that much.
Yeah. So then we have Adam Green's Digging Up the Marrow. Now, this was announced for theatrical release. I'm pretty sure it doesn't say specifically, but I'm pretty sure that it's going to be limited release.
Oh, yeah.
If you guys want to head over to ariescope.com and click on Adam Green's year-end blog, these are really popular. Everybody always loves these things because he essentially just goes through and talks about the previous year and the future. He talks about the future of Holliston. He talks about Digging Up the Marrow and how that came about, and finally talks about it because nobody knew what the hell it was for the longest time because he wouldn't say anything. Mm-hmm. And in that blog, which was a really, really good blog because a lot of things happened to Adam Green over this past year. His best friend, one of his best friends, Dave Brockie, died from Gwar, of course. Yeah. He divorced his wife, who he's with since before Hatchet, the first Hatchet. Just a huge, tragic, toughest year he's ever had, he says. And, it was really kind of inspiring to hear how he's picking himself up and, moving forward. But definitely check out Adam Green's blog. That's where he announced Digging Up the Marrow. Comes out February 20th of 2015, and it sounds fucking awesome.
Nice.
Yeah, it sounds awesome.
That's one of those films that I'm looking forward to a lot. It's it's like a pseudo docu fucking fake documentary type.
It's like
of
Spinal
stuff.
Tap.
I've never seen it, but
You've never seen This Is Spinal Tap?
No.
Oh man.
Why does that surprise you?
But it goes to 11.
But that movie's a classic, man.
Still the best line in the movie, man, in my opinion.
You bailed Stonehenge, it's only 16 inches.
JP, you gotta see Spinal Tap, man. It's fucking good.
It's hilarious.
Alright, I'll put that on my
It's such a classic.
So Digging Up the Marrow, it was essentially sparked from an idea of when Adam Green was reading some fan mail, and this guy wrote in and said, no, Victor Crowley's a real person, you just have some details wrong, and was really, really serious, and either was really smart and playing a joke or just crazy and serious. Because it was legit locations and pictures of swamps that a swamp that he sent in and all kind of legit stuff. And Adam Green was had an idea of well, what if I went and talked to this guy? What if I went and talked to him and interviewed him and made a film out of it? And then he was well, that might be a little crazy to do so. Then he met an artist who was drawing pictures of like interpretations of a fans who said that monsters really exist and I can describe them to you. And they're these fucking crazy art drawings. And that's when he decided to create a film based around this idea of some crazed type of fan who says monsters are real and I can prove it.
So it's kind of like in the vein of like the Legend of Boggy Creek then? Where the filmmakers, they go to interview these people that swear that, the Bigfoot
probably
is around
something like that. Because Adam Green's playing Adam Green, Joe Lynch is playing Joe Lynch, and there's only like a few people that are actually playing characters in the movie. Everybody else is kind of legit. And so that's kind of what it is, I guess. And I don't know. I think that's what I like about Adam Green, though. It seems like he's always doing something different, like from Frozen to Spiral to Hatchet, now to this. It sounds like it could be a little interesting type of film.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it sounds fun.
Yeah, it does sound fun, actually. I like shit like that.
Yeah, so it's definitely coming out, soon, February 20th in theatrical, so hopefully video on demand, and DVD and Blu-ray will follow soon after that. I know once it does come up for sale, if you buy it from Adam Green directly on Aeriescope.com, you can get it signed for free, so you can do that.
Cool.
Coolio.
After that, our last piece of news this week is Starry Eyes. Is it Starry Eyes or Starry Eyes? I feel like it's Starry. It's Starry.
Yeah. Starry Eyes, Starry, I don't know.
Starry Eyes has been announced for DVD, Blu-ray, video on demand, February 3rd, 2015, I believe. So if you haven't seen it, which Moodz hasn't, Jeremy hasn't either, pick it up when it comes out. You won't be disappointed. Solid watch this year.
Awesome stuff. That's really it for all the news? I guess that's not really that surprising now, is it?
Yeah, it's not very much.
That's fucking December, man. Just, we go from 5 episodes ago, like an hour worth of news to
nothing.
5 minutes.
Yeah, I know. And I drug that goes out.
You did, man. You're like reaching for things. You're like, oh, okay, yeah. Adam Green. He seems like a great guy.
Yeah,
I heard fish is his favorite food. He really likes chicken fingers, hot mustard dip.
Chicken fingers, man. I haven't heard people call it chicken fingers in forever.
Yeah, I don't think anybody calls it that anymore, Moodz.
What the fuck do you call them, man?
Chicken tenders.
Or
chicken tenders? Oh my fucking Lord. Chicken. We call them all three of those, man. We call them chicken fingers because, yeah, man, they look like fingers.
I haven't heard that in a while.
Yeah, chicken tenders. That just sounds way too distinguished. Politically correct bullshit.
Chicken nuggets.
Chicken nuggets, yeah. Chicken shits. All right, so that's going to do it for the news. Getting into mood swings and the new releases that are coming out this Tuesday, January 6th of 2015.
15?
I know. I'm probably still going to write 2014 for the next 3 months, like I always do.
Yeah, me too.
Fuck, I'm so bad for that, and I don't even realize I do it sometimes too. I'm like one of those people, but yeah. First up for the releases on Tuesday, we've got Scream Factory's release of Candyman 2.
Yay!
Now, there was actually a big debate.
Yes, there was a fight on the Facebook page.
Well, there always is about Scream Factory news.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, guys, like I understand to post about like the Jaws 4, Jaws 5, whatever it was called, Cruel Jaws, like getting unannounced and, the Nightbreed debacle and all that type of shit. Like, yeah, that makes sense, but I don't see anything wrong with this release. It's never been on Blu-ray before. It's not a great film, but that's has nothing to do with it being released.
They just need to get the sand out of their vagina. That's all they have to do.
I think my biggest problem with the release for Candyman 2 is that the fact that they're not releasing the other ones. Mm-hmm. So it's just like this standalone sequel that just looks awkward in your collection. It's like, I mean, I really do like the Phantasm 2 release, but at the same time, it's in the same vein as this one. It's like, where the fuck are the other films? The completists. You want all these films on Blu-ray. I mean... Yeah,
Phantasm 2 is Universal.
It's just a weird title to release. I mean, I understand where some people are coming from. Honestly, when it got announced at it was back in October, right?
Yeah.
This was one that got announced in October. I wasn't really the biggest fan. I did stress my opinions on it. I was like, really, like, I would like to see, Scream Factory just not release Candyman 2 until maybe they got the rights to getting Candyman 1 and 3 and
Who
maybe
owns
releasing it as a
Candyman?
set.
Universal.
Yeah, and they haven't even put it out on Blu-ray, for fuck's sakes.
Well,
Yeah, it's
the
in the
thing with
UK.
Candyman is
In the
rights
UK, I know.
are screwed with the whole series. Like 3 different
Yeah.
companies own each film, and I believe even it hasn't been on Blu-ray because of some rights issues. The first
and that's
original Candyman.
and that's exactly what my point is. I was getting to that point. All 3 of these films are in limbo and stuff like that, but it just seems like an awkward title because we may never see Part 3 ever get released. I imagine Candyman will probably come to the rights will come to its senses and someone will release them and it will eventually get released. But who knows with Part 3? Because doesn't Artisan own Part 3?
Yep.
Well, Artisan's not a company anymore, so it's
But, I mean,
Lionsgate.
Who?
But it is.
Lionsgate?
So Lionsgate, have all these Artisan, but a lot of these Artisan titles are not being released. So
Yeah.
We need
what
to
are the
hook up with
chances?
Scream Factory, man.
What are the chances of Candyman 3 ever getting released? So my point is that we could have essentially just have this solo release, and it's like it's so awkward. It's fucking awkward.
Yeah.
So
I actually was recently listening to that interview with the head of Twilight Time, and he was talking about the reason that they limit their run is not because they're limiting their run. Everybody limits their run. They're just telling you how much they're limiting it by. And I'm like, no, that's bullshit, guy.
that is bullshit.
But it is true. Yeah, everybody limits how many they plan on making, okay? But you're limiting it ridiculously. But he also did have an interesting point. He said before Christine and Fright Night was released originally, they had never sold out one of their 3,000 runs. They've never sold out. So it was like there was no issue there. But when Christine sold out in under a day, that's when they kind of realized, like, oh, this is kind of, like, interesting. But that was also their first, like, big horror release, too. That's just shows how hardcore these, like, horror fans are, and nobody cares about your rom-com that you released from the 90s.
The genre collectors, yeah.
Yeah. And he even talked about that a little bit. But another thing that I wanted to say was, okay, I actually was doing a little bit more research on, like, the deals with Scream Factory, and apparently Scream Factory had a deal with Sony at one point, which would have gave them a lot of the stuff that Twilight Times has. But in the deal, Sony didn't want to have to clear special features with their lawyers and stuff, so they wanted them to release them bare bones. And Scream Factory backed out of the deal because they didn't want to release films bare bones. This is all alleged. I have no actual proof, but this is the word on the internet anyway. Which makes sense because even the Twilight Time guy was saying that a lot of these big companies who owns all these vaults of titles don't want you to create special features. They want it, when you license the film, to only release it bare bones. And that's why those early Twilight Time releases were bare bones. And then once they started building a relationship, they were able to make special features.
So why do these companies not want the distributing companies to put features on the releases?
Because then they have to clear all of the features that they put on. Like, let's say you put an old interview, like an archive interview with Tony Todd. You have to clear to make sure that that's not copywritten or somebody owns it.
Oh, so Sony would have to clear that before they licensed out. So that would be part of the license agreement. So they just license out the film itself without the features.
Yeah.
So it's basically just less hassles, and they're just being lazy fucks.
Yeah, exactly. So that's, credit to Scream Factory for not. They could have had tons more titles with certain of these companies if it's true, but they don't want to do that because that's some fucking bullshit, honestly.
Fuck the fans.
So
here's the scenario. So, Twilight Times licenses, Christine out. They put it out bare bones, but why can't they go out and get new features? Because you don't have to license that out. Then if they're getting new special features for it,
well, you can get new features, but you still have to screen it. Let's say let's say you have something in there that's copyrighted with your new features. I know it's stupid to do, but Sony still has to make sure that they don't do that, right?
Mm-hmm. So if you go out and do like a brand new commentary with the director, they have to overlook this?
Yeah. I guess that's what they're saying there, because
But it's a brand new feature though. Like,
But Sony still owns the rights to the
film, but a
Yeah.
brand new feature, like a commentary. So the director goes into the studio and records this commentary. How the fuck does Sony own any of that? This is a brand new thing.
Oh, okay, I get what you're saying.
Okay,
Well,
so what I'm saying, Twilight Times
they
acquires
don't
Christine.
own it.
They want John Carpenter to come in for a brand new commentary on Christine. Sony obviously doesn't own the rights to whatever Carpenter's about to say.
Yeah,
you know,
but they own the licensing. They license the film. Twilight Time doesn't own the film. They license it from Sony or whoever. So in the contract, it says no special features. So you can't create new ones if they say no special. It's basically like they don't want to deal with it at all.
But the Christine edition does have special features.
Well, I mean, that's beside the point. But I mean, I'm just using an example
of.
But you know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, so I understand about the old, outside, the features that were potentially there. Of course, they don't want to license those out because they got to clear them and stuff. But it should be different with brand new features. You think that the distributing company should be able to go out and figure out their own stuff because it's brand new features.
I agree, but I feel like that they're just like, instead of worrying about it like at all, they're just like, no, we just don't even want to do that, and that's just shady stuff. But
there's definitely got to be ways around it. I mean, there probably
there is ways around it, but then they just won't license you the film. Mm-hmm. Right? That if they have in the contract, we don't want any special features, and you was like, well, what if I do that? And then they just won't license it to you. Now, Jeremy, are those new special features, or were those the one that were on the DVD?
Let's see. We got special features: isolated score track, audio commentary with filmmakers John Carpenter and Keith Gordon.
Well, I don't know if those were on the DVD. I'm just asking where they on.
No, I don't know if someone has the DVD, but I don't know.
I do, but I'm not going to grab it. But yeah, I don't know. I think the whole special features thing is interesting. It's an interesting conversation topic.
That would be an interesting thing to see.
Because I think a lot of people don't know exactly what's going on and why these companies are releasing bare bones. And, when you hear like a lot of people like, when a company acquires a film or whatever, say Scorpio or say, say Scream Factory acquires something from Anchor Bay and then they put it out. It doesn't have the same features as the Anchor Bay one, and people are like, "Oh, what the fuck? They didn't transfer those over." But it's totally a right thing.
Scream Factory when really it's like, well, if Anchor Bay doesn't want to give those to us because they own them, then we can't do anything. And sometimes they don't own them. Sometimes whatever new features they produce for them in the contract of whoever Anchor Bay originally licensed that film from now owns them. So you're like, you know what I mean? It's so much stuff that goes into this that we just are oblivious and ignorant to.
That's why there's a lot of Blu-ray releases out there that have way less special features than the DVD releases, because these companies acquire the rights, they put out the Blu-ray, but they can't transfer over the features simply because they can't clear them. And I think a lot of people don't understand this, and it's just the business.
But whose fault is that also that we don't understand it? Don't you think these companies were more open and explained to us like, look, guys, this is how it works? Don't you think?
Well, I think it's a good idea that they do explain themselves, because a lot of people are like, well, fuck, man, it's bullshit. And then they start hating on the company and stuff like that. I think if they just come out forward and say, hey, guys, we actually can't put the special features on the Blu-ray because we can't clear them.
It's like they're scared to say that stuff, though. Like, I got Scream Factory to talk to me one time, and they were like, essentially saying like, yeah, the release wasn't our fault, the screw up, it was Anchor Bay's, but they wouldn't say it. And I was like, that that's what they're trying to say.
They're so worried about slander or something like that. Man. These companies never want to name drop because they're so fucking scared of the system. They fucking said my name, we're going to sue you for slander. It's like, go fuck yourself, motherfucker. I just put your name in the conversation because it's fucking true.
Yeah.
We're not trying to say anything bad. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not saying that there aren't times where people do have chances to get these special features and just don't want to put the energy and resources into it either. Like, obviously, there are companies that are just shady with that stuff and just don't care to go out and try to get that. But I think also there's a lot of times where there's more going on, there's more cogs in the machine than we realize.
Mm-hmm.
So there must be interesting, licensing agreements and like, even with some of these companies that, have released a film on DVD.
Have you ever tried Have you ever thought about trying to contact some of these companies and see what's how the process works?
But I highly doubt they would talk to you.
Well, I mean, they probably talk to us now because our podcast is so world famous now. They'd be like, "Oh, JP from the fucking 22 Shot. Oh yeah, we'll talk to you." Yeah, right. But no, there's been times where I've seen, I can't think of an example right now, but like say a company released a DVD with a bunch of features on it, and then a few years down the road they released the Blu-ray themselves and the features weren't on it. So explain.
I think that's lazy.
Maybe they just lost the rights to they hold the rights to so they acquire new special features, they do them themselves, and they only hold those features for so long or something. But my question is, if that is the case, which I find it really hard to believe, where do these special features go if they're releasing the Blu-ray years after without them on it? Like, what's happening to these special features?
They go into the
also
vault.
Sometimes I think it's just a case of not knowing. Like sometimes it's just not knowing what happened. Like what happened to those. Like who owns them? Do we have to pay a fee to the guy who made them? Like does he own them? Like who? You never know, right?
Yeah.
Like
yeah, it's strange.
Like like royalty to that guy, or you never know. Like, and I think that there are cases of it being just lazy and ridiculous, like not caring. But I think a lot of times it has more to do with like the legality of it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, interesting. Very interesting topic, anyways.
Yeah, right in the middle of DVD releases.
I was actually just about to say, where the fuck were we? Oh yeah, I got one DVD release. Anyways, people, that's Candyman 2: Farewell to the Flesh, released by Scream Factory this Tuesday, 2015, January 6th. Wow, that was all backwards and shit. Next release here, we got The Guest, which isn't formally a horror film, as I've been told, but no. I guess it's like a cultish kind of genre film.
It's a fairy film.
So yeah, that's being released on Blu-ray, which I'm excited because this is one that I wanted to check out.
Oh, Adam
looks really interesting.
Yeah, movie's fucking awesome, man.
Yeah, so I'm really stoked about that. I might actually pick this up, which when it gets released,
highly
like months down the road in Canada. So for you Americans out there, which most of the listeners probably are American, Horns is coming to Blu-ray apparently this fucking Tuesday, which is odd because I swear it's been released already down there, because I know it's been released up here because I have a copy, and I just cross-referenced into Amazon and it was showing that it was being released on the 6th, but then I found another one and it said it was already been released. So I don't know. Do you guys know anybody that has Horns down there?
No, it's not released on Blu-ray or DVD down here yet.
No.
Okay, that's so strange because it's very strange that we get a release before you guys. It's usually like 95% the opposite.
Like you guys got Horns, we got Tusk.
Yeah, fuck. Still odd though. But anyways, Horns is coming out, the Daniel Radcliffe movie. Juno Temple looks hotter than shit in the film. She's awesome. I liked it, man. I thought it was actually pretty good, to be honest. But,
yeah,
I thought Daniel Radcliffe did a great job in the film.
He's always good. He was good in Woman in Black, even though that movie's like.
I think
average.
People were too worried about him being like typecast as his Harry Potter thing.
Yeah,
but I don't think that he really is.
To be honest, man, I'm a really big fan of the Harry Potter films. Yeah, I said it.
Me too.
No, I like them.
But I think Daniel Radcliffe he got out of that mold really quick, man.
Yeah.
Like I don't even look at when I was watching Horns, I never thought of Harry Potter once.
Me neither.
It's so weird, man.
Yeah.
He really does the role well, and he's
a
cool
good actor, man.
It's cool to see him in a role where he can just kind of go in a different place, like in this one he's very pissed off and he's very foul, his language, and he's like fuck you, and like it's awesome, man. He's having dirty sex with Juno Temple and stuff. It's pretty awesome, man. Sucking on boobies.
Nice.
It's good stuff, man. I liked it, man. It was a good film.
Cool.
Next up we got a Criterion release called The Sword of Doom. This is a Japanese flick. I don't really know anything about this one, but it's Criterion, so it's probably good. Yep. I'm going on a limb and say that. And then we got a film called Finders Keepers. Jamie Presley's in this film. Tobin Bell.
Is this a goddamn full moon film?
Oh, this is Lionsgate. Me and Moodz were talking about it before.
Yeah, Lionsgate film. Jamie Presley, or however you want to say her name. And
has a
Tobin
pretty
Bell.
shitty cover.
Yeah, the cover's pretty generic looking. It's got like that kind of
baby
Children of the Corn Sith thing going on there. With the cracked out baby face.
Yep.
Looks awful.
Yeah.
It does. It really does look bad. And then next up here, we got a film called The Houses October Built, which I did talk about on the top of the show. One that I really, really wanted to see. JP, you did mention that you heard mixed reviews on it, which was interesting.
I heard one positive review, like top 10 review, and then I heard one it's unoriginal and avoid it review. So who the hell knows?
That's funny. Got a couple more here. We got a film called Esprisimo. It's a Spanish film. I don't really know. I'm sure I just butchered the shit out of that title. It's like Esprisimo.
JP, could you
it's a
please
really
help
fucking
out?
weird title.
Haha.
Yeah.
You speak the language of Mexican.
It's obviously, I think it's like a older Spanish film. So that one looks actually kind of cool. And then we've got a film called Ninja Zombies. Of course.
Oh, that sounds cool.
Gotta go.
So original.
You can't have a fucking zombie film. You know, all these zombie films and not have a ninja zombie film. You know, it's like, I'm just waiting for that.
Be like Rollerblade Zombies are going to be the next one.
Ninja Zombies, fuck, that makes me laugh.
On rollerblades.
That's pretty good shit. I think that's pretty much what I got for releases. I don't know if you got any more, JP, but...
There was that one that's like a 4-pack. Has I know what you did last summer. When a Stranger Calls, the remake, Hollow Man, and Hostel. What a weird fucking assortment of films.
Yeah,
like,
dude.
They don't even try to make them the same anymore.
Yeah, it's pretty shitty.
It's actually Mill Creek.
Oh, Mill Creek. Oh, that's same shit.
Yeah, that's not a very inviting 4-pack.
It'll be $2.96 at Walmart.
Probably. So that's going to do it for the releases for January 6th. Again, not too many.
It's starting to pick up next week.
It is. The next few weeks there actually is more and more. So, and some pretty damn good ones too also. So yeah. But yeah, that's going to do it for the new releases. I guess we could probably get into the 2014 year in review. What happened in the year 2014 in the horror?
Way different than 2013.
It was, and I think that's one of the things me and Moodz were really kind of focusing on when we was chatting it up over the past couple of weeks is going into this year, the beginning of the year, I felt like this was going to be a huge decline from last year, and it really almost probably ended up being better in terms of like indie films and stuff. There were a lot of good indie films this year. Just in the quantity, like the quantity was so much higher than last year. At least it feels like it. But there were just bigger films last year. You had your Curse of Chucky come out. You had your Evil Dead remake. You had your Lords of Salem Rob Zombie film. Like there were just tons of big films. Yeah. I think that this year really like kind of snuck up on us because it wasn't
the standout one from
second
last year,
half.
Though. What? The standout film from last year, it seemed to be Maniac.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that's also one major difference from this year to last year was, you know, I don't think there was, you know, that one standout film that, you know, kind of everybody has on their list, you know?
Yeah. I was actually wondering if you was going to say that because
indie or mainstream. Indie or mainstream. I mean, there's a lot of fucking solid films this year, but I think everyone's top 10 lists are so different, and especially everyone's number one film too. I mean, I'm not saying everyone's number one film was Maniac last year, but a lot of people had it in their lists, and it was very prevalent in a lot of lists. But this year, from what I've seen from people's lists, man, they are fucking different, man.
Yeah.
Everybody has different films like all over the place. It's actually really interesting. So, pretty cool.
Yeah, you know, and I think that that was something that I really I felt like didn't make this year complete, and that was there wasn't that one title like last year. The whole time,
I think there's one title.
My number one film of the year. I knew. I just didn't see anything beating it. This year, I was like kind of wondering, like, okay, something could move past my number one, or maybe something did move past my number one, and now I have a new number one. But last year that didn't happen for me.
But there is that one film that most people have on their number one, and that's The Battlefield.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't feel like it has as much life as Maniac did. Like, I felt like Maniac was like everybody's. Like, it was just so many people like had that as number one.
Yeah, but a lot of people have The Battlefield on number one.
I haven't seen as many as like.
Yeah, I haven't seen as many either. I've seen it on a lot of lists. I've seen it on, you know, as high as like number 10 on people's lists too, which is interesting. But
I
mean,
didn't see a lot of Maniac on number 10. It was always top 3.
Yeah, it was really highly rated last year. But yeah, I think, essentially what you're getting into, JP, here is the difference between 2014 and 2015 for myself was the noticeability of, mainstream to indie films being last year. There was a lot of like really, big theatrical good films.
Yeah, we were even talking about that.
And how many was there this year?
Yeah, we were talking about that a few weeks ago.
Didn't we count 6?
Yeah, we were looking at the box office numbers and looking about how many films, mainstream films, were released and what their box office was. And there was not that many.
I mean, if you just look at last year between like Insidious 2, The Conjuring, The Evil Dead, those are just the Purge. Like, those are 4 films right there that I could see myself, hey, I'm gonna go see this. I think Texas Chainsaw 3 even came out. Texas Chainsaw 3D even came out last year.
Yeah.
But this year, there's only maybe one film, maybe 1 or 2 that I would have went and seen.
Yeah, me too.
Well,
Like,
dude, there was like under a dozen like, major theatrical horror film releases this year.
and most of them were
that
like
were actually
Grizzlies or something.
Yeah, that were very
Exorcist.
notable for box office numbers and stuff. And it's like, holy shit. And most of those films actually were really not good.
Yeah.
So it was like a really poor year
They
for
were pretty
mainstream.
much all not good.
Yeah, it was a really bad year for theatrical. Like,
It might be
like,
one of the worst in a while, right? I mean,
Oh, yeah.
especially coming off of last year. And that's why at the beginning of this year, when you looked, like, you remember how last year we did our looking forward to 2014 list of films, and we was looking at it and we're like, I don't know, guys, there's nothing on this list.
Yeah.
And that's because it was mostly indie films, and we talked about that before the show, how you don't really see those until the second half of the year. And that's why I felt like the first half of this year, I was like, this is a terrible year for horror. Second half, I'm like, dude, this is a great year for horror. Great year for indie horror. A lot of original ideas out there. I think I've seen more original films this year than I did last year. There was just so many interesting ideas that haven't been done before.
Yeah, I've talked to some people and they're just like, man, this 2014 year was one of the worst years in horror history. And I'm like, okay, yeah, for mainstream, like theatrical releases and stuff, terrible year. So if that's what you're mostly into, this was probably a really devastating year for yourself because, I mean, first of all, there was not a lot of films even to go see. And second of all, the films that you were able to see this year that got theatrical releases were pretty bad.
Yeah.
Like maybe 2 or 3 were actually decent. And so, I mean, if your world is, a little more mainstream and, you don't focus on indie films, man, this was probably a really fucking shitty year. But for people like us, and I do try to seek out as many indie films as I can, this was a fucking phenomenal year for indie releases. A lot of really good stuff. And,
Yeah.
this
I was
was
looking
a
at
fucking
my
solid
lists
year, man.
of films
Like,
I've seen. There's so many like 7.5s, 8 or higher, like on my list.
Dude. It's pretty interesting when, I watched 75 movies this year that came out in 2014, and I was having a really hard time picking out like my 5 bona fide shit films.
Yeah.
I'm like, there was a lot of films that I wouldn't consider shitty. They weren't great, but they were decent, and they were watchable and they were okay. Like higher than 6s or 7s and stuff. Like those are good films. But these ones were like not fucking 2s and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, my top 5 worst films, I have like 5.5s in there.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Yeah, it's so crazy. Such a weird year. Like I watched a lot of solid films, like even ones I didn't really care about too much. Like, they weren't awful. They were watchable.
Now, how many films do you think you watched last year at the time we did this show? It wasn't nowhere near 70, was it?
From 2000, I guess from 2013?
Yeah.
I thought I remembered you even saying that like you didn't like do like watch a bunch before we, because we only started that was only the 5th episode when we did it.
Yeah, I watched, throughout the year I was here and there, but I wasn't checking out a whole lot of 2014 year, solely because we didn't start doing the cast until later, and I wasn't really fully preparing, on 2004. I was focused, I spent a lot of time watching older films, like, I always have.
Yeah.
But, I made a point this year since, I know that there's a year-end show, so I'm going to make a point pretty much all year of trying to check out what I can.
Mm-hmm.
And so I had the whole year to prepare for it. Last year was a little different. Like I said, the first 8 or 9 months, I didn't really know that we were going to be doing this. So the last couple months of the year, I tried to get in some films. But I probably didn't even watch it half as many as I did this year.
Yeah. I watched way more this year, and I didn't watch that many this year. But next year I'm going to kill it. I got new tactics.
You're preparing.
I mean,
Yeah.
to be honest, I'm excited.
Yeah,
I'm
next year, I think-
excited for next year. I'm actually, this last year and this year has made me more optimistic for horror than I have been in a while. I mean, do you guys remember coming off last year? We're like best year in horror since like 2003. And like this year is right up there with that. So that is awesome, right? Like, I mean, and looking ahead at next year, which we'll do later in the show, there's some very optimistic films in that list. And I'm like really excited. Like, I think like horror is about to get another boom. Like, you know those booms that horror gets throughout the years? Like, I think we're in the early stages of another horror boom.
but they're all indie films, though. That's the thing.
That's
Very
fine.
exciting. Yeah, that's what's exciting.
Yeah. I mean, there's some theatrical ones too, for sure.
Yeah, but not too many though.
But not too
There's
many.
a good bit. There's more than
honestly,
there was this year.
Oh yeah,
like,
for sure.
Like the Green Inferno, like that's just coming straight out, isn't it? Sometime.
Hopefully.
Hopefully,
day.
the movie actually comes out
I have
one day.
not heard anything about a release.
Do you know what happened with that film?
Yeah, I mean, to a point, I guess. I don't really know the full extension of the story, but
I think what happened was it was going to have a theatrical release, and the company, one of the production companies, like literally just backed out. So Eli Roth tried to buy it off of them so he could release it direct to DVD and then get all the proceeds. But, like then there was like a contract dispute, and I think that's why it's been in limbo.
I'd be very curious to see how long
fucking
it takes
semantics.
how long it takes for it to get released.
Yeah, that's
I would be I would be surprised if we don't see it till 2016.
nah. It'll come out next year.
I think it'll be out by the summertime. I think they'll swatch
Summertime?
this. Some will happen with it, but
But it's a good summer release.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
we'll see though. Yeah, I don't know, man.
How are you feeling about the world of horror? Like, are you excited? Do you think that we're about to hit another boom?
I've been
I think
saying
so,
that
man.
for a while.
I think so. I think it's more like uprising to indie films though too. Like indie just seems to be where everyone seems to be turning their attention to.
Because it's the like I've told people, it's because of the internet, and people
Yeah.
are able to talk about their films and show it to other people than just in this community of conventions being, oh, you should check out my film, here's a copy. Now we're able to see people on YouTube talking about their films and people on Facebook talking about their films. Like, if it wasn't for Facebook, we wouldn't know about Dustin Mills unless we went to conventions and talked to him and, see his films.
That's definitely a huge help, but that's been around for quite a while as well. I think one of the big game changers here, one of the big game changers here is before, when you released your film, if it wasn't theatrical and it went direct to video and it didn't get in a Walmart, your film was pretty much dead, right? I mean, you now with VOD, like, it does really change it. Even though we don't like digital and we like buying these films, when you release something VOD first, like, how many films did you watch VOD this year? I've watched more than I ever have in my entire life because that it was an easier way to see them because the DVD was taking so long to come out. It was a little bit cheaper. I'm still going to collect and be a collector, but I will start watching newer stuff on VOD, I think. Because they have a second life there. They have, and Netflix as well. Like, it's not like you either get your theatrical or you get your DVD in Walmart. Now you have another option, which is VOD. And that's where I thought that I started noticing better cover art again. Because it seems like a lot of these cover arts are better this year than the last couple years. And I think VOD is like really helping out some of these indie films get noticed.
Yeah. I think one of the interesting thing about the indie film craze and rising is the fact that, like, as fans and directors and whatnot and the people that are involved with these films, we're kind of close knit now. You know what I'm saying? Like we're like we talk to each other all the time, and and I think it's the internet
word of
has
mouth
allowed
is the
fans
most powerful form of
the internet has allowed the fan to become part of the film too. A lot of people really don't like the crowdfunding and stuff like that. They think it's people begging for money and stuff, but honestly I don't really mind it at all. I mean, if that's what it takes to get Gutterballs 2 made, I feel like I'm part of that. Like I put in money to do that, and I'm not doing that just to get the DVD. Yeah. I want the fucking movie to get made. I'm being sincere about it. I don't mind putting in $30 or $40 or whatever it is. because it's going to help, Ryan Nicholson make that film. And I want that
you know
movie to come
what?
out. And I think that bond between the fans and the filmmakers and stuff is kind of built there. And it really kind of gets you stoked for it. And you check out other indie projects and, it kind of gets you involved in the community. And it's really selling itself.
Can you imagine how much that must mean to Ryan Nicholson or somebody of his caliber?
Especially Dustin
to have
Mills,
people want you to make a movie, to have people pay for you to make something, for you to follow your dreams, for you to keep moving along in your career. That like, I am all for the crowdfunding thing. Like, I do not see a problem with it all. I feel like it's oversaturated and that can be a problem, but as long as we keep it regulated and we really like scope out the projects that are worthwhile, I feel like this is the future of how films are going to be being made. And if you have somebody like Ryan Nicholson who establishes a name, establishes a product that he delivers every time you fund one of his films, I think people will keep funding them, and he never will have to go out and beg producers and lose creative control, and he could have all the creative control he wants and get investors through his fans and keep rolling on. And I think a lot of directors are going to go down that path in the future.
Well, I've said that.
Go ahead.
I mean, I've said that. Look at Dustin Mills. I think he was like the most appreciative person in the world that Her Name is Torment 2 and 3 got funded. Like, that must have been just so amazing to him that he was able to raise, $10,000 to make those two films.
Well, that was the thing. The whole thing, the Kickstarter program started with, let's raise some money to do part 2. And he's like, well, if we meet this goal, it just by chance, it's like, if we meet this, we can make part 3, and like blew that out of the water too. So I'm glad, like I put in on that one too. And I'm happy. I'm so happy that these films are actually going to get made, because it brings a smile to my face. I think it's awesome.
I feel like there needs to be, like, somebody needs to throw up a crowdfunding thing for, like, an anthology with these super indie guys. Like, these guys that, like, because there's indie, like, the Babadook and stuff, and then there's indie, which is like Ryan Nicholson and Dustin Mills and those guys who made Pieces of Talent and stuff like that. Somebody needs to get an anthology together with those guys.
Well, I mean, kind of like the guys from the High Eight, Tim Ritter and Brad Sykes and, all those guys and stuff. Like, they just came together, and that's straight up fucking indie too, man. They filmed that shit on film or on, fucking video, basically. But yeah, that would be cool. Like, get Ryan Nicholson, and it would be a good idea, because they're all different than the shot on video guys and stuff. But I know what you're saying.
I
think that would be fucking gnarly.
Too.
Oh yeah. I mean, Ryan Nicholson, he's been part of anthologies before.
Yeah, well, shit, if you get an anthology crowdfunded for them, I can't see why they would not do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally, man. But yeah, I don't know, man. I think that's just the way it's going, and I think it's just a huge uprise, and I get excited, about indie films and stuff, and yeah, I mean, it didn't really hurt my feelings that there wasn't a lot of, mainstream films, theatrical releases this year. But at the same time,
you want them still, though. You
still do want them, and that's the thing. And like, I just got so upset, like, with the quality of films that were making it to the theaters. I was like, that movie Ouija or whatever, it was like PG-13. I'm just like, this is what's coming to theaters. It's like, fuck.
Last year with The Conjuring, like, it wasn't my favorite film, but it all made our list, and there just wasn't something great feeling about the whole world talking about that film. Like, it was, I do enjoy that part of the genre too, is when something goes above and beyond, it's a genre film and really gets the whole world talking. It kind of really shakes the world. And we see those from time to time. We didn't have one of those this year.
No.
Which it was supposed to be Annabelle, I guess, right? I mean, it was like kind of marketed that way, but there's no way. I mean, like your Blair Witches and your first time Halloween, like the Exorcist, like all these big mainstream films that just go above and beyond. We didn't have one of those this year. I did miss it, because those are really important to the genre to keep moving, because a lot of kids, that's going to be their first horror film they ever see. You know what I mean? So, the next Eli Roth or Ryan Nicholson or whoever, the next director might see The Conjuring first. That might be their first film. So you do need those. Those are important for the the world of horror to keep moving. And hopefully we have a few more of those next year. But I was very satisfied with this year in my closing statements.
Yeah. I don't know, man. 2014, not a bad year, I gotta say.
Good.
It was a good year.
Shabby.
Yeah, not too shabby.
Nothing really to complain about except for, the lack of fucking theatrical releases, especially for me too. I mean, okay, we talked about basically the limited amount of films that actually made it into theaters this year. Well, think about this. Up here, I think I only seen maybe 3 or 4 come through the cinema. And I seen Annabelle in theaters. We'll talk about that one later again.
I take it why.
But I like going to the cinema, man, and not having anything to watch for myself is just, it's fucking depressing, dude. It really is. It's depressing. So I don't know, but yeah.
Because what do we have? Let's see. For 2014, mainstream wise, we had As Above, So Below, Purge Anarchy, Oculus, Annabelle, the marked ones. Deliver Us
did
from
As
Evil.
Above, So Below go actual theatrical?
Yeah, I saw it in theater. I didn't actually see it, but I know that was in theaters.
I didn't even know that. I never even seen it in there.
It must have been kind of a limited
Yeah,
one.
it was Universal. No, it was wide.
Huh?
How many screens?
I'll have to look, but give me a second. But As Above, So Below, The Purge Anarchy, Oculus, Annabelle, the marked ones, Deliver Us from Evil, The Quiet Ones, Devil Due, Dracula Untold.
It's right at the end of that list there, all those names and titles just started running together.
And that's about it.
Yeah, see, now that is a really, really not impressive list of theatrical films.
I'm not seeing anything else that... Frankenstein. That's about it.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
In 2014, I mean, besides the mainstream, theatrical releases and indie releases and stuff, media releases, it was a good year for media releases. A lot of companies still going strong. A lot of companies coming getting bigger and stuff.
Their ground,
here we go.
For an awesome 2015.
This is the top 10 box office mainstream horror films for 2014. Number 1, Annabelle. It made $84 million. Ouija is number 2. It made $50 million. Paranormal Activity, the marked ones, made $32 million. Deliver Us from Evil, $31 million. Oculus, $27 million. Devil's Due, $15 million. The Quiet Ones, $8 million. The Pyramid, $2 million. Tusk, $1.9 million. And the remaining, $1.2 million.
Yeah, see, those last couple were
Damn.
definitely limited releases.
Yeah, but number 8 horror film box office only made $2.6 million. That's
was it?
sad. The Pyramid.
Yeah, that was a limited release.
Yeah, but that's still fucking stupid. That the 8th horror film that was released in 2014 only made $2.7 million.
Well, it's ridiculous that there was only 7 actual theatrical released films.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Yeah.
I need to look for As Above, So Below. Sec.
But yeah, so media releases in 2014. I think a lot of companies, are going real strong right now. I don't see, media disappearing anytime soon. A lot of these companies are pumping out really, really good shit and finding, a lot of films. And then, there was quite a few films released this year that never had releases before, which is always a good sign that there's still a market to find these films, clean them up, and release them. With Synapse releasing fucking Curtains, Curtains finally getting a fucking Blu-ray release, which was fantastic. And so many other companies, man.
Okay, As Above, So Below was in 2,650 theaters.
That's pretty limited, isn't it?
2,700? No, that's a lot.
27. I thought you said 600.
I thought a wide release film was 4,000 or something.
Nah. Galaxy of the Guardians was in 4,088. That's a pretty huge film. 2,650 is a lot.
Yeah, that's pretty decent.
Yeah.
Wasn't around here.
Yeah.
So yeah. Media releases. You guys got any opinions on those?
Yeah, I mean, I thought this year was a pretty solid year. Of course, Scream Factory did their thing for the first part of the year. The second half like kind of declined.
Oh, yeah.
I really do think people were undervaluing the good shit that they released this year. I mean, that Nightbreed release, that's a huge feat in releasing something that's never been released, because
that's a
rights
release of
shit were
2010s.
But they also managed to, put out The Impossible. I mean, it was a co-release, but they still managed to get that Halloween box set out.
Yeah, which is impressive, and I like, honestly, I haven't even begun to look through the special features on there, but there's so many new features. You got to give them props for that. They had a lot of cool, the Vincent Price set Volume 2. That's another good release. They picked up a lot of cool titles as well that I'm looking forward to in 2015. Synapse is someone who, like, I'm really looking forward to their releases coming up.
Yeah, Suspiria, man. Super excited for that.
Really, there are a lot of good releases this year. You're starting to see more companies getting involved in the retro media too. Like Vinegar Syndrome's coming up, and there was another company that just kind of put out a couple. Like Called Epics is starting to put out more stuff. I know they've been doing like DVDs and stuff, but they're getting into Blu-ray now, which I'm happy with. And I think 2015 is going to be a killer year. I think there's going to be a lot of cool unearthings and stuff like that.
Oh, hell yeah, man. So many companies that are putting out, retro stuff, and that's the best, man. That's what I get super excited about. I was actually just before the top of the show, I was telling Jeremy that Mondo Macabro is releasing The Fan on Blu-ray. And I was like, that's fucking awesome. That doesn't even have a DVD release. Mm-hmm. I'm like, that's the type of shit that gets, my fucking, that tickles my pickle, man.
Like that, Deathbed was a great release by Called Epics, because it's a film that was never even on VHS, I think. That how often do you find that? And I love those ones that haven't been on DVD. Like, those are my favorite releases that haven't even been on DVD, and it gets a Blu-ray. It's like, yeah, it's awesome.
Ghost Town, man, needs to happen.
Yeah, there's a lot of films that need to happen. And I think that with I think that, like, I've been noticing, like, Code Red has kind of been, a lot of their old releases are starting to get re-released by different companies, which is a good thing.
I probably read about 3 or 4 complaints about Code Red this week alone on Facebook pages about people not getting their orders and stuff like that. And I was like, I told you that months ago. They're shitty, man.
That sounds about right, man.
They're a shitty company. I'll be the first one to say.
Didn't you guys say it's run by, like, one guy?
Yeah, and he's a fucking douchebag.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And, like, okay, well, remember when I said, did you ever think about contacting? I'm sure he somehow is, like, just the guy that contacts these companies and, like, creates licensing deals. It's probably just him.
Yeah, well, he should at least have good customer service.
Yeah.
He called Moodz a liar.
Yeah.
Wow.
He just hates on Canadians, period.
Yeah.
I never got my order.
But yeah, man. I mean, Code Red's a company that annoys the shit out of me, man, because, the customer service is terrible. Transfers aren't even that best, but they always fucking release good cult, films and stuff. They always put out good things.
They're not as hard to get as we think they are, and that's why he's able to do that. I just think these other companies just don't see value in these weird titles sometimes, which they should, but they don't.
I mean, that could be right too. Who knows? But I mean, the interesting thing is that, the guy that runs Code Red, Bill, his brother runs Scorpion, and that company's fucking just amazing. A lot better. It's done a lot better. You get your shit. They do good transfers. They release good cult stuff, and I don't know, man. But they're another company that I just absolutely fucking love. They seem to be putting out some stuff that doesn't have releases, and they always announce things. You're just like, fuck yeah,
Yeah, I've actually seen that they've released a couple things that Code Red once originally had.
Yeah,
taking it away.
Yeah, and I mean that's good though. At least probably going to do it a little more justice. I mean, fuck, the first round of Blu-rays that Code Red released were just, oh my god, like the Redeemer. I heard was just the worst transfer in the world. I never even picked that one up, but I heard like it was worse than the DVD transfer. It's just like, how is that even possible? But
very simple. You just press in code and
overpriced. See, Code Red's one of those companies that gives kind of these companies a bad name. They're overpricing for what you're getting, and shit like that. But
how much are their Blu-rays? Like 25?
They're usually like 25 to 30, depending on what the film is.
Fuck that.
I know it's crazy, but I don't know, man. And that's the thing with Scorpion. Their Blu-rays are completely affordable. I mean, the ones that are limited are a little more expensive, but at the same time, the transfers are really good. I've never had an issue with any of the transfers and stuff, so really awesome stuff. But yeah, I don't know, man. 2014. What else can we say about 2014?
I think the big takeaway from this is we were all pleasantly surprised and completely satisfied. There was just a few things that could have made the year, a best
a little bit better, yeah.
But
yeah, there was a lot of interesting conversation pieces this year with 2014. Things that were happening, especially with Scream Factory was always a big talk, especially among our group of friends. But I think one of the biggest things this year, man, that always got me smiling and laughing was the whole Nightbreed fiasco, which was just fucking mind blowing, man.
Yeah.
That whole mess up is a pretty major one, but it just kind of seemed to get like the major hate ball rolling. You know what I'm saying? It seemed like after that happened, everyone was just jumping on that hate train and just hating on them.
Before that, with the initial announce of the limited edition Nightbreed, I think that's when it completely started. Was when because people. It was the first time I'd ever seen someone say something about Scream Factory that was like, connected to shadiness or something like that.
Yeah.
I think it's because it was the price that got everyone pissed off.
I don't even. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, a lot of people said they think if they had priced it down even
what was the price
40 or 50,
$80.
I think it was $79.
And and people were out there paying $30 plus shipping for Fright Night Diamond Edition or whatever the fuck it's called.
That's already scalped for $90 on eBay.
But I was watching a YouTuber the other day, which was actually kind of funny, and he brought up a pretty interesting and valid point, which, I mean, it has validity to it a little bit, I guess, but it kind of made me laugh, though, because, he was like, well, I never got a chance to pick up, or he actually was one of the YouTubers that got fucked out of his Nightbreed. Yeah, he ordered that one and ended up not getting it. And end up getting the single director's cut edition. But he's like, fuck, whatever, it happens. There's nothing I can do about it, whatever. But he goes, the interesting thing is, that thing was $80. The director's cut was, 22 or whatever the fuck it was, just for that version. And he goes, I just picked up Lord of Illusions. And that edition, it was $22 for that edition, collector's edition. And it comes with the theatrical and the director's cut on 2 discs. And I paid $22 instead of 80.
Yeah,
it kind of got me thinking. I was like, well, I mean, the packaging obviously is a little different than Nightbreed set, but the content is there.
Yep.
That one still has both versions of the film, and it's in one set. And I was like, oh, it's pretty funny, actually.
The big difference between that is that the theatrical version was owned by someone who regularly doesn't deal with Scream Factory, so they had to do like a different type of deal.
$60 though.
Could be.
For
just Nightbreed
for the licensing fee.
For the theatrical version?
Yeah.
That's
because
right.
who owns that? Warner Brothers?
Yeah, Warner Brothers.
Okay.
Yeah, Warner Brothers has
Scream
it on
Factory
archive right now.
regularly doesn't do business with Warner Brothers, so they probably had to pay extra than they normally would with the company that owns.
Well, they made a specific point. They made a specific point of getting Clive Barker involved here. Right, to go in and do this other cut for Nightbreed and also for Lord of Illusions. That's like a new cut too that he came in and did for the release and stuff, which is interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah. But just the price, him talking about the prices and stuff and the quality, what you're getting, it fucking made me laugh, man.
Oh no, I 100% agree.
I never thought about that though.
Either.
Yeah,
that's why I didn't buy it. But I think that it should be. I don't see a problem with it because it is your choice. Like if you want, it's a premium, quote unquote product for a premium price. If you don't want that,
I mean, you did like your video explained it really well. I mean, the biggest problem I had, I didn't really, was the price was a little steep. I mean, let's face it.
Yeah, it was incredibly steep.
So
Especially
that was
for someone
really
like me who's never going to pay that.
Nope. Or me.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even pay 22.
You know what's crazy when I really think about it? Like, if I compare the Nightbreed Scream Factory set to the Possession Mondo release from this year, man, dude, the Possession release blows the Nightbreed set away.
Yeah.
And they were basically the same price. Like, the Possession, honestly, dude, it's the best release I have in my entire collection. It's the nicest thing I have in my entire collection. It's fucking beautiful, man. It's so much effort into this. All the extra shit that they put into it, the everything about it is just mind blowing. Mm-hmm. And my point is that it was relatively around the same price.
I'm gonna argue that Scream Factory really rebounded with the pricing on the Halloween set, though, because that set, you're getting all those movies, transfers, and it was only $108. I think that's anybody else who you would
right
see
now on Amazon.
Anybody else who you would see release that set, it would at least be $200.
But the thing is, though, I think you would have a hard time overpricing with that set because, most of us collectors that bought that box set already own every one of the Blu-rays, and they're very readily available and they're cheap too. I understand you got the packaging with the brand new fancy black cases, the new special features and stuff.
I don't think that's what matters. I think it's the fact that it's Halloween and those fans are hardcore. We talked about that in our show. I think
so. They lowered the price for the
$200.
hardcore fans.
No, they lowered it because I think they got such a big blowback from the Nightbreed set when they announced that.
I don't know, man. I think it's because the Halloween films are so readily available. I think that's what it is. I don't think you could I think if you were charging $150 for it, even collectors will be like, well, dude, I already have all the films anyways. Like, dude, I own every one of them on Blu-ray already, and I bought the fucking set.
Yeah.
If it was $150, $160, I probably, just the fact that
I would have bought it.
It's a little different. But if it was released by, say, just Anchor Bay or whatever, you know how collectors are, fucking OCD bullshit. I probably wouldn't have bought it for $150, $160. I mean, I actually know for a fact I wouldn't have.
I probably would have.
Because I would have held out and I would have been like, you know what? They're going to release Halloween 6, the producer's cut, eventually solo by itself. Yeah. I can wait. And that's really the only thing in there that I really did care about.
Yeah, me too.
It's cool to have the whole set and stuff, which I'm glad that, the price wasn't extreme and ridiculous, but I think it has a lot to do with all those films being available and they're cheap.
Yeah, but if you look at the same thing with the, okay, let's look at the 35th anniversary Blu-ray that came out. Halloween was already out, but that thing sold like crazy. Everybody just rebuys Halloween. It's just they do. I don't know why they do it. It's silly.
At the same time, though, well, I think it's also because, I mean, obviously, it was they did it right though. That they did it with a digipack, which wasn't ultimately the best pack.
It was
shitty. Exactly. But it was more about the fact that the transfer was a new transfer and it was good.
Yeah,
because good. Anchor Bay's original, I think their second release, I think actually that one was the same release as the box set one, but the transfer on that wasn't really that great. And I think the selling point for the 35th anniversary was a little bit of the new features, the Jamie Lee Curtis, documentary thing, but the new transfer is what everyone was really about. I don't think it would have sold very well. I mean, obviously some people would have bought it, but I think less people would have bought it if it was the same transfer for sure.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, the new transfer on that Halloween is really good.
Yeah. I just know how crazy Halloween fans are, and I honestly feel like they could have released it for a high price and it still would have done really well, because I feel like those fans will just buy anything, because I seen them do it time and time again. Every fucking edition that comes out, they buy.
Dude, I know we talked about this once on the podcast about like who are the craziest fans. So if Friday the 13th fans, Nightmare on Elm Street, Halloween, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and didn't we all say like Halloween fans are literally the craziest fans?
Yeah, they're crazy, dude. They get tattoos of Jamie Lee Curtis's signature on their leg.
And then they rush down to the nearest tattoo parlor and get that shit tattooed.
Yeah, dude, they do all that shit. They like spend $200 on masks, like Michael Myers mask. I've never met crazier fans than the Halloween fans.
I know, man. We've all seen it, but there's some YouTubers out there that just have the most insane, ridiculous collections of Halloween. But Halloween is one of the most released franchises out there. I mean,
because everybody buys it. That and Evil Dead.
Yeah, exactly. Evil Dead. Holy fuck, those films, man. They have a million releases, but it's just like my favorite franchise, of course, is Nightmare on Elm Street, and that's got to be one of the least. Oh, that one
There's
just
two
stomped
releases.
on, man.
There's two real releases. There's the box set type releases, even the snapper cases that came out individually, and then there's that fucking Blu-ray set that's like kind of bad. That's like pretty much it. And there's 4-packs.
It's actually pathetic. I hate when people are like, they come over and they're like, "What's this?" And I'm like, "Oh, that's the Nightmare on Elm Street box set. It's garbage." It's just I hate that so much.
Those films have never been showed the proper treatment, and that's why if Scream Factory could ever get a hold of those, I know that the special features would be off the hook.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to see a really nice fucking Freddy bust edition. I don't know, man. Just give me something good to buy. But actually, oddly enough, that brings me to my next point. 2014, obviously 30 years after the release of Nightmare on Elm Street, which came out in 1984, I was really, really fucking depressed and pissed off that there wasn't a decent release for Nightmare on Elm Street, like a 30th anniversary release for it. I don't know if you guys ever thought of this, but I thought about this. I thought about this about 2 or 3 months ago. I forgot to actually bring it up because I know that you're a big fan of the franchise, JP, and I forgot to mention it, but I was like, why aren't they doing a 30th anniversary or for something? They do all these anniversary releases. They did one for fucking Silent Night, Deadly Night.
They did one for Fright Night.
What the fuck, motherfuckers? Seriously. I mean, I love Silent Night, Deadly Night. Go listen to the podcast. Yeah.
It's Warner Brothers, man.
But seriously, why the fuck does Nightmare on Elm Street seem to get shit on for awesome releases? Is it because of Warner Brothers, or is just nobody wants to take a chance? It's fucking Freddy,
Warner
man.
Brothers. Warner Brothers doesn't really license their stuff out, and if they don't feel like if they don't want to do it, then that's it. Just we get fucked.
My way or the highway.
You guys do agree with me, though, right? Like, it should have got something.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God, dude. Well, honestly, they've treated... They had that one Infinifilm edition a while back that was pretty solid for the original film. The original film has always gotten love.
Yeah,
for the most part.
It has a really, really nice Laserdisc.
The sequels have never got love. Like, when's the last time you've seen besides Elm Street Legacy, like, when did you see, like... an in-depth look at Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4, like where you have like Rick's character talking and like the girl that got crushed in the box and like I want to know like the production like of this films. Thank God, I
want to see new interviews with King
Elm
K,
Street
man.
Legacy. Elm Street Legacy killed it.
Yeah, I mean that is the one awesome thing. It's still my favorite documentary. I love that documentary, dude. It's good.
It's a 10 out of 10.
Oh, yeah.
It really is, man. The information that's spit out in that 4 hours is really phenomenal. They cover each film, and they really do cover the films. And it's fantastic. It's really the best thing about the franchise, that's been released, to give it some, honest credit,
Uh-huh.
Give it a fucking good, like a good box set. Like this little fucking slimline, 4-disc thing that they did with doubling up the films and shit. I know I sound like a whiny little bitch.
No, you don't. I'm down
but
with that, man.
The reason why I get a little passionate about that franchise because it's my favorite one, and it just doesn't have.
It's my second favorite one. So
you know me with double disc, 2 movies on one disc.
But it's just like, man, talk about throwing this major phenomenal fucking character underneath the bus. Yeah. Throw them underneath the bus in Part 2 right there.
This is the thing. You have companies out there like Scream Factory, like Synapse, like Blue Underground who really take the time and put in the work to get the special features. That's why these companies need to license these films. These specialist companies that specialize in creating content. Like Warner Brothers isn't going to do it. Like they're not going to do it.
The problem is with companies, that do like really good justice to these films, company like Synapse and stuff, they probably can't afford to, to license out films like Nightmare on Elm Street. Warner Brothers is like, well, we want fucking $10 million for Part 1. Part 2 is not the greatest, so we'll sell it to you for 2.
It's not even that. They just won't
and then Part 3 will license out for another 7.
Like they know that they just won't do it usually. It has not I mean, honestly...
No, I'm just fucking around, but you know what I mean.
It would make more sense for a company like Scream Factory or Synapse to license out Nightmare on Elm Street, do all the work, and sell it, and let Warner Brothers have all the royalties because like it would be worth doing that because then you have so many new people pointed towards your direction that it's like pretty much advertising. You're paying for advertising at that point. But that's the thing. They know how valuable a title like that is, so they don't license it out. But 2015 is going to be the year of Freddy's Nightmares. It must be the year of Freddy's Nightmares.
That'd be pretty awesome.
That's it, man. I'm going to fucking, after the show, I'm going to look up 1985 releases. There better be some 30th anniversary releases, man, from 85.
Yeah,
fuckers.
Boy.
Is the, actually, no, that Fright Night is the 30th anniversary one, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's, because that's 85, yeah. Speaking of that Fright Night release, it just, a little off topic, but Jeremy, you said it's already gone. It's already sold out.
It's sold out and it's getting
2 days.
scalped for $90.
It's
sold
already
out
up to
2
$90.
days.
So, once again, fuck you, Twilight Times.
They started out 3 per person, and then they noticed they about a day after they did that, they started to go, oh shit, this is not a good idea, and they changed it to 1.
When I noticed it said 1 per customer. I didn't know they had it up to 3, but they did it again. They fucking sold to fucking resellers, man.
Yeah, and the guy did touch on that.
So it sold out, and
he
us fans,
that
no one got a chance to fucking buy it, and now they're $100 on fucking eBay. Fuck you, Twilight Times. Why did you ever think this was a good idea? It should have been 1 from the get-go.
Yeah.
Well, he basically said that, somebody might need to buy a copy for their, cousin who's at work during the time they go on sale or whatever. It was some bullshit, really. I mean, they know what happens. One thing that really annoyed me.
It's all about selling the product to them, man.
He said, people complain about our price point at $39.95, but or $29.95, whatever the price point is.
It's
and he's like, well, guess what? Everybody. You know as well as I know, everybody, when they put their suggested retail price out, it's always $29.95. The only difference is we tell you what it really is right when we sell it. And I'm like, that is not a good answer. That's not like, how is that any better?
Oh, what a motherfucker.
How is that any better that you, instead of telling us it's going to be this much and then lowering it to like half that, you're just keeping it at the ridiculous price that nobody's wants to pay.
What a bunch of dicks, man. Fuck.
Yeah, and he's British too, so he really sounds cocky and
they didn't fucking go, oh shit, after 2 days and go, oh fuck, man, they're selling real quick, they're selling out. Fuck that. They put out 5,000 copies. They want that shit to sell in 2 days. They don't give a shit who fucking buys it. So is their thing, we'll make it look like, we shouldn't have put it at 3, So
now we're going to have to make...
They stand by the thing with 3. I think they were just trying to slow it down so other people could get... Because he really stood by, like, no, 3 is an appropriate amount of copies that you're allowed to buy. We're going to keep that. But I think what they did was when they seen it started selling out, like, really quickly, they was like, oh, well, maybe we can cut it halfway through so that more people can get a chance to get it.
Yeah, but, like... Now people are just going to go to Amazon Germany and buy the German release. It's like, it's not any...
Well, one day it'll get released by an actual good company, and then I'll buy it then.
Christine's getting a German release, too. There's just like... Yeah. These films are coming out in Germany, so...
I think that we've pretty much covered 2014 in terms of our excitement level and our hatred for Twilight Time.
Yeah. One more thing, no 30th anniversary of Children of the Corn.
Really?
You guys don't have to answer that. No, I'm just joking.
No, Twilight Time trivia here. The reason they're called Twilight Time is because they thought that it was only going to last like 1 year.
Well, there you go. That actually makes sense. Yeah, but 2014, that's a wrap right there.
Yeah.
We are now into 2015. It's a blast from the past now. Let's stop talking about old shit. You know what I'm saying? Alrighty. So, into the best and the worst of 2014. Of course, in our opinions, and these lists are based on what we have seen. So, and I do want to give a disclaimer like I usually do in my videos because so many of you people out there get super fucking butthurt, like bleeding butthurt. Over fucking top 10 lists and stuff. These lists are not bona fide, written in stone, the top 10 lists of 2014. These are personal lists that we have made, and this is our choices, okay?
Yeah.
So if your favorite film is not on these lists, and your favorite film maybe might even appear on our top 5 worst list. It's just our opinion. These are our personal lists. We're not writing for fucking Rolling Stone magazine where they don't give these disclaimers. These are in fact the top 10 films of 2014. No, these are our personal films. I just want to get that straight.
Yeah.
I just been getting so much flack. I've been doing a series called Top 10 Tuesdays, and people are like, where's this? Where's that? Oh, I totally agree with your number one. You totally agree that I love The Thing the most? Really? How can you say that to me? I get so frustrated when people say that to me.
I think there's room for conversation, though. Like, I feel like if somebody wants to come at me and be like, well, I think that you really didn't recognize The Den as a top 10 film of the year, and, you know, it would have been on my list. Like, why isn't it on your list? And I'll be like, well, I felt like The Den was this, this, and this. Like, I think there's room for conversation without being a dick about it.
But I mean, it's usually not like that. It's like, hey man, you know, I agree with your number one. I think that is, I'm like, okay, so you agree that I like The Thing the most? Thank you. That's awesome. And it's like,
what they're
where's
agreeing
Evil
with
Dead
you
2? I'm like,
is
well, seriously, dude, I love that film. It's always like, where's this film? Where's that film?
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, there's 10 spots. I'm like, I didn't say I didn't like that film. It's just, it is what it is, right? I'm not trying to be passive aggressive here. It's just like, it is what it is. Fuck.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying? You know, these lists, man, everybody has their lists, and I love looking at people's lists. I never comment to go, oh, you know, where the fuck is this? Where the fuck is that? You know, it is what it is. Again, not being passive aggressive.
Yeah. Now, when I actually do comment sometimes, because if I see that somebody doesn't have a film that I felt
you're kind of an asshole.
Strong, I know, but I was like, if I see that you don't have a film that I felt was really strong, I'd be like, well, did you see this film? And when they say yeah, and I'll be like, well, why didn't that make your list? I'm not being a dick. I'm just curious to know, like, why a film that I felt was really, really strong.
I just take their word for it. I mean, if they've seen the film and it's not on their top 10 list, I just assume they didn't like it as much as the other 10.
Yeah,
you know, and that's good enough for me.
But I want to know why. I want to, because then maybe it'll open up my eyes to something I might not have considered. You know what I mean?
The only time I really kind of question things is when people, you know, have, say, like on their top 5 worst list or something, and they have a film in there that you really enjoyed. You're just like, oh, you know, like, what didn't you like? I mean, I think that's more of a conversation piece. Like, what didn't you like about the film? You know, like, you put it in your top 5 worst films of the year, and I'm like, wow, dude, I really enjoyed the film. Like, what did you like? I think that conversation is a little more relevant. It's like, instead of what's like, you're missing this from your top 10, it's like, dude, honestly, you know, when I make my video list, I'm gonna have a top 30 list. I fucking have to, man.
another thing is, the way I see it is, like, if you're missing a film that I feel is really strong, and like, if not commenting on it when I want to hear why, is pretty much the same to me as saying, like, I don't like that film because it's bad. And it's like, okay, but why? Yeah. Why is it bad? And you know, Mike from the group page, he does that shit all the time. He'll be like, Pumpkinhead sucks or something. I'll be like, why? And he'll be like,
because
sucks.
Yeah, but I mean, that's valid to question. If someone's just like being kind of blatant about something, or like, man, that movie fucking sucks. You're like, okay, why? And then they're like, because it sucks. It's like, dude, come on, man.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Before. Wow, I actually spit all over my laptop there. That was awesome. That actually caught me off guard. So yeah, anyways, getting, you know, back into what we're here for. The top 5, we're going to start here with the top 5, our personal top 5 worst films that we've seen in top 14 in 2014, and then we're going to get into our top 10 list. So we're going to start out with the worst and then move into the best. So we're going to progress. Ooh, look at that rhyme. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We in the times, right? 2015.
Rapper Moodz.
Yeah. So top 5 worst films of 2014. Jeremy, do you want to start us off?
Sure. Okay. At my number 5 spot, I have a film that a lot of people really, really liked, and I did not like it, and that's Afflicted. Number 4. Are you laughing?
Fuck, man. You know what's so weird about that, dude? I watched that film 2 days ago.
Yeah?
I was at work and, you know, on the overnight shift, and I actually watched that because I forgot that it was from 2014.
Did you like it?
I did.
Man, what the fuck?
Is it called Affliction or Afflicted?
Afflicted.
Am I the only one that didn't like the movie?
Yeah. You know what? I think the reason why I liked the movie is because I actually didn't know anything going into it. I just watched it, and then it kind of took this crazy turn in the middle of the film, and I was like, oh, shit, that's different. But, yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Number 4, ABCs of Death 2. Talked about that
Oh
on
wow!
the show.
So his ABCs of Death 1 made his top 10. ABCs of Death made his worst. That is a huge, huge shift. That sucks. ABCs of Death.
Yeah.
Fuck you, JP. Number 3, VHS Viral. Talked about that on the show. Number 2, Leprechaun Origins. And number 1, Bongo Killer Clown. Which is
you
like,
watched that?
oh my god, it's so fucking bad. It
Crazy.
is terrible. Absolutely terrible. It's up there with Clown Hunt last year. It
Wow.
fucking sucks.
Well, I've only seen one of your top 5, so the other 4 I haven't seen, so I can't comment. Damn.
Am I going next?
Yeah, you go ahead.
Yay. Okay, so little disclaimer before this list. This doesn't necessarily mean that these films are bad, because they're just the 5 worst that I've seen, right?
Yeah.
So that means that some of them couldn't be bad. Some could be, some might not be bad. So number 5, The Squad, which I wouldn't consider bad. It's just not good. It's okay. Number 4, Day of the Mummy, also very average. It's not necessarily bad. It's just not good. Number 3, Mr. Jones. Now we're getting to the bad territory. Mr. Jones was not a good watch. Me and Moodz covered that way back on I think that was last season, right?
Memorial Day
Like
week.
episode 21 or something.
It was. I think it was the second to last one. Yeah.
Yeah. Then number 2, VHS Viral. What a piece of shit movie, man.
God, that's
this is
so
a case
fucking
where
irritating.
I had VHS 2 on my top 10 last year, and
Yeah,
I had
movie's
VHS
fucking awesome.
1 on my top 5 the year before, and now VHS Viral makes my top 5, but it's my top 5 worst. What a terrible thing. Fucked up the trilogy, ruined my life. For that, you got number 2 on my top 5 worst
Wow,
horror
dude, you
films.
sound so buttered. You're like, that
I
fucking
am,
ruined my
dude.
life.
You know how
Ruined my
much I love
life.
those first 2 films. And I was even kind of like adamant to believe, I didn't believe that that it was as bad as it was. Like, I was gonna go in, I was gonna be like, people are fucking over talking shit on this film, because I heard about VHS 2 when it came out, and I was really, like, disappointed. And then my number 1, this is definitely the worst film I seen this year. I still liked certain things about it, but it's a bad movie. It's self-awarely bad, but it's still just not a good movie, and it's Mutantis.
Oh, dude, I totally forgot about
Yeah,
that.
I forgot about that.
I didn't even put that on my watch list. Fuck, I forgot about that one. Yeah. Okay. So my top 5 worst films that I seen in 2014. Number 5, Mr. Jones. Yeah, it's just not good. It's not good. Number 4, Pro Wrestlers vs. Zombies.
Oh, you watched it?
I watched it with you.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Dude, that movie was terrible, man.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking terrible.
It was bad. Number 3 was Hazmat. I remember us joking about this film, and then my stupid dumbass went out and bought it and watched the fucking thing. This stupid gas mask bullshit. Yeah, Hazmat was garbage. It was a really, really fucking cliched shit slasher. Number 2, speaking of really bad shit cliched slashers, Death Do Us Part. I ripped this one a new fucking asshole on the podcast. It's fucking horrible. Piece of shit Anchor Bay release. Go fucking figure. Go fuck yourself too. With your stupid ass releases. Death Do Us Part is garbage. And my number 1 most hated, I wouldn't say it's the worst film on this list.
Drum roll, please.
By a technical standpoint, it's definitely not the worst one. It's probably the best one on this film. From a technical standpoint, this is my most hated film. This is my most hated film of the year, and that's Annabelle.
Woo.
Fuck you. It is such garbage. I hated the movie. And I tore this one a new asshole on the podcast too. Like I said, from a technical standpoint.
I like how you threw that in there because.
But it is the worst film, or it's my most hated film of the year. I really hated this movie.
Yeah.
That's something somebody would have pointed out. They would have been like, you put Annabelle below this film when it has a technical standpoint about. So it's good that you threw that in there.
Oh, no. It's definitely, out of those 5 films, it is by far the best film. Best made film. But no.
Worst doesn't
like,
necessarily mean like in terms of how
good.
it
Worst is an adjective, that just describes. I mean, we could throw anything in there. It's like my top 5 most hated films of the year. I mean, I could have a list, one on my top 5 list, and you had in your top 10. I just hated the film. So, but yeah, those are my top 5. And actually, our lists were quite different. It's pretty interesting.
Only one crossover, I think, right? Mr. Jones.
VHS
Mr.
Viral.
Jones.
Oh, yeah.
You guys had Viral, and me and you had Jones.
So I'm like the middle guy
But
here.
then again, it would have been interesting if Jeremy was on that show.
Yeah, if I would have it on there.
If you would have it on there. Interesting. So that's the top 5, our personal choices for top 5 worst films of 2014. Alrighty, drum roll. Yeah, that was the fucking worst drum roll ever.
Yeah.
That was horrible. The fuck?
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
I wonder if we can get a soundboard.
Oh god, we got to do that, man. Oh, totally. Just pre-program like sound effects and just play them in the mic.
I'm gonna look into
just
that.
Old school shit. Yeah. You can actually. I think there's a program you can put on your computer.
Yeah,
and you can program it, and then you just use your keys to put the sound effects or hit the sound effect. This is cool. But so yeah, into our top 10 favorite horror flicks of 2014. And we are going to go around the table on this one. So we are going to start at number 10. We're going to start with Jeremy, on to JP, then myself, and then continue around until we hit number 1. And yeah, that's how we're going to roll with this one. So number 10 on Jeremy's list.
All right. My number 10 on my list is a film I actually saw last September in 2013, actually, but it got a release in 2014, and that's the documentary Adjust Your Tracking. This film is so fun. It is an extremely intriguing look into the underground VHS collecting community. It's not like Rewind This, which is more about, more of a mainstream type of a VHS collecting, and Adjust Your Tracking is more of a underground horror type of perspective on the collecting of VHS that has exploded over the last 3 or 4 years, where people who grew up watching these films got the money to start collecting them, and the market exploded, especially 2013, 2014 were just
If I had a big house with a lot of room, I would totally collect VHS films that aren't on DVD, like hit up the pawn shops and the Goodwills and stuff. Like, they're too expensive if you look for them online to buy. But if you go out in the wild, you can find a lot of them.
I don't think so.
Not maybe in a big city like Chicago,
but nobody's even in a big city like Chicago.
Nobody's looking for VHS around here, dude. I see cool shit all the time.
Oh, that's so disheartening. If I see VHS in the wild, like to find VHS where I am, and especially something that I would actually pick up, is so rare.
Moodz, you were with me when we were hunting. It's just common shit. It's like good luck finding anything that's actually independent, because Chicago is definitely not an independent hub. Because you live closer to the East Coast, where independent VHS was huge. That's where
there was
you learned
a ton of mom and pop shops around here. There's probably all the mom and pop shops VHSs are still probably floating around this area.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
You just got to dig for them, man. They're there. Yeah.
But Adjust Your Tracking. I'm sorry, JP.
Oh no, I'm sorry for cutting you off. But that is one of the documentaries that I want to grab for my series, because I've heard nothing but good things about it. And
yeah,
it's even talked about it recently too.
It's a really great film. Definitely check it out if you get the chance.
Yeah, definitely check it. Definitely check out the special features on it too, man. Do you have the DVD, Jeremy?
No, I saw it like a screening with Dan, and they brought it here. And
okay.
Yeah.
The special features, there's about 7-hour special features, and there's like extended interviews from all those interviews and stuff.
I love the guy in the ball pit just like chilling, talking about it.
Yeah, that guy's awesome.
Yeah.
I like the fact that they actually found Jay from K&J Horror. You know, the guy with that massive video collection.
Yeah.
I've actually watched his VHS videos for years on YouTube. And when I saw him on there, I was like, he's actually on the back. And that's one of the very first times I've ever seen what he looked like. I was like, oh, that's cool, man. But it felt so close to me. I was like, they interviewing people that I've actually like watched on YouTube, and they interviewed Lewis, for Massacre Video, and he said he had 15,000 VHSs. I'm like, holy fuck, dude.
That's a lot.
That's crazy, man. He said it's his whole garage. I'm like, that's fucked up.
Yeah,
but anyways,
like
the point
video
is,
stores in their basement and stuff. It's cool.
Yeah, that guy actually, he's the guy that put out the Bible Belt slasher film.
Oh, really?
From Brain Damage. That guy's the director of that film.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah. But anyways, there's tons of special features, extended interviews, deleted scenes, short films, behind the scenes stuff. It's really awesome, dude. What a great release.
Yeah, you got to support Dan, man.
Yeah, I just picked this up because, It was actually really expensive, more than I would like to pay for a DVD, but it was worth it though. I'll watch this again. So
Yeah, I think it's about like $15 for the 2-disc here in the States.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually paid a little more for mine. So I was like, but the thing is, I've been after this for so long and it wasn't going down. It wasn't going down. I was like, fuck this, man. I really wanted to watch it and it finally broke. I got a bonus from work, so I actually didn't technically pay for it.
Did you watch Rewind This?
Yeah, I have that.
It's better than Rewind This by a lot.
Yeah, it's funny because I've actually heard people say that they liked Rewind This better than this one, but honestly, I thought this was a blast. It was great.
Yeah.
But
Yep,
that's really awesome. Did you throw a rating on that?
Yeah, I'll give it an 8.5
Right.
out of 10.
8.5 out of 10. Last year you actually had a documentary on your list, and I totally forget to like even consider documentaries, which is totally silly of me. But you said you saw that one in a screening.
Oh yeah, last September.
Do they do a? Go ahead.
VHS Shitfest toured the film around, and they were here like last summer, and I saw it then, so like a year and a half ago.
Do they have a lot of like press screenings around you?
It wasn't like a press screening. It's
Yeah, but I'm
like,
just asking.
what do you mean? Like films, like how you see them in commercials and stuff, like early, like that kind of stuff?
Yeah, kind of like where press would go to see the film to do reviews. Before it's like widely released.
Well, I get emails all the time from school saying, "Oh, there's going to be a early screening of this with the director and things like that." Like I saw The Guest, I saw The Guest 4.5 months ago.
Yeah, you can probably get
Bad
some like press credentials to go to certain screenings, I bet.
Oh yeah, I saw Boyhood like a month and a half before it got released, and see, I get the opportunity to see a whole bunch of stuff if I want to.
You know how they have you sign or like
goddamn braggers.
Non-disclosure.
No, I just pay a
stuff.
shit ton of money at school, and they give you the chance to.
Like when you seen Paranormal Activity, they had a non-disclosure.
Yeah, you couldn't talk about it until it got released.
Yeah, so.
Yeah. Same thing with The Purge.
A lot of times when you have those press credentials is they allow you to write your review a couple days early before it's released or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's kind of what I was getting at. But anyway, so I guess my turn for my number 10 film of 2014. Ooh, I had a real hard time with number 10 because I felt like all three of the films that I had listed needed to make my list, but I'm just going to go with the one. And it's a film that both me and Moodz had as, I don't know if they were pick of the weeks or not, but it is Pieces of Talent. That film, of course, Jeremy still hasn't seen, but it was just one of those sleeper indie hits where even though Moodz talked about it, it kind of still slipped my mind. And when they announced that they were allowing it to be watched for free on their internet VOD system, I checked it out, and I was really just blown away. It just had a very art feel to it. Like it felt really technically awesome. I think having to do with film, a character who was a filmmaker definitely played into that. Just very interesting characters that you normally don't see on a level of this level of indie. Very well acted, very well told, and I really, really liked the ending. Just solid all around. Great movie.
Yeah, for a film that was, budget $75,000 is what it cost to make that film. It looks like $1 million film.
Yeah,
in my opinion. And I'm not just saying that because I'm a big fan of the film, but it really does look like a big budget film. It looks amazing.
The cinematography was great.
The cinematography is outstanding. I think David Long's script is just outstanding. He did such a good job with that, and his acting in the film was fucking phenomenal, man. He's so good. Christy Ray was absolutely beautiful and so believable. Her character was awesome. I think everything about Piece of Talent's fantastic.
Yeah, and they the level of like charisma that the lead, I guess, villain had was just like stuff that you love to see. Like you just want to watch that guy. Like you're wondering why he isn't that character hasn't been in 7 films now, just in a year. Like, and I know that they're trying to get the sequel made, which I really hope happens.
Well, theoretically, that character's in 2 films because Pieces of Talent is based on the short story the short film that was done, I think, a couple years prior to starting this one, because I think this one took a couple years to film or whatever. But it's called the David Long Story, right? So they did this short, and then Joe Stauffer saw the short, and he basically said, you know, what do you think about making a full-length film? You know, and he's like, if you write it, I'll direct it. So David Long wrote this fucking full-length film. Joe Stauffer directed the film, and then we got Pieces of Talent. Fucking amazing.
Yeah, definitely. And I give that one an 8 out of 10.
Nice. I give all that credit to Thomas, 13th Wolfman, with a sit down. I watched his interview with Joe Stauffer. It's fucking awesome. You know, it's pretty cool too.
I have yet to be able to check one of those out, those interview things.
Yeah, they post them on the page, and I'm glad that he does too, man, because it was
That's
interesting.
what that page is for. It's not just for our show.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I really learned a lot about the film, man. I thought it was fantastic that Joe Stauffer actually did the score and stuff, and he's like recording this album, and you know, he's a one-man band. He's playing every instrument and doing everything himself and directing this film and doing. I was like, holy fuck, dude! Like, you got a lot on your plate, man. So
yeah, but he doesn't really. He didn't have to live with a deadline. That's the thing. So he could have.
Well, that's
even
why
though
the film took 4 years.
Yeah.
To do. But I mean, the thing is, but he did everything himself, though.
Yeah.
That's the fact. Like, that guy's super fucking talented, man.
Yeah.
Crazy talented. So, yeah, mad props to great number 10, JP.
Thank you.
What did you give that?
I give it an 8 out of 10.
Okay.
Do you remember what you rated it? Wasn't it around the same?
I think I gave it 8.5 or 9. I can't remember.
Okay.
Now,
Jeremy, that's one you got to check out.
Yeah, I gotta get the DVD.
Okay, so for my number 10 film, this probably doesn't come as much as a big surprise to a lot of people since I'm such a huge fan of his films. But this one really stuck out to me. It fucking blew my socks off.
Dustin Mills.
Yep.
Yeah, this is from Dustin Mills, and my number 10 film is Kill That Bitch. And this is one of 3 or 4 films that he released this year. He's always a busy guy. This one right here, I actually showed my buddy Dylan last night, and it's interesting. I don't want to give anything away, but you know, the film kind of ends, and then it gets into the ending after the credits and stuff, and it kind of keeps going. And it just I saw him look over at me, and his jaw opened. So when you get a reaction to somebody like that, you're like, that's awesome. You ever
wonder how many end credit scenes you missed because you shut the film off early?
I never do that.
I never do it, actually. I always do it because it might have something there. I'm fucking anal, dude.
Yeah, I need to start doing that, actually. I always forget about it.
I wonder if anyone's ever done that with this film, because if you actually shut it off right when the credits hit, you would actually be missing a lot of the film. You know, it's pretty interesting. But anyways, Kill That Bitch, man. Fucking fantastic story. Great flick, man. I don't know. Do you know what I rated this one? I'm sure I talked about this on the cast. I had to have talked about it, but
I can find out your rating. But if you wanted to throw another one out,
it is definitely on there. But I give this. I don't know what I gave it, but if I were to rate it now after multiple viewings, I would give it like an 8.5 out of 10.
You gave it a 9 last time.
9 on episode 14.
Yeah, that sounds about right. 8.5 and 9. So
which one you got?
Well, I guess we're gonna go with 9. I can't pull ratings here, man. No, but yeah, this is one to see, man. I think this one, such a fucking fantastic film, man. Support Dustin, but you know, I feel like I'm biased sometimes because I just, you know, I love all of his stuff, but this one is just fantastic. Loved it. But I'll never forget Dylan's reaction, man. His mouth open, dude. That was amazing. So good. So Kill That Bitch. Check that shit out. Awesome. Number 10.
Okie dokie. My next?
You are?
All right. Number 9 on my list is a film that I talked about, I don't know, like 6-7 weeks ago. And that's titled Cheap Thrills. Now, I talked about this film during my slate of films that I watch where people do stupid shit for money. And this is definitely the best one out of the bunch that came out in 2014. And this is interesting. It's a good film. I recommend it. Draft House did a really great job with the release, as they always do. And check it out. I gave it 7.5 out of 10. It's not as much as Adjust Your Tracking, but I still enjoyed it. Check it out.
What was the title? I totally missed that.
Cheap Thrills.
Oh, Cheap Thrills. Yeah, I've seen that one pop up on people's lists this year. I didn't get to see it.
It's a fucking fun film,
Yeah, man. Sarah Paxton is really good. Everyone's really good in that movie.
What's the dude's name again? I always forget his name. Pat Healy.
Yeah, he's from Chicago.
You know what I like about Pat Healy, man, is that guy plays in so many different types of genre films.
Yeah.
Like, like comedy films, horror, like he's always in different types of films, but he always seems to pull it off well.
Yeah, he's from here. He's a good character actor.
Yeah, he's a really good character actor, actually.
Yeah.
I enjoyed him, man. And I just love the fact that it was like him with all the money. He's just like,
at the
I
end.
fucking love that.
What he does at the end is fucking insane.
Yeah, I was really, really fucking entertained watching that film.
Yeah,
good shit.
It's fun.
Yeah, so. JP?
All right, so my number 9 film is a IFC Midnight release, and this one is titled At the Devil's Door. I recently talked about this one a little bit. It's one of those films where when it starts, you might not be into it that much because it's called At the Devil's Door for one, so you're feeling like possession type shit, and you're kind of, if you're not into that, you might fall out of this one. But it gets better. It gets really good, actually. The character, it kind of has one of those stories where it's kind of unconventional, where you might be with this character for a little bit, and then you're with this character. And then by the end of it, you're kind of doing a whole different thing. And I really appreciated that about the film. The ending, I feel like, is either going to make it or break it for a lot of people. I actually enjoyed the ending. And it's kind of about a girl who... that's the hard thing, because at one point it's about a girl who meets a boy and she likes him a lot, and he takes her to his weird uncle who says, hey, you want to sell your soul to the devil, I'll give you $500. And of course she's like, okay, $500. And then you follow 2 sisters, and then you follow 1 sister, and then it's like, whoa, what the hell's going on? Lot of shit to do with like the devil, but it's not done in your typical possession style, which I really, really enjoyed, because those films are fucking a dime a dozen. Overall, very, very, very solid watch. There's a lot of good, likable characters in here, some good, filmmaking in general, some creepy moments, and I give it a 8 out of 10.
Cool. Yeah, it's one I haven't seen, so sounds interesting, gotta say.
It definitely is.
Alrighty, so my number 9 film, this was one I talked about on the podcast, I don't know, a few months back, and he was probably in this, I was going to say in the summertime, I doubt it was the summertime, I'd be lying, right? So a couple months back, and that is Daddy's Little Girl.
I need to check this out.
Yeah, that's one I missed.
I've been trying to track it down for cheap, but...
Yeah, this movie really stuck with me, man. It's got a pretty simple premise about a guy that, his daughter goes missing at his wife's house. They're separated. He drops her off for the weekend. She goes missing. They find the body the next day, raped and murdered and stuff. And so, of course, like any father would do, he goes on a rampage and tries to find out who the fuck did this. And he does find out, kidnaps this person, and basically starts to torture and stuff. But there's a little more to it than that.
It's not like 7 Days or any of those.
Yeah, I mean, essentially kind of, but there's a little more to it. It's, I don't want to give anything away, but it's just really well done. And there's so much emotion in it, and it's fucking brutal, dude. Like, I mean, you put yourself into this guy's shoes. I mean, I honestly really believe in that,
vengeance.
Yeah, and that, like vigilanteism, I guess.
Vigilante justice.
Vigilante justice, yeah, that's a better term. Eye for an, like, I mean, seriously, dude, like, you fucking rape and kill someone's daughter, like, I give all props to that person that wants to go out and do what the fuck they wanted to that person. It's just, get it done, man. Mm-hmm. I have no problem with that. I mean, it's a fucking kid, dude. And this type of topic really hits with me, but it's a fantastic film. It's shot really well, and it's nasty, man. The fucking revenge or the torture, whatever you want to call it, is brutal. It's some of the most brutal shit I've ever seen on screen, like what he does to this dude. Like, oh my God, man. I'll leave it at that. For anybody out there that's seen this film, you probably know what I'm talking about. But yeah, check it out, man. Daddy's Little Girl. It's one of those films that sticks with you, and I really like films like this. There's actually a lot of the films that are on my list really stick with me. They're very memorable in the fact that what happens in them and stuff. So yeah, Daddy's Little Girl. Check it out.
Not too many copies pop up for auction, so I'm just waiting.
Yeah,
waiting for that one.
Who released that film?
Breaking Glass Pictures. This was a film that was really hard to get, and I actually ended up paying a lot for it because it was one of those ones that I don't know what can you find it for.
It's about 18 to 20.
Exactly. That's exactly what I paid for it. Yeah. And I figured, if I don't grab it, I really wanted to see it. It was recommended by Danny. When Danny highly, highly recommends something, I always go out of my way to check it out. And it didn't disappoint, man. It was fucking amazing. So yeah.
What was the rating
Jeremy,
on that?
I don't remember what I rated it.
I'll check.
There is a rating on there. Now I feel
Gave
bad.
it 9 out of 10 on episode 25.
I was just gonna say it's probably 9 out of 10. Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah.
All right.
My next.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Number 8, I have Dead Snow 2. Now this film is fun. I saw this back in October during my annual 24-hour horror marathon that I go to, and this movie, while it's not amazingly done production-wise, it's just a fun and goofy film, and it's just over the top, and it's funny as hell. And some of the deaths that happen throughout the film, it's just really, really funny. Now, I don't really enjoy the nerdy group of zombie hunters. I think that's definitely the weakest part of the film, and it could have usually been a better film without that group of 3 nerdy, stupid-ass characters.
But it is relevant in the film, though.
It is relevant, but they're just characters. I really don't care about them, and I don't really care about what happens to them, and I just think that they're just there to be there. They really don't. I don't care what happens to them. I think that's the best thing to say about it. But it's just a fun film with over-the-top gore and kills, and it's fun. When he pulls out his intestine and fucking tugs it, it's just hilarious. So check out Dead Snow 2. It's just goofy. One of the better sequels that actually came out this year. Not too many came out, but I gave it an 8.5 out of 10.
I'm surprised that you liked it that much because you're not like a huge zombie fan.
No, I actually
hate
being
zombies. Being like a zomcom too.
Yeah, I hate zombies, but this one's fun.
It's such a huge subgenre of horror film to not like. I always find that fascinating about you that you're not a big zombie fan.
Yeah,
and the reason why I find it fascinating is because I've pointed this out before in that 3 of my top 4 favorite horror films of all time are zombie films, just by chance.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just find that interesting. I mean, I'm assuming you do respect, or
it's not
even if you don't like the films, you probably respect Dawn of the Dead and Return to the Living Dead and Day of the Dead. See, those are 3 of my top 4 favorite films of all time. I understand.
I just think I grew up in a generation where zombie films were complete and utter shit, and you grew up in a generation where zombie films were fucking awesome.
What's weird is that's true, but
it
feels like I still grew up in the generation where zombie films were awesome with because I seen all those films, Return of the Living Dead, Day of the Dead, Dawn of the Dead, when I was young, so it still feels like I was part of that.
But you know why though, JP, is because in the 90s they didn't really make a lot of horror films, especially zombie
I
films.
know, so I think that is a big thing, right?
You diverted your attention back to the 80s when all the films were good.
I think that is true. I really think that is true because I look at all my favorite films from when I was a kid, from 93 to 99, and they're all fucking 80s films with the inclusion of Scream and the Blair Witch Project.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. If you weren't watching a lot of horror films back in those days, I'm assuming Jeremy probably didn't watch a lot.
No, I didn't get into, like I said, I was a mainstream person until I started collecting 5 or 6 years ago. And then I got into the independent stuff. So yeah, I really didn't grow up.
So it actually does make a lot more sense because when you got into collecting and started getting more independent and kind of noticing these type of films and stuff, it was about the time when zombie films were being completely oversaturated.
Yeah, Walking
kind
Dead just ruined everything.
And kind of annoying, yeah. I mean, and that's the thing. Like, I try to disconnect myself from like the saturation and stuff, and try to pick out these good ones and stuff. But man, zombie films are. It is, man. There's more bad ones than there is good ones, but so I understand.
Yeah. It's definitely true, and my thing is I'm just not seeing a serious take on a lot of them.
Mm-hmm. I think that's why I like The Battery so much, because it was
exactly
a very original take.
You want to hear something fucking interesting? I know probably neither one of you guys watched the review, but Christmas theme week on Body Bags, I reviewed a film called Silent Night, Zombie Night. Now, I had this film in my collection for a long time and never watched it. And to my amazement, the movie was not a fucking zomcom. It was a serious zombie film. And like in my review, I'm like, okay, first of all, this movie's not a zomcom. And like every comment that I got was like, it's not a zomcom.
Yeah, that sounds exactly like it.
Exactly.
Well, that was like
this is partially the reason why I put it off, because I'm not like, honestly, dude, zomcoms they're a dime a dozen. Mm-hmm. There's some of them work, some of them don't, and more don't than they do from myself.
And
I was expecting this movie to be pretty shitty, but this one actually was like more of a drama.
Yeah, isn't that like Bonnie and Clyde and Hansel and Gretel Get Baked are more serious films than comedies?
Hansel and Gretel Get Baked is a great example of a film that's actually like not a comedy. It's pretty funny. But yeah, this one was surprising. It was like a love triangle kind of thing going on with these two cops and, obviously the zombie apocalypse and stuff. And I'm like, holy fuck, this is like not a comedy. This is crazy. Yeah. And it was kind of misleading. You look at the cover and you just think, holy shit, this is going to be a stupid fucking Christmas zombie film, just kind of using the title to sell it, from Silent Night, Deadly Night kind of thing. But caught me off guard. I actually really enjoyed it. I mean, it's not like a great film, but it was nice to see a film that wasn't a zomcom. Mm-hmm. So that was the point.
Nice.
But yeah.
All right, so I guess that's me. My number 8 film this year is Housebound. We believe we just talked about this last episode, so I'm not going to go into it too much.
Oh, it did make your top 10. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah. Oh, Housebound's great. And you know what? Somebody pointed out that I rated it a 7.5 out of 10, and they thought that was a little bit low. And I would actually agree. Like, I do think that it was just, I literally watched it right before the podcast, and I didn't have time to really let it sink in. But after our conversation that we had and stuff, I'm going to bump my rating up to an 8, so another half point. It's a fucking solid dark comedy, and that's something that you shouldn't take lightly, for one, because they just don't do dark comedy like they used to. And the amount of surprises in the film is one of the things that really help the film and make it work. The lead is very awesome. You have a lot of cool situations that she gets in. The whole narrative is just something that you're not expecting, right? I mean, you're expecting a straight up haunted house film, and you don't get that at all. I really loved Housebound. Housebound's a lot of fun, and one thing that I noticed that is gonna help this film stick around for a long time is it has rewatch. It definitely has rewatch. This is a film you might go to every couple years and recheck out because it's a blast. It really is a blast.
It's actually one of the only films recently that I watched and then rewatched it right after, back to back. I actually loved it that much. I was like, wow, that movie is really amazing. But you said you were talking about the fact of like, it being a dark comedy and done well. I think honestly, a lot has to do with where it's from.
New Zealand or Australia?
It's an Australian flick. So the comedy, like, with every country, like we have our different comedies. Like if you, like from the UK, there's different comedy over there and stuff, like American comedy, and you got like European, and you got like all these places. I think maybe that's why it works. It's from a different area. So, their comedy is different. Maybe it doesn't work as well to Australians. I don't know. But I think it works so well for us.
Yeah, it definitely translates very well. And
it does.
And I think a lot of times I don't get British humor. I don't get it as like it's meant to be gotten. But I think I totally, like, this nailed it for me. Like, you fucking know me, and you know that I have a rough time with horror comedies in this era. And this one works on every single level. It is a fantastic
I don't really like using the word comedy with this film, because I think putting the word dark in front of there explains it a lot more. Because, you know, like when we seen the comedy part of this when it was first coming out.
Yeah.
It had us worried. And I was like, fuck, man. But this movie is dark.
Yeah.
It's a dark comedy. And I think that needs to be kind of emphasized, you know, because of what's going on in the film and stuff. I think it's great. I think it's a perfect example of it, how and why dark comedies can work.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, definitely it's an 8 out of 10. If you haven't seen it, see it. It does a fantastic job in comedy, and it definitely deserves my 8th spot on my top 10.
Nice. Good choice. Number 8 for myself here is a IFC release. Of course, in Canada, we do not get them under the IFC label. We get them under Mongrel. I don't know why I have to explain that every time. I just find it funny that our distribution is so different. But this is a flick that was actually recommended by Danny again, oddly enough. He reviewed this on Body Bags and had me intrigued, had to check it out. And it actually really, really blew my socks off. And that is The Den.
Yeah.
This movie right here, I just loved the way it was done all around. I thought it was fan-fucking-tastic. The ending stuck with me for days, and that's solely why this movie is on my list, because anything that sticks with me for days after and I kind of think about it really obviously worked. You know, it wasn't forgettable, which is good. And it has rewatchability to it too. You know, I watched it again and I was like, it's really fucking good the second time too. I'm like, this is good. You know, and I know me and JP, we had a little bit of a debate about this one and stuff about, you know, the ending, like, I mean, the pre kind of ending and stuff. He believed that it wasn't a little, you know, it wasn't as believable as I kind of thought it was and stuff like that. But
it was mainly just I had an issue with the scope of things. I just kind of wish they would have toned it down a bit. But you know, it's one of those things where it's completely relevant to the person watching it of what they feel it would be. So I mean, yeah, that's really not too relevant what I feel like it compared to your rating or whatever.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I'm sticking by it though. I love this film, man. I think it's, you know, it's such a simple premise, low budget, but it fucking works. I don't know what I gave this film before.
You gave it I believe you gave it an 8.5.
8.5 out of 8.5. Yeah. I might even have to change that. Because I watched it again and I still had that same kind of reaction to it. And I think I'm going to go with a 9 on this one now. Changing ratings is that interesting?
Yeah,
but I love The Den though. I think it's fantastic, and man, IFC is putting out some fucking good movies.
I was actually meant to mention that in the when we was talking about the media for this year, and I think IFC been killing it this year. Like they've
especially
done
with
a
the amount of
fantastic
stuff
job with the films they've grabbed.
Especially with the amount of stuff that they put out, they managed to put out a lot of good quality stuff. But you know, being a company like IFC, and we love our independent films. It's like a perfect company, man.
Yeah,
you know,
I'm really
good shit. They're independent. It's awesome. So I was actually going to grab Cam to Cam yesterday, and the price wasn't there.
Yeah. I've actually not heard too many good.
I'm not going to pay $14 for it. I was like, fuck. But the cover was sucking me in quite literally. That ass is so beautiful. I was like, damn, I got to grab this, man. But yeah, I'm a sucker for butts, dude. I'm an ass guy. So.
You know what's really weird? I watched The Den the day it came out on DVD. I was staying at the hotel because my house caught on fire and stuff, and I grabbed it from Walmart and I watched it at the hotel, and I really, really liked it. But I was surprised that so many other people liked it because of the style of film it is. With the almost like found footage type of point of view style filmmaking, that it really surprised me to see the amount of love that it's got this year. And like, I hope the director gets some more work, man, because it's well deserved. That had to be a bitch to make.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know if we ever touched on maybe we did touch on it, but like the editing in the film. I thought the editing is really well done.
Yeah,
the editing was it actually like. I don't know, man. There's something about it. Like the second time I watched it, I was like trying to pay attention to like more technical aspects, because a film like that really kind of, it really does. It could suffer from bad technical issues, right?
Oh, for sure. It lives
yeah.
and dies by the way that that's edited.
Exactly. And the editing is a huge part of the film. And I was like literally watching it. I was like, the editing's fucking fantastic in this film.
Yeah.
So, and it really sells it. And everything about it, just, if you've never seen The Den, people out there listening, check it out. It's fucking great.
It's awesome.
Another great independent film. Awesome stuff.
Yep.
Jeremy?
All right, my number 7 film is a film that I talked about earlier that gets a lot of hype on the people's list this year. And I saw this back in October, and that's The Bad Book. Now, I didn't talk about this on the show. So, like I said, I don't believe that this is like the best film of the year, or even the scariest film ever. Like the director of The Exorcist said it is.
Get out of here with that.
He said it, man.
I'm not saying that he didn't say it. I'm just saying that he's wrong.
That's just a saying.
I'm saying he's wrong also.
Yeah.
And like I said, I do not believe it's the best film of the year. Not even close, because it's obviously my number 7 film. But for it being the lady's first film that she's directed, I gotta give her credit of doing something different with the film. It's definitely an interesting film, and it's definitely really well done for being a first film that this limited list woman has directed. I don't know what much to say about it. I don't want to spoil it or anything like that. It's definitely a film everyone has to see to have their own opinion about it, but I don't believe it's the best film of the year like everyone has been saying it is.
Yeah.
So, 8 out of 10.
Yeah, the Babadook was... It's about a relationship between a mother and son at its core, and it really works. Like, that is what it is, and that really works, and it's slightly disturbing, slightly annoying. There's so many different emotions that you get from that relationship that's where the film excels. And, you know, it is what it is. It's fucking... It's one that you can't talk about too much. You don't want to give shit away, but it's definitely a highlight of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely one I can't say shit about because unfortunately we live up in the foreign land of Canada. We can't even VOD that shit, so go.
What did you rate it, Jeremy?
8 out of 10.
All right.
Nice.
Now,
cool.
Back to me, and what are we, number 7 here?
Yep.
Number 7.
Number 7.
My number 7 film this year is probably the most mainstream film on my list, and that is Oculus. Oculus was a big surprise for me because it looked like it was just about a haunted mirror, but it was much more than that. The mythology they created for the mirror, I was really impressed with. I'm a sucker for mythology. It is probably the best kind of story development for me, is set up a believable, establish a credible mythology around the film, and I'm in because it gets me thinking, it gets me interested in what's happening. The lead was great. I loved how it was kind of the editing. This is another, if we had a category for editing, this would be up there with The Den, because the way that they splice what's happening in the flashback scenes and what's happening in the present day scenes together and make it almost sort of this psychoactive trip where you're not sure what's going on. It's very hallucinogenic. Works extremely well for me, and it's something that I really haven't seen a whole lot of and would like to see more of in films, just a different style of combining those two elements, especially since it was relevant to what was happening in the story. All very, very good. I actually came in a little low on this one when I reviewed it the first time as my pick of the week, and I kind of talked myself into a higher rating. And one thing that I loved about this film was the ending. The ending fucking totally saved this one for me. Like, cause I was thinking like, oh yeah, this is solid. But then the ending, I was like, that's great. That's how you do it. Oculus is definitely one of the best mainstream. It is the best mainstream film of the year, in my opinion. I give it an 8 out of 10.
Well, that's a major spoiler alert right there.
What?
Awards. Yeah, I liked
shit.
Oculus. I liked Oculus. Maybe not as much as you. I am going to rewatch it, though. I watched it. It was the 4th film that I watched in like a long string of films one night. so I was a little more tired. But I need to rewatch it. I really did enjoy it, though. I do agree about the ending. I really liked the ending. I thought it was good.
Yeah, it's definitely one that you might not want to watch when you're tired.
The only thing is, yeah, I'm not going to get into that. I'm not going to get into this debate. To be honest, man, I thought it was a little predictable, though. I'm not going to lie. I actually saw something coming, and I totally called it. I don't know if that's just a product of watching a lot of films. I don't know. Even though this one really did have kind of an original premise to it, you know, I still seen. Fuck, I don't know. I just don't want to say anything. But
yeah, that's something I would have to actually talk to you about.
Yeah, I'll talk to you about it after. But yeah, I did kind of see it coming. But yeah. Anyways, good film though. So, all right. So for my number 7 pick here is another IFC title. IFC knocking it out the fucking ballpark in 2014, in my opinion. This is one that I believe that me and JP have reviewed on the cast already, and that is Proxy. Really interesting flick. Starts out with a fucking bang. Halfway through, you get another little interesting bang right there, and then it ends all odd. It's a really cool film, man. You know, for a film that runs close to 2 hours, actually it's just over 2 hours long. I really don't notice the time length on the. Did it feel long to you at all, JP?
It didn't. And one of the things about Proxy that I talked about in my review, and I believe you talked about in your review, is just that it's so unconventional and hard to talk about. So good luck.
Exactly. Proxy is a perfect example of a film that you can briefly talk about. You can't give a lot of info and intel about the film because you ruin shit. It's one of those films that you just need to go out and watch.
Yeah.
You know, it's a perfect example. Just fucking buy it. Just fucking buy it, like Tom would say.
Mm-hmm.
I've really enjoyed it, man. It's a really oddball film, but it really stuck out to me again this year. You know, it's one of those films that, you know, again, like all the other films on my list, you know, it stuck with me for days. And man, the opening scene in this film, still, I'm just like, God damn, it's brutal.
Yeah, and I thought the same thing with that scene. I really was just like, okay, we're starting off this bitch crazy. But something about babies and birth and pregnancy in horror just gets under my skin. So Proxy was like right up my alley.
Yeah, Dream Home pregnant kill is brutal.
Oh yeah, that one's fucking brutal.
Yeah,
that one's nasty. But this one's like on the same type of level. It's very brutal to watch, and it's just how it's going down, and you're just like, oh god.
Some great acting, good characters, great cinematography.
It's interesting because I watched a review just recently, and they said, you know, the acting was not great in the film at all, and you know, it kind of felt like they were watching like a TV film. Mm. Did you ever get the impression you're watching like a kind of like a shitty TV film,
like a Lifetime type deal?
Like a Lifetime, exactly.
I think that's more about the subject matter. Where you have like the lying that's going on and the distraught husband, and like I think that's more about what that like tone was. But no, I never got this sense. You know, this one was one of those films where after I watched it, I wasn't quite sure how to process it. So I initially came in way lower than what I actually feel this film is upon rewatch. I've actually watched this twice.
Yeah, you came in at an 8 on this one.
I came in at a 7 on this one.
That's right. And then didn't you
I changed it to an 8.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I originally gave this one a 9.5 out of 10, and I'm sticking by it. I think it's a great fucking movie, man. Everyone needs to see it. So, I mean, like I said, there's certain people out there who didn't feel the same way, but that's cool. You know, whatever. It worked for me. But yeah, Proxy at number 7. So, Jeremy?
Oh, we're at number 6 already?
Yep.
All right. Number 6, I have a film titled Found. Now, I talked about this one again also a few weeks ago on the cast, and it's a really, really interesting film. It's a film definitely made for fans of horror. If you know independent horror and you're a fan of horror, you're going to get a lot more out of this film than somebody who might just buy this at Walmart and pop it in and watch it. If you know all these films that are referenced or are hung up on posters on the wall and things like that. I think you're going to have a different experience of this one than somebody who just, like I said, walks into it. But this film's really good. Like I said, some of the acting is but that's to be expected for a low-budget independent film like this is. But I'm really happy that Macabre picked this one up. I know that Moodz picked this up at Cinema Wasteland back in April because it got a independent release before Macabre picked it up and released it. But I'm happy that they did because it's definitely a film that should be seen by everyone, and it's really, really good. Check it out.
Yeah,
I think it's like sorry, go ahead.
I was about to say this one's like a really nostalgic watch. Like all of us anybody who listens to us will feel the same way when watching this one.
Yeah.
And you know, in the references and posters on the walls and the VHS tapes and like all that stuff is so awesome, but it's not all indie either. Like there's a poster of The Stand, which is like one of the most watched things ever. You know, and then like the Hellraiser reference, like where he's like, yeah, well, if you like Hellraiser, you know, you'll like Nightbreed, bunch of creepy monsters running around in a graveyard. Like that's the type of shit that I would be asking someone older than me as a kid. Like, hey, can I watch your Hellraiser copy? You know, I really, really enjoyed that.
And after
about
that,
this
you'll
film.
say it's overrated.
Oh yeah. Yeah, just gonna ignore that. So it's also one of those films that come off like really original. Like this guy obviously is a fan of horror films, and he leaves that stamp on this film, which is exactly how I would be if I made a film. So I really, really appreciate that. Super indie, which, you know, this is exactly how you do an indie film. Like, and this is what I stress so much to the people who make Mutantis and stuff like that. No, I'm just busting balls again.
I think a film like Found is like, you know, it's almost like a love letter to the horror fan.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of references. It's a horror film made by a horror fan. You know, you can tell, like you said, you know, he doesn't just, you know, try to expose, you know, indie, you know, stuff. You know, there's posters of The Taint on the wall. Like you said, there was, you know, The Stand and stuff. So he's very well-rounded, but he's a fan. You know, you can tell. Mm-hmm. And the content is there. And, like, you know, I can forgive the acting because it's an intriguing film. Mm-hmm. And what do you expect, man? You're not expecting A-class, you know, acting in these type of films. It's very forgivable, and it's something that I can overlook. I will mention in reviews, you know, the acting's not the greatest, but, you know, it's forgive-able. Yeah, you know, and I think it's a perfect example of
it's still in the realm of believability.
Exactly.
Yeah.
My biggest, the brother is good. My biggest issue with the entire film is, and it has to do with the acting, it's the narration over it, because it's just he's not good enough to narrate it, that kid. And, you know, that sucks and stuff, but I feel like he just wasn't a strong enough voice.
It's hard getting child actors, man.
It's hard to get anybody to narrate, first of all, but and sound good and right doing it. But I felt like this one really didn't work for me with the narration. I think that it should have been narrated because it feels like that type of film, but I just feel like the kid just couldn't do it.
Interesting.
Yeah,
it never really bugged me, to be honest, but.
But I like the obvious, like secret, like, oh man, the like this header movie or whatever it was called.
Yeah, skinless, right?
Headless. Yeah, and like it's like that when you're a kid, that rumor, like, oh yeah, my boy got this like real fucked up movie like this, like nobody has a copy of it. This isn't even like release type shit, and it's like I like how they threw that in there. And you're right, this guy's a fan of horror films, but I don't necessarily think it was 100% like conscious, like, oh, I'm gonna pay homage to all this shit right now. Like, I just feel like he was telling a story, and
I don't know, man.
It was more.
I kind of disagree with that a little bit, especially with the, you know, the video store scene. You know, he threw that in there as, you know, horror. It's like a nostalgia thing, right, for us. You know, any type of scene in a horror in a, you know, in a video store and stuff. I mean, he's calling it out right there. You know,
but I feel like it was it was part of the narrative, though. Like, it didn't feel like it was just in there to give a shout out to us.
But the whole thing is, you know, I don't know. I mean, I see where you're coming from.
And like the posters and stuff. Like, I don't think he went out and was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get this. Like, this is probably his personal collection of VHS tapes and posters and stuff. And that's just an independent level. It's like, well, it's smart filmmaking. I have resources to posters. I have resources to VHS tapes. What if I made a story centered around this killer who's cutting people's heads off? But let's say we follow a little brother who's obsessed with horror films. Let's utilize my resources. Like, that's what it felt like more to me. But
yeah, interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to the full length Headless film. It's gonna be awesome. The short is fucking sweet, man.
Yeah, I haven't watched it yet.
It's good, man. But they're actually making that into a full length film. It's gonna be fucking great. I think it's a great short.
That box cover was really similar to the skinless box cover that is on that was released recently.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah.
It's not the same. It just looks.
Yeah, it looks the same.
Yeah.
That's why I said skinless when you said what the title of the movie was.
All right, so that goes to me. My number 6 pick is Proxy, which we just talked about, so I'm really not going to say much more about it. It, did a fantastic job on, the birth stuff, the narrative changes, the acting, all that good stuff, man. I mean, it really is like an indie gem here. This is a highlight of the year for me because the originality really kind of shines through on this one. It just feels very fresh and kind of uncomfortable at times. Proxy is definitely a cool movie. I like the poster to it too. 8 out of 10.
Still an 8 out of 10, eh? Wow.
Still an 8 out of 10.
Cool. All right, so number 6 for myself here is a film that we covered in a main review. I believe it was. Was it the first one back?
Yep.
If you're talking about The Sacrament, it was.
Yep.
Yeah, so this, of course, is directed by Ty West, and it is The Sacrament. Now, this movie was like a really big surprise for me this year because I didn't really know what to expect from it because I didn't really look too much into it before we did it, and then I realized when I was watching the film what the story was. I was like, okay, this is actually based on like a real thing. But I think Ty West pulled it off really well, and it worked. There's a lot of emotion here. The scenes towards the end with the suicide and all this type of stuff, and just the way the image that he depicts in the films, it fucking hits you hard, man. You're like, damn, that's brutal. Mm-hmm. But I like the way this movie was structured and the way it was shot and stuff. The characters were good, great acting, but I honestly truly believe this is one of Ty West's best made films. Mm-hmm. I think he did such a good job with this, man. You guys want to hear more, you can check out the full-length review on episode 23, I believe.
Yeah, it's the first episode back.
So episode 23, we did a full-length review, so all three of us are involved in that. And but I don't know, man. This one, awesome. I watched it again. I believe I watched it about a month and a half ago, I believe, again. And it was still good. It was great. So, again, one of the main reasons why it's making my list, because, it stuck around with me. Great flick, man.
Number 5?
What's the rating on that?
Man, I'm trying to remember what I fucking originally gave that one.
9 out of 10. We all gave it 9 out of 10s.
9 out of 10, yes. I'm probably going to say exactly still 9 out of 10. Yeah. Honestly, the one part in the film that just kills me, though, man, is the fucking infant, man. Yeah. It's like, oh, God. So brutal. But The Sacrament, really good film. It's got to be one of the most, I maybe not the most, but one of the most divided.
I've heard a lot of people hate films.
Yeah, I've heard people say they straight up did not like the film at all. Yeah. And I've heard other people, we all gave it 9, which is so bizarre. Yeah, I think that's one of the very first films that we ever gave the same rating for, all three of us, is really odd.
I've heard people hated it too.
Yeah, and then other people have come in. It's pretty average, not Ty West's best, and stuff like that. But I'm like, it is what it is. It's definitely one of those films that just has, a lot of a mixed reaction or mixed reviews, and it's one you got to see for yourself, really, I think. So,
Out of the films that I've seen, I definitely consider it Ty West's best film.
I mean, I've seen all of his movies. I think technically it's actually really well made. You know, at least the ending in this one didn't fully disappoint me. I think that's the biggest problem with Ty West films, and a lot of people would probably vouch for that too, is that Ty West doesn't really know how to close out a film properly. You know, House of the Devil, like, I mean, the ending, the very, very ending to me is kind of, we've talked about this before, it's a little off-putting to me. A lot of people had a lot of problems with the innkeeper, some of the characters, some of the, you know, the storylines that are going on, and that one doesn't really matter. The ending's kind of whatever. But I don't know, man. I actually personally like Ty West as a director. I think his slow burn style is fine with me. I'm a patient person when it comes to films, so I don't really have a problem with it. But yeah, he's definitely one of those guys that has multiple mixed opinions about it. So yeah, 9 out of 10, still sticking with it.
All right.
Jeremy?
Number 5, The
Top
Sacrament.
5, baby.
Number 5, Sacrament.
Nice.
Top 5.
Just
Wow.
said it. Just said it. So
Well, it's been so long since we talked about it, so you want to...
okay.
Just joking.
It's a slow burner. You know, the beginning is pretty slow, and then it starts to pick up, and then you get to the climax of the film, and it's what the fuck. And it's not my favorite Ty West film, but I still have to keep with House of the Devil on that one, but it's still a really, really well done and interesting film. I know, you know, the most people's main complaints is that Ty West ripped off that whatever, the Kool-Aid shit.
It's not a rip-off. It's just a telling of the story.
Yeah,
I mean,
people
it's
can
actually
shut
the
up.
real story.
yeah.
I mean, if people can't accept like that he's telling a real story and real facts and stuff, it's like, I mean, obviously there's fictionalized stuff in there, but you know,
That's with anything.
Exactly. You're always gonna have fictionalized stuff, you know. But the point is, the film is accurate to what really happened. I mean, to a point, right? The story's there.
So it's good. Definitely top 5 material. Top 5 material.
All right.
Cool.
So coming in at number 5 on my list is The Babadook. This film, like Jeremy, I didn't feel like it was the best film of the year. It's a very strong film. All these films are very strong films. The relationship angle was told so well. The acting by that little damn kid might be some of the best kid acting I've ever seen.
Yeah,
it's just,
good.
he's annoying. He's like, just a little brat sometimes, but he's lovable sometimes. You genuinely feel terrible for him sometimes. Like, the amount of emotions you get from these two characters, I felt was like extremely strong when it comes to the Babadook. It was spooky too. There was some creepy moments in it. Fantastic film. Jeremy said that the girl, this is our first feature film or whatever. I actually didn't know that. I did know it was directed by a woman, but you know, pretty solid job for your first film. I mean, but you know, even without that, without even knowing that, you know, I would still say it's strong, even if I didn't know it was their first film. Yeah. So Babadook, we talked about it multiple times. I give it an 8 out of 10.
Alrighty, so for my number 5 is another film, of course, that we talked about. I've talked about this one many times, recommended it to many people this year. Pretty much everybody that I've recommended it to that's seen it can vouch for it. Released by Snaps Films, and it is Worm.
Oh, yeah.
What a cool-ass film.
Yep.
I mean, me and Jeremy have both talked about this one on the cast, so you guys can go back and check out the full-length reviews and stuff. But very, very interesting film about, you know, people that are, I guess, kind of in the future, or they live in a world where they can't dream. And basically what happens is they need these fantasites. And what these fantasites are, they're like little worms that they put in their ears to help them, to give them the ability to dream and stuff like that. So, and it doesn't really turn out too well once society deems them unhealthy for people. They ban them. And then you know what happens when a banned product, is around, it goes fucking ape shit. People start going crazy and stuff, and it's a really interesting flick. It's dark, just full of like odd twists and turns and tones and stuff. I know we touched on this, like, come the end of the film, it kind of gets like super serious, and it's a really interesting film. Another one that really stuck with me. I love the originality of this film. It was just fantastic. I don't know what else to say about it. It was just, fucking loved everything about this one. I didn't really know what to expect because, the synopsis just sounds so out there and it probably could go either way. But for myself, I loved every minute of it. I thought it was fantastic. Great odd characters. And I love that. Yeah. I love the oddness of the characters too. Or, of the main character. And, it makes sense. He's trying to fit in and he just falls victim to these fantasites and, and the reality of what he's living in and stuff. So, there's a lot of things to say about this. Jeremy wrote a paper on it and stuff, or a review on it. Really well done. But definitely check out Worm. It's just phenomenal. Once again, I don't remember what I gave this one. Probably like a 9.5 or something like that, I would say.
Mr. Prepared is completely unprepared. Let it be noted.
Well, I mean, fuck, man. I think I gave this one a 9. I'm pretty sure I gave it a 9, actually.
You gave it a 9.
I'm probably gonna stick with it on a 9 out of 10. I mean, there's not really a lot wrong with it. It's by no means like a perfect film, but it really works for me. It's memorable, and that's what counts. Rewatchability. Have you watched this one again, Jeremy?
Nah, not yet.
No, you haven't? Fuck, man. It's awesome.
I've still not even seen it. I actually forgot that this was under the 2014 list.
Yeah.
Because it has like a 2013 production, so it kind of slipped under my radar, and I forgot to get to it in time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this movie had no type of release or anything until it got this, so by Synapse, and they do such a great job. It's actually kind of cool because the DVD comes with the original short.
Yeah.
And the short is funny. Like, the guys are like the same characters, but they look different. It's really funny. I loved it. But yeah, Worm, 9 out of 10, number 5.
Yep.
Jeremy.
All right. Number 4 is a film that we both Moodz and JP talked about, and that is titled The Den. Now, this movie is awesome. Like I said, the editing is fucking fantastic, and the way that they were able to piece together this film the way it is, you never see anything shot in a normal camera. Everything is through the perspective of a computer screen. It's just really, really interesting. I mean, the last shot of the film is the only shot that you see with like a regular, traditional narrative filming style. But everything besides that is all shot, through a computer or webcam and things like that. And it works. I mean, they're able to tell the story through, the simple, basic filming style, even though it's extremely complex, but it would seem like it would be basic, but it's definitely not. And it's just an awesome, awesome film. And IFC, like you guys know, that's my go-to company. In 2014, definitely IFC's best year of releases. So yeah, check out The Den. I talked about it a few weeks ago. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, that film really suffered from having like a terrible, advertising campaign because nobody even knew about it until it hit DVD, right? And word of mouth was its only advertising in it that I've seen.
Yeah, I didn't even know about the film until Danny reviewed it on Body Bags. I was like, The Den?
Yeah.
Okay, what is this, like cooking show?
I thought it was going to be about like some like killer animals or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, The Den is a killer bear film.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Or a lion.
Exactly. That's awesome.
Yeah.
All right.
So these next 4, in my opinion, are definitely the strongest films this year. That you've seen? That I've seen. True that. But yeah, I mean, these films are just like, these ones were the ones that actually like blew me away a little bit. So number 4, this one is Starry Eyes. And this is one of those films, much like Proxy, where I had to sit on it for a little bit. I really didn't understand what I had just seen. So when I did my review initially, and I was trying to be a little bit quiet because I wanted to save my like big thoughts and opinions for the end show, which I've been battling all like year with this type of stuff, where like it's like you don't know if you want to talk about it on the cast because, you know, then we won't have nothing to say about it when we do it at the year-end show if it makes our list. But Starry Eyes is one of the most interesting stories I've seen in a while, because it's about a struggling actress in like the underworld of, you know, struggling actresses out in California. And I think they really nailed like that whole scene where it's like real competitive, and you know, the stuff that they have to do, like the stuff that you hear about but you don't really think's going on, like, you know, sexual favors for like that, like it it kind of touches on all that. It's really the underside of acting, and it's a scary look at what somebody will go through to follow their dreams. And it's kind of about like an Illuminati type of organization at the top that's kind of running things. And I wasn't quite sure where it was going or like what it wanted to do. And I'm not sure the film knew itself, but there's a point in the film where it just gets like worse and worse for our main character. And it's just, it really is a solid narrative. Like the look at what we're seeing, that I've never seen a film be based on that before. You know, the underside of acting, the bad part of acting, the bad part of following your dreams. Like sometimes it's better to let them go. And I just felt like they nailed that whole thing that I'm unfamiliar with, that you know, vibe that these people, how these people treat each other, the parties that they go to, all these struggling filmmakers and actors out in Hollywood, out in LA. It was a definite really cool look at all that stuff. And I can't say much about it because I really will start spoiling things. But Starry Eyes is definitely a highlight watch of the year. It's an 8.5 out of 10. My initial rating was an 8, but it's definitely an 8.5. It could probably even go higher, but I want to watch it again because you're not. It's one of those films you might not get everything with the first watch. I'm definitely picking up that Blu-ray when it comes out on February 3rd.
Cool. Just rubbing it right in my face. Like, Moodz, you haven't seen that shit, so I'm going to talk for 10 minutes about it. Good stuff, man. Yeah, it sounds great. It sounds awesome. All right, so number 4 on my list is a film that I've noticed that I don't have a rating on our website for, which is odd because I swear I talked about this one, but maybe I didn't. I don't know how the fuck that happened, but yeah, we just actually talked about this one, and that is Found.
Nice.
Did I not talk about this one before?
You never did. 'Cause
I never did.
Remember one week we had to cancel something because you didn't have a film. I was like, okay, well, I'll tell you what's at my Walmart. And you're like, oh yeah, Found. I actually just watched that one. So we were supposed to talk about it. Then we didn't talk about it because your film ended up coming in time. I think it might have been The Squad or something.
Oh, okay. And I never did it on Quick Cuts or anything. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, but Found. What can I say, man? We just had a discussion about Found. It's fucking fantastic. I love this film. I love the ending so much. It's bleak. Yeah. It's great, and it works. And I think it's just all around a fantastic film. I really think that Macabre probably could have done a better job with this cover art. Even though this is very
misleading.
It's relevant to the film, but it is misleading at the same time. Because when you first look at this, if you don't notice him holding a head in the corner, you're like, oh, what is that post-apocalyptic film about? You know, it's like, okay. I really do prefer the indie release cover art. It's way better. It's darker. It looks awesome. But this is a good release because it comes with the shorts and stuff. So you got to pick this up. But Found, I fucking loved this movie. It's really, really good. I know we touched on the acting, which I didn't really have a problem with. I mean, I know it's not the greatest, but I think what was going on in the film was intriguing enough that I could really kind of separate myself from the C- acting. So, but Found, I give that film a 9 out of 10. I think it's fantastic. Really not a whole lot to say about it. So
Nice.
Top 3.
Jeremy?
Top 3.
All right. So my number 3 film of the year goes to a film titled Crawl or Die. Now, this is a film that's interesting to even be on anyone's top 10 list because initially, by looking at the cover, you would think the film would be a huge pile of shit. And I think even by the title, that would steer people away. But what's inside of the film is actually quite interesting. And like The Den, it's filmed in a extremely interesting way. And I wish the film had more special features because I would have loved to see how they filmed this, what cameras they used, how they shot it, and things like that. Because the film is so claustrophobic and shot in a way that we are following this woman as she crawls through these pipes, and the camera's placed right next to her, in front of her, throughout the entire film. And it's extremely, extremely interesting. Now, needless to say, is the plot the most original and fascinating thing that I've seen this year? No. But the way that it is shot and the originality of that boosted it up to the top 3 of the year and past everything else. And the acting is quite good from the main female lead. So if you want something different and interesting, check out Crawl or Die. It's quite good.
The interesting thing, man, this movie's shot so brilliantly that you actually kind of forget about how simple the actual storyline is to the film.
Yeah.
You kind of forget about it, but it's not even a bad thing because it's about her just trying to get the fuck out of this thing.
Yeah.
You know, and fuck, man, what a claustrophobia fucking experience that is. Ugh, man. But yeah, I totally agree with you on the fact I wish there was more special features. I'd love to see a behind the scenes or the making of that film. Mm-hmm. Because it's pretty wild. And that movie only cost $5,000 to make. You have to remember.
That's insane.
It really is insane. And, you know, the lead, she's so fucking amazing in the movie.
She's amazing.
She does such a great job. And yeah, but yeah, you can thank me on that one because, you know, me, my stupid ass always takes chances on stupid fucking looking films. And it turned out to be a gem.
Yeah, that was one I passed up many times. I think the price point kind of got me because it was one of those titles at Walmart that was like $12 instead of $10 on DVD. And I'm like, I don't think so.
Yeah, but you should pick it up. It's good.
It is. It's definitely worth the pick up, man. It's a fucking great film. So.
Jeremy, are you sticking with your rating on that one that you gave previously on the show?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's an 8.5 for Crawl or Die from Jeremy. Okay, so my turn, I guess. We're top 3, baby. And this one is one that I actually just saw the other day. And I was pretty impressed, I will say, top 3. It is As Above, So Below.
Wow.
This was one that I have heard some solid things about, but was kind of not wanting to buy into the hype, so I was waiting for it. $24 fucking dollars at Walmart, you kidding me? On Blu-ray. So I rented it. This one follows a group of treasure hunters as they journey into the catacombs that are beneath Paris. As they're down there, you think you're getting a survival horror, but you're not. You're kind of getting a fuck with your mind type horror. And I felt unlike the movie The Mummy that I watched recently that had to do with tombs and stuff like that. The sets looked completely whack, Day of the Mummy or whatever it was called. I felt like I was down in these fucking scary catacomb things under Paris. Great set pieces, actual genuinely scary moments, creepy stuff. I really liked the story and the idea behind people's pasts coming out in visual form, getting messed with down in the supposed, and it starts right away. Like once they're down there, it's just like, uh-oh, that's not normal. That shouldn't be happening. I was just kind of blown away with the feel of this one, the giant fill. And I thought this was kind of an indie release, but apparently it wasn't.
No.
This one didn't play around me. I know that, but yeah, I don't want to give away too much about it. It's a great watch. It's one of my most fun watches this year, probably.
Man, the ending to that movie was trippy as fuck, man.
Oh yeah.
I was having like a hard time. I was like adjusting myself on the couch while I was watching. I was like, okay, what? And I'm like doing this and that. I'm like, if you've seen the movie, you know what I'm talking about. But
yeah, and
I love the fact that they're playing on those fears and stuff. And the acting, everything about this movie was really, really well executed. I didn't really know a whole lot going into it. I knew that I just needed to see it before the year was done. And wow, man, I really, really enjoyed that movie, man. It's great.
Yeah.
Fucking Blu-ray price. What the hell,
I know,
dude?
right?
Seriously, I can't. I'm not paying $26 for Blu-ray. Fuck that.
$7.95 family video.
The way that they kind of, like you said at the end, they also mess with that a little bit too, where everything's like like the opposite after a certain thing happens in the film, and you're always kind of wondering like what's going on. The only like negative I have is maybe that the lead character was a bit too awesome, right? I mean, a bit too, like, she's really young, she's really smart, she has all these can read like 17 different languages and stuff. It's like I think that's a little crazy, and she didn't look bad.
Well, the thing is though, man, I mean, she's actually not that young, like, but you got to remember where she comes from. Her dad was, a big explorer. He was all into this type of stuff, but she grew up into that, and it's kind of expected of her character to really follow in her dad's footsteps. I mean, yeah, knowing like 5 or 6 different languages or whatever the fuck it was, it's a little extreme, but I think that her character was developed enough from the backstory of her father and stuff too.
Right.
Like, I mean, really, that she was supposed to be that person.
Yeah, but
and you can tell she's very passionate about it, and she's willing to do whatever it takes to figure out what the fuck, So
well, also kind of what I'm getting at too, though, is when there's like a riddle or something, she's just like, well, I know how to solve this easily. It's just like that's the type of stuff I'm getting at, where like maybe she's just too good at what she's doing.
Well, there was that whole fucking Goonies moment in that film right there.
Total Goonies vibe.
Total Goonies thing. I was like, wow. I like looked over at the wife and I was like, wow, they just kind of ripped it off from the Goonies.
Yeah.
And she's like, yeah, man. And she's not like one to remember things from films and interpret things and stuff. She's like, yeah, totally, that is the Goonies.
There's one moment in the film where they're in an underground like catacomb thing, and there's these fucking crazy cult people like praying in another room, and it's like, oh yeah, that's something, and they just kept walking. I was like, that was fucking creepy.
I know. There was a couple moments like that, yeah.
Yeah, and then they see a piano down there. It's like, guys, hold up. Do you realize a giant piano is down here?
Yeah. Well, I think one of the characters does say, like, how did that fit down here?
Yeah. Oh,
like,
no, they're aware of
here.
it, but it's like kind of like, well, maybe like they built it down here. This is just like... until he starts playing the piano, then they start getting a little weirded out. Overall, I loved this movie. I truly did. I was into it the whole time, and the claustrophobic feel, I'm a sucker for that stuff. I love that claustrophobic feel. And as above, so below, 8.5 out of 10. Great watch.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. Having that film right after Jeremy's Crawl or Die, because you just said you're a fan of claustrophobic films.
Yep.
Crawl or Die. Check it out, man.
Yeah.
Yes, enjoy.
Let's do it.
So I have to put a little note in here. I noticed that the website is not updated right now because there are some films that we've rated recently that are not on here.
Anything that happened last week won't be on there.
Yeah. So for my number 3 is a film that's been talked about. From Australia, and that is Housebound. This movie, fucking, I watched it and I was like, oh my god, I love that film. I watched it right again. I talked about that earlier, in the cast and stuff, and absolutely love this movie. I loved everything about it, man. The simplicity of the story was just, it is what it is, man. It's not that complex or anything, but the characters sell this film so much. Everybody from the main lead to the mom, who's fantastic in the film, the psychologist or whatever he is, man, he's good too. But the security dude sells this film for me, man, because he's like kind of goofy, but at the same time, he's like serious. And I fucking love that about this film, man. Really great, dark comedy executed perfectly. One thing about this film that made me laugh so hard was the bracelet. Hey, JP. So good.
Yeah, definitely.
The fucking bracelet, man, at the end. Oh my god, that part made me laugh so hard. But yeah, I don't know, man, what else to say about the film. I fell in love with it, man. I think it works so perfectly. Everything was just executed awesome. And the lead, man, holy shit, dude. Like, at first you can't tell if you want to hate her or not. She seems all tough and stuff, but she's like very likable in an odd way. And I think that's what the appeal is to the film. Like, the characters are odd, but they're so appealing. But yeah, one of my favorite things about this movie is gotta be the security guy. I mean, his performance is so friggin' believable. Absolutely love it.
He's hilarious. When he pulls
cracks
out his recorder thing, man, I died.
I know, man. And that's what I'm saying. Like, there's so many, like, the scenes outside and, like, oh, fuck, it just, everything about this film just cracked me up, man. It was great. But, like, in a good way. I wasn't just like, oh, that was so fucking silly, and you're laughing at the silliness. Mm-hmm. It worked up to something that was really cool in the end, and the payoff was there. And I like the psychologist. His character was fucking ridiculous and stuff. But yeah, this one, another great film from Australia. They always seem to put out a lot of good stuff, and I've reviewed a lot of Aussie
Feels
films
like there's
over
at
the years.
least one banger a year.
Yeah, it kind of seems like that, man. They always seem to. They're kind of an underrated country for films. I think people always talk about obviously American films get probably talked about the most, but you got like Italian films and French films and films from the UK, like all these type of things. But Australian films, man, stick out.
Yeah, I mean, like your Wolf Creek, your Loved Ones. Those are some modern ones, but then you go back, you got your Patricks and stuff.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, more recently, I did an Aussie theme week on my channel sometime last year. I think it was a long time ago, but I did The Tunnel. The Tunnel.
Oh, that movie's so amazing.
I tried to focus on a lot of films that were, I mean, it was funny because I actually had Australians even commenting on my video going, I've never heard of any of these films, which was good. That was kind of my intention, except for The Tunnel. I knew The Tunnel people knew about, but I really wanted to review it. That's a great example of how found footage films should be done.
Yep.
It was a really fun week, and, there's a lot of good films, but Housebound, sticking by it, 9 out of 10. Love this film. I've watched it actually 3 times now. I watched it twice back to back, and I watched it again, and I fucking love it. It's great. Awesome flick.
Cool. Jeremy.
Number 2. Yes, getting down to the nitty gritty. All right. My second favorite film from the year 2014 is a film that Moodz talked about a little while ago, and is a film that I have quite a fondness towards, and that is Worm. I've talked about this film quite frequently since I watched it back, I don't know, it was like 6 weeks ago, 6, 7, 8 weeks ago. I wrote a review over on the podcast, but this film is just really,
Webpage.
What?
Webpage.
Not a website?
Said he wrote a review over it on the what podcast?
On the podcast?
Oh, on the website.
It just sounded funny.
Chicken Finger Boy. But,
Tender's my cock.
This film's just really, really original and really just a fun film that came out this year. And the backstory of the film is really interesting. I was really happy that they were able to flush their film out to a longer, full-length feature, and that they were able to get it distributed and released. Even if they didn't get the chance to get it distributed by Synapse, I still think the film would have found its way into the independent circuit at conventions and things like that, and it would have picked up steam and eventually would have got released. But Synapse, being the awesome company that they are, picked it up and released the film. So if you guys want to know my full opinion on Worm, go read my review over on the website. And it's just a really amazing film. Check it out. I'll stand by my 9.5 out of 10.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome.
So Worm gets a 9.5 out of 10 from Jeremy. I've noticed we've changed a few of our ratings. Jeremy's stuck pretty solid on his.
Mm-hmm.
So Moving on, my number 2 is Late Phases, which is, in my opinion, the best werewolf film in a long time. Whir actually came out this year too, which was also a really solid werewolf film. But this one right here, man, it follows a retired Vietnam veteran who is blind. He's sent to a retirement home. He has a seeing eye dog. Unfortunately, there's some werewolves there eating the old people, and he's blind. He's fucking blind, and he has to figure out a way not to get killed by these werewolves while trying to find out who the werewolf is in the town. He goes to church and stuff. He's very cynical, very cocky, kind of very just very veteran-like, where he doesn't take no shit. He's just an old guy who's been through a lot of shit. So he deserves to be how he is. Like, he deserves to have that attitude. And that's where the strong point in this film comes from, is just the character that you're following. You feel sympathetic for him. You feel like, nervous for him. You feel a lot of things. You laugh with him. Just a great likable character, even though he's kind of an ass, but he's a good person at heart. And the werewolves, practical effects, man, throughout, good transformations, a lot of good camera techniques to kind of hide the transformations and the gore stuff. I really did love this film, 100%. Number 2 of the year for me. This is definitely the second best film that I've seen this year. Kind of almost as good as my number 1, maybe even as good. Late Phases. Everybody needs to check this out. Had poor marketing, so a lot of people don't know about it. It is coming out on DVD soon, I believe, but right now it's still on the VOD type thing. It's one that everybody should check out. 9 out of 10.
Nice. All right, number 2 for me is a film that I managed to watch about 6 or 7 times in 1 week.
I know what it's coming.
I know this premiered in 2013, just independent, or on the, when did you see it, Jeremy?
December last year.
December
2013, yeah.
Anyways, it came out, this was actually I think it was the first 2014 media release that I even bought last year. And, of course, that is Return to Nukem High, directed by Lloyd Kaufman.
Dang, son. Number 2,
Oh,
huh?
man. Oh, God. I actually watched this again, because I tried to make a point of watching all my films that were in my potential top 10 again. Yeah. I watched this the other night again. I was still pissing myself, loving this fucking movie, man. I hadn't watched it in a few months. And, I must have watched this film at least 10 times this year. It's pretty fucking phenomenal how many times I watch this. And every time when it ends, I'm just like, give me part 2. Oh, it kills me every time I see that to be continued thing. And I'm just like, oh, fuck, man. I think this is a great reboot to the series. It's theoretically kind of like a remake of the first one, but it's not. They reference the first one. It's really like a part 4 is what it is to the franchise and stuff. And I really like the way they did it. It's got hot chicks, great gore, just fun jokes, just ridiculousness. This is what Troma's all about. Oh, yeah. Is Return to Nukem High. Lloyd Kaufman knocked this one out of the fucking park, man. He really did such a great job with this. I mean, the 2 leads in this film are lesbians, and they're super hot, and they have lesbian sex and stuff. It's just how do you not want to see this shit, man? It's great. I absolutely love the Cretans are fucking fantastic. The Glee Club that gets all fucked up from the toxic tacos. I fucking love this movie, man. I think I gave this movie an 8 out of 10 before. I am definitely upgrading that to a 9. I love this movie so much. I think it's fantastic. And you can't beat the green case that it comes in.
Yeah, that shit's dope.
It's awesome.
But
it makes sense though too,
will
because
I like this one?
Honestly, dude, I don't know, man. I think I would hope you would. I mean, it's lighthearted, it's silly, but it's fun.
I love
it's fun.
So
it does actually have production value to it. They did a pretty good job with the effects and stuff. Do you remember it, Jeremy?
It's funny. It's goofy.
It is, man, but there's so much I mean, there obviously is some jokes, but there's this one foreshadow joke that like I said, I've seen this movie 10 times, and it fucking makes me laugh every time. It's so stupid.
Well,
It's so funny.
let me ask you this:
But
is it at all like Poltergeist? Because that's probably my favorite trauma film. I've always enjoyed that one.
It's exactly like Poltergeist, except for without the the singing and stuff. It's not a musical. But yeah, it's Lloyd Kaufman, and it's great, dude. It's so much fucking fun, man. So much fun. Can't recommend it enough. But I am upgrading at 8.5 or 8 to a 9. Return to Nukem High. Give me Volume 2 now.
Awesome.
Come on,
awesome.
Lloyd. Fuck. Yeah, Jeremy, you're number one.
All right. Any guesses? Any guesses, boys?
No, actually,
I don't know. I actually don't know.
It's four. I'll give you a hit. It's foreign.
Has it been mentioned?
No.
Oh shit, I don't know.
I don't know, dude.
It's from South Korean and it's titled Flu. Now nobody talks about this fucking movie.
Is that from 2014?
Yeah.
Crazy.
You picked it up in April, man.
Yeah, I totally forgot about that.
Yeah. I watched this film all the way back in March. So it shows you how much time it has sunk in since it came out. I talked about it on the podcast way, way, way back. This film is a fucking awesome large. It's a large budget film for pretty large South Korean film, and it's basically about a shipping container that is sent from China to South Korea, and when they open it, it's full of people who have this flu virus. It's like a bird flu type of a virus. And one of the guys escapes the containers and spreads this flu virus all over South Korea, and everybody starts to get it, and they don't know what's happening, and people are getting sick. And like I said, I like films where people get sick and they die and they don't come back, like Contagion, films like that. Like I said, this film's really, really high budget. It has a shit ton of extras, and you could definitely tell it has quite a high production value. But the acting and the storyline and the way it's executed is just extremely, extremely well done. And it definitely helped. It's quite long. It's about 2 hours and 20 minutes or so. And it holds your attention throughout the entire film. And it's a really, really, really well done narrative. And more people should check it out. Like I said, it has a pretty generic cover with the gas mask guy that we see in a million other covers. But I hope that doesn't take you away from checking out the film. I know, as you guys know, my number one pick is usually extremely different from Moodz and JP, because I picked Stitches last year and I got shat on that, and I'm still getting shat on it a year later. But I don't think this one I'm going to get shit on as much, because I think we all have different picks.
I think because nobody's seen it.
And
so they're not going to be able to tell you that it's
I know Moodz has it. He has it.
Yeah, I just haven't gotten around to it.
I guess I got to see it now. I mean, it's number one.
It's one of those films that I just kept putting off, and I actually completely forgot about it, man. You know, I buy way too much stuff, as you can see in the background. We talked about that, but I really should pop it in. I should pop it in.
Check it out. It's really good. I'll stick with my 9.5.
Crazy.
Awesome, sweet, awesome. That's one that sounds very interesting to me, so I'm definitely going to pick that up. So, my number one this year might come as a surprise to you guys, but
can't be any more surprising than Flu.
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess it might not. It shouldn't be more surprising than Flu. But this year, there was no clear-cut number one. I feel like my top three could have all been switched around because...
Of course, according to everybody else.
Because
number one in your opinion, man. Come on.
Well, yeah, obviously it's my opinion. I'm the one that's saying it.
Exactly.
But I mean, I feel like that there was no film that I seen that really stood out as much as Maniac did last year. Is in terms of, like, I didn't feel like anything could touch Maniac after I seen it. That wasn't the case this year. So my number one is still a film that I feel really, really strong about, and I really did love. It's came up twice on the list tonight, and it's The Sacrament from Ty West. Definitely
Damn.
the best film that I've seen this year. I
That's
think a lot of
surprising.
people are kind of forgetting about it because due to recency bias, which is easy to happen. But we were really high on this film. We just nothing but love fest. We were just loving all over it, just spewing love all over Ty West. It was so entertaining for me. I was in it. I was stuck in there. There was so many like moments where it was like, oh shit, that tonal shift right when they see that little girl just kills it for me. I loved The Sacrament, and it's definitely the best film I've seen this year. But I do feel like Late Phases or As Above, So Below could have possibly took that spot. I didn't feel like it was as big and popular as Maniac was last year, but The Sacrament, hands down, it's my favorite film of the year, guys. My number one.
Okay, I got a
9 out of
question
10.
for you.
What's up?
9 out of 10. Okay, I got a question. So when we started these top 10 lists, you said that there was 3 films tied at top 10 or on your in your number 10 spot. What were the other 2 films?
The Den and Blue Ruin. But I was a little hesitant to put Blue Ruin on there because I didn't want... It's not really a horror film. And Found was close there as well.
Wait, I'm going to try and guess yours, Moods. What haven't you not talked about? You haven't talked about The Sacrament.
Yeah, he has. It was on his list.
Oh,
It was
really?
number 6.
Oh.
Yeah.
Shows you how much of an attention span I have.
Yeah. Yeah, this is interesting.
No idea.
This is quite interesting because we'll talk about this in a second here. But my number 1 pick of the year, my favorite film, by far, is a film that fucking literally blew my socks off. Like, I popped it in and the credits came up and my socks hit my TV. It was fucked up. It was really weird. But
It's a Black Fawn? Is it a
No.
Black Fawn movie?
no. This is really, really independent, man. And it is Pieces of Talent.
Man.
And no, why I say that's really fucked up is because JP had this one at number 10. I've got it at number 1. His number 1 was my number 6. So it just goes to show, how different our lists really are.
But they're all still top 10 worthy. Like we've still included both of those in the 10 best films that we've seen this year. In all
It
opinions.
didn't seem to surprise you, JP. Did you have an idea that it
I
was
knew it
Pieces
was
of
Pieces
Talent?
of Talent. It's right up
I
your
fucking-
alley. It's that super indie, like super amazing thing that you really just got to show props to. Feels
Yeah,
perfectly
dude.
natural.
I had my buddy Dylan over last night, and I was like, man, we got to watch this movie. And he was just like, fuck, that movie is so good. And I told him, I was like, $75,000 make that film. And he goes, holy fuck, man. He's like, it looks like $1 million film. I'm like, yeah, it really does. But, like I said, we talked about this film a few times. It's the performances. It's the it's everything about this film is brilliant. The cinematography is excellent. Christy Ray, I just want to eat up, man. I absolutely love her in this film. I think she's so fucking good. So good. The way she delivers every line, she just seems so real. One of my favorite scenes in the movie is the scene where David Long and, Christy Ray's character, they meet up underneath the tree and they're talking and she gives him back his camera and stuff. I love that fucking scene in the film because it's supposed to be kind of awkward because they don't really know each other that well.
Yeah.
And there's something about the bond that they're creating right there. And it's weird because, that David Long's character is fucking psychotic and she's really so naive to the fact that, but who really wouldn't be though? He seems like he's a legitimate dude. He's a little odd, but seems like he could be legitimate and stuff. And I love that scene because, the way he smiles at her and the way they have this great connection. And it really kind of sells the film for me. And I don't know, man, Joe Stauffer, he really does a great job filming this. I think the editing is fantastic. The end is fucking, I love the ending.
Yeah.
It's so fucking, it's so amazing. It's got one of the best endings ever. And that was,
It's really one of those films that you really just feel like isn't finished. Like you just feel like you need more. Like you want to see more of that world and what's going on.
Exactly. And oh god, you just totally want to see fucking more. And it gives you that idea. But oh dude, just even the film that is shown at that point, I don't want to really give anything away, but like I thought that was even really cool and well done. The way that
I need to
was
check this movie out. Damn it!
Oh,
It's totally up your alley. It's really kind of like artsy as well. And I don't say that in like a derogatory way. Like it's it's art.
There's a lot of things about this movie that I really love. I think my favorite parts of the movie are the parts where they're bonding. I know it sounds really kind of a little bit.
I'm
but
with
like,
you. I'm with that. Like that's what I enjoyed most about the film. I just felt like there was this like natural, almost like tender, but just very mellow bonding experiences between the characters, especially when they smoke that joint. Where it's just like it's soft and it's just natural and it's just like it's hard to find the words to actually describe it. It's that interesting because there's so many different things that are going on there. I'm with you though. Like I have no, like I can see this film being in my top 3. Like it's very possible that could happen. I've only seen it that one time. I know you've seen it a couple times by now. I feel like you start picking out more things the more you see it, and I'm guessing that your rating has even changed.
Yeah. One of the coolest scenes in this film, besides the one I talked about earlier, is the scene where they're at the bowling alley. And the reason why I love that movie or that scene so much is because I used to bowl like every day of the week because I was a bowling geek, and but
too.
Again they're bonding and it's like so awkward because this guy is what he is. And, like, she's
instead of doing
so
a reveal style, you're kind of just you're with it from the beginning. You know what's going on, so it has this like level of tension that it. It's like the Alfred Hitchcock thing, right? Show the bomb under the table type thing.
Exactly.
So that works really well, and it's very well paced. It's at a slow pace, but it never feels boring at all. It is boring. What's happening is boring stuff. Like they're not doing anything, but for some reason, it's still incredibly interesting and exciting.
It's because the characters are so likable. You actually even David Long. That he's not a good character, but you still like him because he has this Kodak smile, and there's something odd about him that you actually kind of do like, and you're like, okay. I don't know, man. It's one of those films that it really, really stuck with me. The first time I watched it, I was floored. I really liked the soundtrack. The editing was fantastic, but the cinematography in the film for me was so fucking beautiful. It might even be one of the best looking indie films I've ever seen. I've never seen an indie film that was so fucking beautiful and so brutal at the same time, and like with amazing characters, and oh god, and you feel Christy Ray's pain in the film, with her mom and stuff, and like
yeah. I think one of the best scenes was when he gets that like young kid to come like help him with shit, and it just starts getting really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And that kind of like was our introduction to like his madness. But I'm almost like feeling like I feel like this should have been higher on my list now, because as I'm looking back and like talking about like all the things that worked so well, it's kind of opening my eyes to stuff that I forgot about a little bit, and It's definitely one I want to revisit when I get the DVD, and I'm sure that it has potential to even move up on my list for sure, because especially like it's just something different. And you know what? I'll actually compare this film to Starry Eyes. I think you'll get like the same level of enjoyment out of Starry Eyes, but on a bigger budget scale. It's a similar type.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. But yeah, I mean, pieces of talent, what can I say, man? It's a beautiful piece of cinema, and this is what I love about what we do, is finding films like this and talking about them. This is exactly what I live for, man, is like these indie films, and I really wish more people had seen this film this year, because I've seen so many top 10 lists. I was on the internet doing research. I was looking at everything I possibly could. I never seen this movie come up once.
Really? I've seen it come up a lot, actually.
Maybe I was looking in the wrong spots, but
Yeah,
no, actually,
probably.
that's not true. I did see it come up on a list one time.
Yeah.
I mean, it might come up more on videos and stuff that I'll watch and stuff, but yeah, it was just.
You know what's
kinda depressing a
also
little bit.
awesome about doing this show is the idea that we are helping people find out about these, because I know that there was a few cases on the Facebook group where people have watched this film specifically because me and you had talked about it on the show. You first, then me with a follow-up review. And that's just so special to me. Like I love the idea that we're part of like keeping horror moving a little bit. Like not just us, all of the people who do this type of stuff, sharing
Exactly.
posts and being passionate about the film that they had just seen. It's like it's a super indie film that came out of nowhere. I loved it. You got to check it out. I'm telling you, man, it's a sleeper hit of the year. Like stuff like that. Like it just makes all this so worth it.
So my original rating on the film was, a little underwhelming. When I look at it, 8 out of 10. It's so interesting how things can change so drastically.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I've watched the film since I don't know when I did the film on here. Obviously, it was in the last 4 months. But it's amazing how my rating changes because I absolutely am in love with this film, and I think it's going to go up to a 9.5. And it's really crazy to go up that much, but it's one of those films to me that I'm just like, why aren't I not giving it a perfect 10? I don't really understand. But like, I have this fear of 10s for some reason. It's weird.
Yeah, you do. You definitely do.
I do, man.
You have a 10 anxiety.
I very rarely give a film a 10.
Yeah, you didn't even give The Battery a 10. Me and Jeremy both did.
Yeah, I know. It's so weird. But yeah, for everybody out there, piece of the talent, just go out and fucking buy it, man. They got a campaign right now to make the sequel. You need to put towards that. I mean, you don't need to, but you should because it's going to be awesome, I bet. And yeah, that is going to do it.
I think what was the only film that was on all three of our lists? It was The Sacrament.
I think it was a Sacrament. Yeah, it was a film that we did in a main review.
Yeah. That's interesting because me and you had Pieces of Talent. We shared, I think, a couple other ones. Me and Jeremy shared a few. You and Jeremy shared a few. But the only one that made all three.
And there was a bunch of films. I think there was a couple that were just on one of our, like, just on our own list too.
Yeah. Like just Return to Nukem High was the only one. You was the only one. Daddy's Little Girl. I had Phase, Fate, Late Phases, As Above, So Below, and At the Devil's Door, and Oculus.
Yeah,
and Starry Eyes.
Return, Daddy's Little Girl, Kill That Bitch. I think that was it, actually.
So five out of my 10 was exclusive to my list.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
It's interesting. That is very interesting.
Not like last year.
No, not at all.
Cool stuff. All right, so that is going to do it for our top 10 2014 horror films. Yeah. And now we're going to get into the awards. So we got about, I think there's 16 categories here.
Yeah.
And, it's award time, man. These were basically kind of, from last year, I think there's a couple new categories. I mean, so how many did we have last year? Like 13 or something, 12 or 13? So we added a couple more from last year, but these are kind of all over the place, not really in any distinctive order and whatnot. So, but we're going to start off the award part of the show with our most disappointing film of the year. So, Jeremy, what is your most disappointing film of the year?
What did I talk about earlier? Afflicted, man. After hearing so much hype about this film.
It's funny, really? I never even heard of that film.
Being one of the better found footage films out there, sat down, checked it out, and did not understand what was so hyped about it. I was just bored. I mean,
maybe it suffered from overhypeness for you or something like that, because I don't remember the film being that over. I remember people mentioning it and stuff.
Yeah,
And,
like Danny said, it was like the best found footage film ever. I was like, no.
okay,
So that was like in my mind when I was watching it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I need to rewatch it again, but I just didn't see what everybody saw in it.
But you have to admit, though, the way they did the found footage really did work, though. You know, it was specifically meant to be, you know, documenting their trip and stuff, and then what happens. I actually really like the structure of it. Maybe, I don't know, maybe you don't like it, but
Yeah. I don't know.
I like the twist in it, though, man. Like what it turns into. I think it was actually pretty fun. It kind of turns superhero-ish a little bit.
Yeah,
the way,
oh yeah.
You
Definitely.
know, it was like, holy fuck, what the hell is this, man? I was fucking blown away when I was watching it. I mean, I didn't, you know, think it was like overly that great, but I didn't think it was terrible at all.
I don't think it was terrible. I just don't think it was good. And I was disappointed
Yeah.
with
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's perfectly valid, JP.
You can tell we've been talking for a long time. My words are starting to jumble together. My most disappointing should come as no surprise. This film absolutely devastated me. It devastated me, man. I love the series so much, and I was just so damn, as Moodz would say, butthurt about this film. And that is VHS Viral. Terrible movie. Avoid it. It's so sad. Why did you do this to me? Why? Why did you do this?
Dude, you were clenching your teeth there.
Damn. Okay. What
Fuck
was
you,
yours?
Magnet. God.
What was yours, Moodz?
Oh god, that's so funny. My most disappointing film of the year for myself, man. I know you might be a little surprised by this, but it's Godzilla. I was really, really looking forward to the Godzilla film, and I was so disappointed in it, man. It was, I mean,
Yeah, 'cause
honestly,
Sucks.
I was pretty
not-
disappointed with hearing everybody say that they didn't like it because I was looking
sucks.
forward to it. So I feel you there.
yeah, dude. Like, I love Godzilla films, and I was like, oh my god. You know, like, visually, it looks pretty damn good, but overall, the movie is super disappointing. It's boring in parts, and, like, it drags, and you're just like, it's kind of predictable. I was like, fuck this movie, man.
Godzilla's in about 2 seconds.
Yeah, and I really, really, really wanted to love this movie, man, and I just couldn't, and I was so, and that's why it's the most disappointing film for the year for me.
Nice.
Yeah, so.
Next category is
Biggest surprise. So you're a film that you had no expectations for,
or
and
even
you
low
watched
expectations.
or low expectations, or whatever, maybe no expectations, and it was just a surprise. Jeremy,
Crawl or Die, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's a great choice. That's a
Yeah.
great choice.
Yep. All right. Mine is actually a big film. Because I absolutely had no expectations for this at all. Like I had low expectations, so I guess I did have expectations. I just didn't care about it at all. The first one sucked. I hated it. Kind of. It was okay. And that is The Purge Anarchy. Like, who was expecting that to actually be pretty fun, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
So The Purge Anarchy is my biggest surprise.
Interesting. Yeah, my biggest surprise of the year was a film that I really dreaded on being made. You know, I've stressed a lot that I'm not really the hugest fan of the original. I do like the original film, and this is not a fucking remake, and that is The Town That Dreaded Sundown. It was a big surprise to me because I was going into it going, yeah, this is going to be
Ryan's
whatever.
first film back.
Yeah, I was like, whatever, man. Fuck, whatever. But, you know, it was cool, man, because I like the way they did the film. They tied in the first one. You know, it's definitely a sequel. It's a sequel to the original one, and it was well done. I really enjoyed the film. It had a really cool vibe to it, and just surprised me because I was expecting to not care for it whatsoever. And I was like, fuck it, man, I'll VOD this, pay the $5 or whatever the fuck it is up here, and thoroughly enjoyed it. So, biggest surprise of the year for me. Next up, best gore film of the year for you, Jeremy. What is that?
That's Snow 2.
Yeah, it's Snow 2, yeah.
It is goofy gore, but it's good gore, and it's just over the top, Dead Alive type of goofy type of gore, but it's just fun, and it's awesome. Highly recommend Dead Snow 2.
All right, the film that I'm gonna give the best score to is actually, it's an indie film that I just thought like really kind of succeeded based on the gore, and that's Almost Human.
Really? Wow. Nice. I enjoyed that film. That was good. IFC representing in the motherfucking house, right?
Yeah, right.
All right, man. My best gore film of the year isn't really like the most overly gory film, but it has some crazy, awesome gore in it, and that's Ryan Nicholson's Collar. There's one scene in this film that I've never seen anything like it before, and it really does stick out to me. But I talked about Collar last week, so if you want to hear more, check it out. But Ryan Nicholson's Collar, he's always known for his gore, right? Come on,
Yeah.
I
didn't really see too many gory films this year.
Yeah, the gore films were not that excessive. To be honest, I actually forgot about Cabin Fever 0.
Oh, yeah.
That movie's actually quite gory, too, man. There's some pretty fucking interesting parts in that one. But, yeah, I don't know, man. I think you're right, though. Like, there was not a lot of, like, super, super gory films. I think a lot of horror films this year relied on story and other elements rather than guts. I don't know. Next up, best sequel. Best sequel, Jeremy. What was your favorite sequel this year?
My favorite sequel. Oh, you guys are going to be surprised on this one. It's actually Paranormal Activity: The Marked Ones.
Nice.
It's actually the best film in the entire series, I have to say.
This makes me even more excited to do a Paranormal
Damn, you watched
show.
that already?
Remember, he watched it way back. He saw it at a screening.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
Before it was even released.
I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, it's actually the best Paranormal Activity in the series, and the ending is extremely, extremely clever and actually really, really interesting. So I'm excited to talk about the ending of that film when we get to the franchise show for that one. But
yeah. I'm actually the like build up to this franchise show, because we kept pushing it back and pushing it back. It's like unbearable almost.
And you guys got to remember,
I think the further we push it back, there's going to be like 19 of them.
And you guys got to remember, I hate Paranormal Activity, so that's a pretty bold statement for me to say that was the best sequel this year.
Yeah. All right,
nice. JP, best sequel.
My best sequel is a film that was way better than the original, so I think it like is the best sequel that I've seen since it was so far ahead of the original. It's The Purge: Anarchy. Wolf Creek 2 was also pretty good, but the first Wolf Creek is definitely stronger.
It's interesting, man. In a year that was full of fucking sequels, man, there was a lot of sequels that came out this year. It kind of reminds me of like the later 80s with all the franchise sequels and stuff.
I think there was more last year, though.
You think so, man? Man, I have like at least a dozen written down right now. Like sequels. It's crazy. There was lots of sequels, man. But my favorite sequel of the year, of course, ironically, JP just had to say it, and that is Wolf Creek 2. Loved it. Did
you like it better than the first one?
I did.
You know what the best scene ever was?
The best scene ever?
ever?
The best scene in Wolf Creek 2 to me was that long ass scene where they're playing like the trivia game.
Oh yeah, it's fucking good. Honestly, yeah, I don't know, man. I just found, his character, is it Jeff Jarrett?
Mick Taylor.
Mick Taylor, that's it. Okay. Fuck, what the
Where the fuck are you going with
Jared?
that one?
Fucking Jared?
I was thinking, fucking, maybe it's his real name. I don't know. Maybe I was thinking WWF back in the Jeff Jarrett, Double J. I don't know, man. I love I love him in this film, man. It's just, he takes it abroad, and he's just fucking everywhere. He doesn't give a fuck. The only one thing in this film I probably could have done without was that stupid fucking CGI kangaroo scene.
Oh yeah, that's where it kind of almost like jumped the shark for me, where I was like, it feels like the Hitcher
remake or something.
Every time someone uses
that term, "jump the shark," I have to shit myself. It just makes me laugh because it's funny. It's funny and ironic because me with my shitty shark films, I just love shark films and jump the shark. But yeah, I actually really like this film, man. But I understand what you're saying about the trivia game. I thought it was really well done, but it was entertaining, man. You got to admit, though, the scene with the cops in the film. Fuck, dude.
Dude, Mick Taylor's the shit. The shit.
Yeah, dude, he's fucking gnarly. And again, another Aussie film making a list. Next category, most original horror film of 2014. Jeremy.
Gotta give it up to my top two Worm, man. That film is original as hell. Highly, highly recommend Worm solely on its originality. Check it out.
Yeah.
All right, my
Justin?
most original Justin. Oh man, come on.
Justin Patrick.
My most original. This could have went to a couple different ones, but I decided to give it to Proxy. I felt like Proxy deserves it the most.
Yeah, that's a good choice. My most original film this year was Worm. Also,
I feel
goddamn.
like that would have been my most original had I seen it, because you guys keep talking about how original it is.
it really does fit the category perfect. It's odd and fun.
Yep.
Awesome stuff. Okay, so next category is Best Remake. Jeremy.
All right, best remake. Didn't see too many remakes this year, so had to give it to 13 Sins, even though it's not my favorite film that came out last year. But
Is that even a remake?
yeah, it's from 13 Games of Death, which is Cantonese.
The Asian film. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this category should have been changed from best remake to a remake, because I've only seen one and it's not the best. Well, I guess it is the best by default, but it's
Me
not
too,
a good
JP.
movie, really.
I didn't see many either.
And I think me and Moodz was talking about this, and there was like no remakes this year. For everybody complaining about remakes, like you should have been like loving life this year, because there was like 3 remakes that came out, and one of them that I seen was Patrick. And it's not a good remake. It's not better than the original. I actually didn't like it that much.
Isn't it a sequel?
No.
Oh, it isn't. It's a remake?
Yeah, it's a remake.
Oh.
Okay, so on the remake thing, let's actually discuss 2014 remakes, because what other remakes came out this year?
Don't know.
We have like a few like alleged
13 Sins, Patrick. What other remakes came out in 2014?
Allegedly, Town That Dreaded Sundown was billed as a remake a little bit. It was.
Yeah.
It might
it's
not
totally
be a remake. Godzilla was, in my opinion, billed kind of as a remake. Then we have Leprechaun Origins, which I haven't seen it, but pretty sure it's billed as a remake. Jeremy, is it a remake or a prequel?
No, and Godzilla is another. Godzilla is another goddamn Godzilla film.
Totally different than regular Leprechaun.
Yeah, Godzilla's not a remake.
That's
It's just
not what
another
I'm asking.
Godzilla.
If it does it have any continuity with the original film, Jeremy, or any of the original films?
Not really.
Is it a prequel? Is it an origin story?
Yeah, well, listen to the name of the fucking movie.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if Leprechaun Origins is a remake. They called it a remake during the production, so I don't know. But that's about it. I mean, what else?
Regardless, I haven't fucking seen any of those except for the Town That's Dreaded Sundown. But I mean, Sundrown. But like I said, I've seen it, and it's not a sequel. It's not a remake. It's more of a sequel. So, my choice for best remake is I have written down as LOL, because I have none. I never seen one fucking remake this year.
You didn't see Patrick?
I never seen Patrick. So I actually can't answer this question. Isn't that fucked up?
That's what everybody wants, though, right?
I never seen 13 Sins, and the other ones are not sequels, in my opinion. I never seen Origins, anyways, Leprechaun Origins. So, but yeah. So best remake, fuck you. Best foreign film, Jeremy.
Flu, obviously. South Korean.
That has to make sense. Yep.
Check it out.
The Babadook.
The Babadook.
That's a good choice.
Yeah.
Nice.
That is
best foreign film for me is Housebound, another Aussie flick. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right, so best shot or best cinematography, however you want to call it, Jeremy.
Best shot. Well, I just said shot, not cinematography. It's my favorite shot. It is the brother-sister suicide scene in The Sacrament. Is my favorite shot of the year.
Pretty good shot. But
I kind of took this category as like best shot, like at best overall kind of.
Yeah, it's like the best shot film.
Shot film.
Oh, best shot film? I thought it was like the best shot.
I could see how you could mix that up.
Fucking film school. It shows you like a shot.
Because
I know exactly.
I mean, technically, we are saying best shot. Like, what's the best shot? But
You should have said best cinematography.
Yeah.
I did say best cinematography.
No, you just said best shot, not best shot.
He said slash best
I said best shot or cinematography film.
It should.
Yeah, but you said that now, not before.
No, he did.
No,
he said it before.
I did. We can rewind it.
And in the last season, we discussed this as best cinematography. That's what this category was. I picked Lords of Salem.
I did say I said best shot or cinematography.
Oh,
yeah. But what we're talking, it should be next year. We'll call it best cinematography, so there's no confusion.
All right. Well, the sacrament then.
I'm gonna go with POT, Pieces of Talent.
My favorite shot film cinematography of the year is Pieces of Talent.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I will.
Fucking amazing.
That. Yeah,
amazing. All right, so this is an oddball category that we came up with last year. It's hard to answer based on films that have come out in obviously the year and stuff like that, but that's a film that would start a franchise, so a new franchise starter.
Yeah.
You think, Jeremy?
The Den.
That's kind of the one I was leaning on, and then I kind of thought about it a little more, and I think that Wolf Creek 2 can kick off that series into a full blown franchise.
Oh, I didn't realize we could throw sequels.
Yeah,
in
because
I thought it was
if you think about it, right, we've had this discussion before. It's 2 films isn't a franchise yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't think of it that way either until you was talking about how Mick Taylor is just like really awesome and stuff. I'm like, I could totally see him having like a full film series, and then I started thinking about the ending and all that stuff. Yeah, Wolf Creek 2.
Okay, well, I'll just go with mine. Franchise starter, I went with Blood Widow. It's a slasher flick that's fucking pretty gnarly.
I know that movie.
Great flick, man. Great flick. So, next category, most overhyped film of 2014. Jeremy.
I think we know what this is.
Really? What do you think it is?
Afflicted?
No, I put Tusk.
You know what? You're probably right on that.
Everybody talks about Kevin Smith's, Kevin Smith's making a new horror movie that he came up off on a podcast. Everyone's talking about it.
The way I looked at overhyped though, I mean, you can talk about a film to death. I mean, if it delivers, doesn't necessarily mean it's overhyped.
But does Tusk deliver?
Yeah, that's the question.
I don't know. I haven't seen it yet, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Was it on my top 10?
Nope. No. Was it on my top 10?
And I guess it didn't deliver.
Well, I mean, it could be in top 15 or I mean, like I said, I'm doing a top 30 list, so
but no, that's a decent pick, Jeremy. I think, but I don't know if the amount of hype that was for Tusk is compared to what I think of it. I think it's about the same level. So I'm not going to say Tusk is that overhyped. I will say that All Cheerleaders Die was the most overhyped to me. Didn't have that much hype, but compared to what I got out of it, I was like, what is everybody talking about this for?
Oh, god damn it. But, I like that.
I know you do. But I was just like, what is everybody like? And I reported on it from its announcement. I was disappointed in that one.
Okay. Most overhyped film for myself is easy, man. Godzilla.
Oh yeah.
Oh fuck. Oh,
yeah,
so much talk about it.
Because it had a ton of pre release hype, which you normally don't get unless it's a big budget release. Normally you have post release hype where everybody's talking about it, like, oh, this is so good. But Godzilla had tons of pre release hype.
And it was annoying too because the initial teaser trailers and stuff, they barely showed Godzilla, but the reason why they barely showed Godzilla is because he was barely in the actual film.
Yeah.
So I was like, fuck, it was disappointing and it was overhyped. So yeah, Godzilla, biggest piece of shit of the year. The biggest piece of shit. So basically the Bono of the year.
Bongo Killer Clown. Yeah. Fuck
Bongos.
that movie.
That's funny.
Well,
terrible.
Mutantis is pretty big piece of shit, to be honest.
Oh, again with Mutantis. Okay, well, I already covered this one. Top 5 worst films of 2014. Annabelle is my biggest fucking Bono of the year, man. It was terrible. I hated Annabelle.
Yeah, that's fucked up because we defended it so much. Not really it, but the idea of it. And then it turned out being a piece of shit, which we said that it could be. But it was just funny how that happened.
I know. It didn't really backfire. I mean, we're just doing what we're doing, right?
Yeah.
It happens. Best indie film of the year. Jeremy, go ahead.
I will go. The best indie film of the year, in the truest words of indie, is Pieces of Talent.
Nice. Best indie film of the year. Pretty obvious that it's Piece of the Talent for myself.
Yep.
It's my number one pick of the year.
Now, Jeremy, do you care to give yours?
Worm.
Nice.
Worm. Nice.
Fuck, my mic was muted. I didn't even know I pushed the button by accident.
Yeah, I saved you there. You see that?
Thanks, JP.
All right. Out of order, but it works. All right. So, best director of 2014. Jeremy.
Gotta give it to Jennifer Kent, man, for the Babadook. Because it's her first film, and it definitely left a pretty huge impact in the horror community. I couldn't think of anybody else better to give it to than her.
Mine's Ty West, man. Kid's doing big things. Look forward to everything that he does now. He, once again is proven that he's got chops, and that's what I like to see out of my best director picks.
Nice. Best director for me is Joe Stauffer from Pieces of Talent.
Yeah, can't wait to see what he does next.
Fuck yeah, man. Love the fucking movie. Great start. Keep it up. All right, so next category is best old school film that you saw this year. So basically what that means is, a film that was out sometime before that you've never seen until this year. And it was
like a highlight watch for you. Like it's essentially like those awards that you see in award shows that really don't matter, but it's just there to honor like something old. That's kind of what it is.
Exactly.
Am I up?
Yep.
Eyes Without a Face from 1960, man. One of the best films I watched this year for sure. Check it out.
Yeah, mine's actually a film that we covered way back on the show, and it was the first time that I've ever seen it, and it was a film. Honestly, I probably, without watching for the podcast, would have never really like looked for, and could just based on what it's called and based on what it's like, I would think it was about. And that's The Entity. Shit blew me away. I was like, holy shit, this is raw.
Yeah, that movie's awesome.
The Entity is a classic.
Nice. Best old school film for me, and this was actually kind of a hard one because, you guys always joke about how I've seen everything. And of course, I obviously have not seen everything. We all know that. But oddly enough, I'd never seen this film from 1981, and I was trying to get my hands on it when I was doing my 81 series a couple years ago. Couldn't get my fucking hands on a bootleg. Lo and behold, Draft House releases the Blu-ray, and I get to see it this year. Miss 45.
Oh,
nice. I still need to pick that up.
So
one of the best rape revenge.
It actually turned into my favorite rape revenge film of all time. This movie is fucking awesome, dude. And that release, amazing. I don't know what the fuck they're doing with their transfers, but holy shit, dude. It looks damn good, man. So
they had a little P to it.
Yeah. All right. So next category, I think it's another new one that we've got here, and it is favorite artwork, and that is like favorite poster artwork from a film from 2014. Jeremy,
got to give it up for Blood Glacier, man. It has a pretty cool cover.
It does have a cool cover.
Yeah.
Mine is, there were so many good ones. Like, there's a lot of variant art that's really good. Like, The Sacrament had good art. I was blown away with like the amount of old school looking art that there was. I was really like, I was making that thumbnail for Brandon's top 10 list, and I was looking at posters, and I was like, wow, these are amazing. But one that really just stuck out to me was the variant art for Starry Eyes. It just looks really good.
Yeah, that's good. My favorite artwork of the year is probably no surprise because I've talked about this a few times this year, and that is Wolf Cop. I fucking love Wolf Cop's artwork. It's so good. It's so awesome. So, yeah, had to go with that one. And finally, best mainstream flick of the year, which is like, Wow. In a year that was not full of great mainstream films. Jeremy.
Gotta give it up to the Purge Anarchy, man.
Yeah. I think that one surprised all of us. Because we all thought, it did fucking cheap out on the ending again, though, man. God damn it. God damn it. But yeah, mine is Oculus for sure. I spoiled it earlier. Moodz had to point that out.
So did this one have to be a theatrical or just like a type of mainstream?
It's really subjective.
I know. I was kind of confused about this because the first one that came to mind was the one I have written down right now. I just assumed it was very mainstream because of who directed it, but I went with The Sacrament. So.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really think it's mainstream.
Yeah, that's not very mainstream.
Because nobody, if it's not gonna be something that every like regular people are talking about, like non-horror fans, then I don't think it's mainstream. If hardcores are the only ones really talking about it,
you really think so? Because I mean, I've seen this movie covered everywhere. It was covered everywhere, so I don't know how that
horror
could
sites,
magazine, everything, man. Like The Sacrament, I don't know, man.
I haven't met anybody who's even seen it besides horror fans. Like, anytime I bring it up to somebody at work or something, they're like, I don't know what that is. But if I bring up, Oculus, they've probably seen it.
It's theatrical, man. Theatrical.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I was getting at. It's just, it was kind of the opposite of indie. We have indie, let's do mainstream. But I probably should have worded it different.
All right, so that's going to do it for the awards. Yeah, so much fun, man. It's kind of cool doing the award show because you get to hear more talk about other films that were mentioned in the show. Yeah. Right?
Yeah, that's kind of what the idea when we created it was, I think, just to kind of shed some light on some other stuff.
I really tried to not bring up the same film twice, but I mean, I was answering these topics honestly.
That's the thing. You want to talk about other stuff, but at the same time, you got to be as honest as possible.
Yeah, and Godzilla just happened to make 2 times in the award show and not in a good way. Not in a good way. So, but yeah, so 2015, is it looking good or is it looking bad? Thoughts?
We kind of talked about it a little bit earlier.
I got a huge list of films that are supposedly coming out. If you want me to start throwing some out there and you guys give your opinions.
Yeah.
All right, so first up we have Gutterballs 2, which is supposedly going to be out in time by 2015.
Is this one still taking place in a water park? Because that would be fucking awesome.
Wait, was that I didn't even know that was what it was.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, man, because Ryan said that he was out there scouting for, bowling alleys and stuff, so it's got to be taking place in a fucking bowling alley. Yeah. It's Gutterballs, man.
I swear you're saying it's going to take place in maybe that was back in the day.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I'm really, really excited.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, it should be fun. Definitely.
Probably one of my most anticipated films. I mean, from the ones that I know about that are coming out next year, this is one that, it's definitely high on the list, man. I'll be checking it out.
Yeah.
ASAP, so, yeah.
After that, we have the new Friday the 13th film, which is supposed to come out in November. I can't believe it's getting that close already, less than a calendar year. Pretty excited for that. You guys know that's my favorite franchise. I'm fucking just huge fanboy for the Friday the 13th series. You guys excited for that one?
We'll see. We need more information, man. But
I don't know.
Excited.
To be honest, man, I don't really care, or I don't really need anything else. I'm excited, man. I'm a big fan of the Friday franchise. I mean, as long as it's not, Jason in space, I probably will be happy.
The very idea that you're gonna see Jason on screen, on the big screen, killing motherfuckers again, that should get you excited right there.
Exactly. Is there any word on who the fuck is playing Jason?
No, there isn't. But I have a feeling they won't go with any of the previous guys. They'll do somebody new. I like Derek Mears. I would say if you're not going to do Kane Hodder, who's definitely the best Jason in my opinion, then do Derek Mears because he did a good job as well.
Interesting. Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. I'm sure that'll be fucking talks coming up.
Yeah, we'll probably start seeing a lot of news for that lately. Next up, we have Trick or Treat 2, This got announced and ever since has been really quiet, which makes me a little nervous.
I know. I'm
Maybe that's a
starting to
good
fear
thing.
the worst about this. I'm starting to fear the worst though, that it's actually not going to come out.
Yeah, I have a fit because I just have, maybe it's like getting funding. Maybe he's having a tough time with that.
That's exactly what I thought.
This film needs to happen though, because what's his name? Michael Dougherty. He's also directing the next film on the list, and that's Krampus.
Yeah.
Which is actually, I think, almost like it's even, maybe that's what's like taking so long, is he's doing Krampus, so he has to wait on Trick or Treat a little bit.
There was another movie that came out this year called Krampus.
I think there's
there's actually screenshots for Krampus, isn't there?
Yeah, I think so.
So like he's obviously doing that. So Trick or Treat is like it's like a blind film right now. So I don't know what the fuck's going on with that one, but Krampus does look cool though, man. I love the whole Krampus story.
Yeah,
legend. I think it's cool, man. So
the next one is The Green Inferno, which is Eli Roth's new film. Which, come on, guys, like that. This was my most anticipated last year. What the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, we touched on this earlier. I really, really fucking hope this comes out. I'm putting money on it. By the summertime, it'll come out, man.
Yeah,
perfect summer cannibalistic type film. Like, come on, get that shit out, man. Fuck,
son.
Yeah. I'm really bummed that, because remember last year I was like, the film I'm looking forward to the most is The Green Inferno, and I still haven't seen it. That's saddening. So this year is going to be the year of The Green Inferno. Hopefully. After that, we have the remake. So, first remake on the list, allegedly. And that is Poltergeist.
We've talked about this and joked about it many times, but the more I think about it, I'm actually super curious about it. I want to see what they do with it, if they're going to, go the extreme route, make it a rated R, or if they're going to go PG-13 with this one. What do you guys think? What do you guys think?
We'll see.
I think that
what would you rather take, like a super serious, like rated R kind of fucking
I would like that
approach to it?
It's not going to be that.
Yeah,
I
think
PG-13.
Wasn't there news that said that it was PG-13? I think.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean that was all speculation. I mean, have they even started doing anything with the film?
Oh yeah, it's been casted, and I think it's in like post-production, maybe. I'm not sure.
Post-production is there.
Damn, they already shot that thing? Fuck. Okay. So
I'm not sure, but I thought when they came out, it was official like press release that they made it's a PG-13, but I'm not sure. That could be wrong. It was a while ago. Next up, we have Insidious 3. Looking forward to that one. I like the first two a lot.
I still haven't even seen part 2, man.
Me neither.
Can you fucking believe that?
That's a good thing, because that was ruined by overhyped for me last year.
Okay. Yeah. So what's going on with Insidious 3? Any new developments on it?
Yeah, there's trailers, I think, or teasers at least. There's photos. Like it's pretty close to. I don't know exactly when the release date is, but it's definitely a film. Like it's happening.
Sweet.
After that, we have one that Moodz is extremely excited about, and that is Return to Nukem High Volume 2.
Yeah. It's the motherfucking the second half of the film, man. The first one ends saying to be continued. I'm like,
I guess
seriously?
You would be a little worried about seeing the second part of the film.
Yeah, dude, I'm fucking stoked. But my only question is, why the fuck hasn't it come out?
Yeah,
like I said, this thing was filmed all together at one time, in 2013. The fuck, 2015 it take? Come on, Lloyd.
Well, is there even a trailer?
I don't think so.
Maybe it wasn't filmed. Are you sure it was filmed?
Yeah, it's filmed.
No, yeah. I'm positive they filmed the whole thing together. They filmed it like as a long ass film, and then they cut it up.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like the whole Kill Bill thing, filmed as one big ass film, put in 2 parts. I don't know, man. If I see Lloyd at fucking Wasteland this year, I'm gonna actually ask him. I'm gonna be like, dude, if there's no developing news by that time, I'm gonna be like, Lloyd, where the fuck is Nukem 2, man? Seriously, it is ridiculous. But yeah.
Next up, we have probably probably one of my most anticipated films of the year. Chances are, I have a feeling that we won't be seeing this one till like December, January, February time. You know, not this year, but like next year.
2000s. Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe late January or late 2015 on into 2016, and that's Rob Zombie's 31.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, to be honest, man, I mean, everybody knows I'm a big Rob Zombie fan.
Oh yeah.
I don't really care what anyone says about the Halloween remake or any other work.
Halloween remake's fucking awesome, man.
You know, that and like
House
Lords of
Thousand
Salem.
Corpse, modern classic.
I
The
felt
Devil's
like,
Reject and House seem to get a lot of, you know, even by Rob Zombie haters, they seem to kind of get a little bit of respect, but it's the Halloween remake and the fucking Lords of Salem and shit like that. People really fucking hate on. They really hate on that shit, man.
Yep. And
It's
we've talked
unfortunate,
about
but
it many, many times, and I don't give a fuck. I love this guy, and I'm excited for his next film. 31. I have a feeling 31 is going to be amazing.
Yeah, I have a feeling too.
I think he's going to go more balls to the wall, like his first two films, because a lot of people complain about Lords of Salem being too much of a slow burn, and I just think this one's going to be hyper violent. He actually said that this will probably be the most violent film he's ever made.
I had no problem with, you know, the slowness of Lords of Salem.
Me neither. It was my number 2 film of last year. Loved
Yeah,
that
it was a
thing.
great film.
So yeah, 31. That is going to be dope as hell. Can't wait. After that, we have the anthology Tales of Halloween. We talked about this one a couple times with different press releases we have. It's a stacked list of directors who are involved. It's supposed to revolve around
this one.
tales, and it's supposed to be like weaved together. Like the stories are supposed to weave together. So sounds great to me. The only concern that we had was that they might have too many cooks in the kitchen in terms of too many shorts, kind of watering it down like ABC's of Death. That's a bit of a concern, but for now, let's just see how it develops. After that, we have Paranormal Activity: The Ghost Dimension in 3D.
Oh no, 3D.
I think it might be 3D. I'm not sure.
Oh, please,
Are they making found footage films in 3D now?
Oh.
Yeah, post conversion, I think too.
But it's found footage.
I know.
That's a weird concept.
You can't do that. You can't do a 3D Paranormal Activity film. Oh.
That is fucking bizarre. It's a fucking found. How
We're doomed.
it's found footage, man. It's supposed to be real, not fucking.
Where's the post-apocalyptic bunker? Gotta go down there.
Oh, dude, that's weird. That's fucking weird.
Yep. So, Paranormal Activity: The Ghost Dimension, which is it's an absolutely terrible subtitle.
Yeah.
The Ghost Dimension? Are you kidding me?
That's pretty fucking terrible.
Stop that. After that, we have The Human Centipede 3 finally happening. I guess it's been in production for a while now. I know that they've shot
Tom
some
Six
stuff.
has been making this one for a while, hasn't he?
Yeah. So probably it'll finally get released pretty soon.
I'm actually looking forward to it, man. To be honest, like I mean, not loved, but I really liked the second one though. I thought it was good.
I really loved the first one. The first one.
Overrated.
I like the second one, man. I thought it was really good. I like the black and white. I like the fact that fucking dude didn't talk. He was brutal. I enjoyed it, man. That was crazy.
First one's a little bit better in my opinion, but
Yeah,
haven't
I
really
actually
gave this-
I like the second
I
one.
haven't gave the second one a like fair shot yet, I guess. So I'll have to redo that.
Jeremy, have you seen the second one?
Yeah.
Did you like it?
No, not really. It's gross.
I'm the only one that liked the second one. Okay, cool, awesome.
The Purge 3.
Not my thing. Let's just say
What are you
that.
guys feeling about The Purge now that it has like a bit of legs to stand on? You guys looking forward to The Purge 3?
No.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking for, to be honest, but I want to know what the setting is. Like, I want to take this shit to an island. I want to take it like.
No, man. Big city, New York. See that shit go down.
But I mean, they already did the outside. Like, I mean, you can't repeat the same film. Like, the first one was, you know, like a home invasion. The second one was outdoors, and the second one was kind of like a big scheme outdoors too. Like they were covering city, you know.
Yeah, you know
What
what
do
I
you guys
want for
want to
The
see from the
Purge
third one? What do
3?
you guys want to see?
I'm cool with doing the same thing outside. I just want a different narrative. I don't want to follow like good family characters or whatever. I'm fine with it being outside. There's a lot more things to do. You can tell with that. Like if that wasn't just, oh, well, we showed outside, that can't do anything else out there anymore. There's a lot of places. Maybe let's go to like Haiti or something. Let's go to some other country outside, or
But
Russia.
does this take place in other countries?
Well,
no, it's
it
an
could.
American thing.
Yeah.
So,
It could.
no, but that's the thing, JP. It's an American idea, right?
Right
Yeah.
now it is, but what happens is sometimes
I mean, I guess
America
they could take
imposes
it.
their will on other countries. So
Really? Do they really?
So we could see the purge becoming a national or a worldwide thing. But either way, we
Canadian have
we can
people killing each
take
other
it
with
to
hockey
like
sticks.
all different places. And I just think I just want to see a narrative that's not following like a good family. I feel like the characters are too heroic and good-hearted. Let's go do something else. Let's follow the Firefly family during the purge. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Nice.
We'll see. We'll see what happens.
I'm excited for it. My faith has been restored in the idea after the purge too. Next we have Eli Roth's produced or directed. I think he directed. I can't remember. Knock Knock. This one I'm really excited for as well.
Is this the clown one?
No.
Oh, I thought he did a clown movie.
This one is about a guy who is seduced by some young girls who are out to like ruin his life and like shit like that. Sounds good to me. I can see it being really fucked up.
Remember us joking about the title Knock Knock?
Yeah.
It's like, knock knock, who's there? The shittiest film of the year? Yeah, but I found the title Knock Knock to be funny considering there's already 2 films with that title.
Yeah.
So
Eli Roth really hasn't made a shitty film yet, I don't think. He's only made
no, well, I mean it's debatable. It's debatable. I've liked all of his films, but
there's people
Eli
that
Roth does
hate
a
it.
film like he does one every fucking 41 years or something like that. So
Well,
he doesn't really direct a whole lot.
he
of
really
films,
was like a regular director for like 3 years, and then he just
for
stopped.
3 years. It's like, okay, so he's bona fide. He's one of the all-time classic directors. He's like one of the best ever. Then
He's treated like one. I don't know why. Really, I'm kind of confused about that still. Like
well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
he gets
has
mad
he really
props.
Yeah, I know he totally gets mad props, but he really hasn't directed a lot of films. It's quite interesting how much props and how much respect this guy really gets. But I don't know. It's a name. Hostel, I guess, made a huge impact. I guess I don't know.
So did Cabin Fever. Really,
Cabin Fever, but I think Hostel. Which one do you think made a bigger impact on people?
Oh, definitely Hostel. Hostel.
Oh, yeah.
Hostel
Exactly,
kind of changed
Hostel.
the game for a minute there.
Exactly. Right. So
Yeah, but yeah. After that, we have Phantasm 5. We talked about this one last week. We're all excited for that.
yeah,
It's gonna be dope.
I'm stoked.
Yep. After that, we have Cabin Fever. Ha 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 ha.
Really? Is that what it's called?
No, that's my side note on the Cabin Fever because I didn't put remake. I just went Cabin Fever and I lost my shit and I didn't want to press type remake. So I
So
typed,
just, ha 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 ha.
because remember the Cabin
Yeah,
Fever
yeah,
story?
yeah.
How they're remaking the thing like shot for shot. I'm like,
Yeah.
what the fuck is the point of this, man? Seriously, this is what this shit's coming to.
Terrible.
What?
Terrible.
What? Like, it doesn't make any. I cannot wrap my fucking head around this, man. Makes no sense to me.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Stupidest idea of 2015. Now, this is bringing down 2015 already for me. Fucking man. Just bring on the No Malone news, man. That'll just raise my fucking laughter and get me all excited for 2015 again if I can, No Malone. Come on.
Yeah,
No
but maybe Cabin Fever, since it got announced so late, maybe that it won't be finished in time, so we'll just pass it off to 2016 and worry about it then.
Yeah. Okay.
After that, we have Crimson Peak from Del Toro.
Yep, forgot an L there. That's pretty awesome, but this one looks cool. Don't you guys think?
I don't know
Yeah,
anything
yeah.
about it, so I was kind of surprised to see it on the list.
kind of reading up on it today, and I was like, oh, fuck, man, this looks damn cool, man. It's fucking Del Toro, man. Whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it'll be Del Toro-y, so that's a positive.
Yep.
After that, we have Joe Lynch's Die Hard in a Room. This isn't really so much horror, but it's definitely a thriller. That's Everly. I like the idea that it takes place on Christmas, like Die Hard. I just feel like this is going to have a cool feel to it. It's going to be a lot of fun. Definitely one of the films that's going to make me venture outside of my comfort zone, which is horror, where I normally don't do so much anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And it's Joe Lynch, Wrong Turn 2 guy.
Yeah.
After that, we have Adam Green's Digging Up the Marrow. This thing sounds awesome. The poster. Have you guys seen the poster art for these? The 3 different posters?
Yeah, actually, I didn't see them,
dude,
actually.
They're awesome. Look them up, man. They're cool looking. They're like really monstery. And you're like, what the hell is this about?
Nice.
After that, we have the, I believe, 12th installment of the Amityville series. Now, this is actually happening. It's already, there's a trailer, I think. And that's Amityville: The Awakening.
Talked about this before.
God, that sounds so original.
It must
be the 12th film in the franchise. The Awakening. Wow.
Yep.
Guys, don't outdo yourself and make an original subtitle.
The only reason that this one's interesting is it was directed by the guy who, in my opinion, put a really interesting visual flair in the film that he remade, and that's Maniac. So the director of Maniac, the remake, is remaking this as well.
I'm still more excited for No Malone.
No Malone is
going
to be awful as shit. Just saying.
Home Alone 2.
Oh, it's going to be bad, and I'm going to love it. It's probably going to make my top probably 95 or 100 next year.
No Malone 2, Lost in Newark.
Yep.
Lost in Newark? Dude, oh my god, that was fucking great.
I feel like I've used that joke before.
I was about to say it, and you took it right out of my mouth.
Oh, fuck, dude, that was so good. That was so good. The low budget Newark. I fucking love that, man. No Malone Lost in Newark. Dude, I have tears in my fucking eyes. So good.
That was
so
pretty good.
That was great.
After that, we have Sharknado Trace.
Nice. Come on, how can you not get excited?
I still
about
haven't
another
seen the second one.
Dude, Sharknado 2 is fucking bad, but it's good bad. No, it's bad. It's bad, but it's good. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it does.
It's entertaining is what... Dude, there's some of the most ridiculous scenes ever in this film. I couldn't... honestly, from a technical standpoint, that movie should have made my top 5 worst films of the year. But it's so entertaining. I can't. Sorry.
Nice. I'm looking forward to... Oh, no, I'm not. I can't. I can't even fake it.
If it has Steve from 90210 and fucking... What the fuck's her face in there again? I'm gonna die laughing, man. This is where the careers are at right now. They're just gonna do Sharknado films until they retire.
Nice.
So there's gonna be 40 or 50 of them. And you know what's fucked up about that?
You'll watch them all and buy them.
I'm gonna have every single one of them.
Well, honestly, if they make 8 Sharknado films and they
Sharknado
keep
hard
numbering
box.
them, and it's Sharknado 8, I will buy them all, because just to see a line of DVD cases that have all the Sharknadoes numbered would be priceless.
Fucking right. How awesome is that, man?
Sharknado 4, the hard box edition.
I mean, honestly, the biggest franchise of shark films, I believe, is Jaws. Right?
What about Shark Attack?
There's only 3.
Is there?
There's 4 Jaws films, so, if Sharknado goes to 5, then it's officially the biggest shark franchise.
How many piranhas are there, though?
Piranha's not a shark, man.
But it's a
Piranha's
fish.
A little fish. It's a fish. It's not a fucking shark.
But it's a bitey
It's
kind.
not a fucking shark.
It got bitey teeth, though.
Of course it got bitey teeth, man. It's a little motherfucker, but it ain't a shark.
But it's...
Not a shark. Not a shark, man.
And
But Piranha's got fucking. It's got 2 in the original franchise. It's got that shitty TV film, and it's got 2 remakes. I guess.
There we go. Freaking Piranha is the biggest shark franchise.
It's not a fucking shark, man. You're retarded.
They're baby sharks.
Well, yeah, that's a good point, actually. But no, it's not. It's not.
Okay. Next up, we have the anthology directed by all females titled XX. And this is, I believe, the Soska sisters are in that.
It's just a double X. It's not a triple X.
Yeah, which I was like, "What's up with that?" You know.
I'd like to see the Soska sisters in a triple X. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, who the fuck wouldn't, man? I mean, they can American Marry Me any day.
American Marry Me.
Yeah, I was gonna say Marry Me, whatever. Fucking, it kind of came out in between there. Fuck, whatever.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to that one. I like anthologies. You know, sounds cool.
Fucking rights, man. That's awesome.
Yep.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Yep. After that, we have Contracted Phase 2, which IFC Midnight actually picked up recently.
Fuck yeah. They're making a sequel to Contracted?
Yep.
Oh, dude, I can't even
talked
tell
about
you.
that on the show.
A couple times.
I know. But it's like actually like officially, getting done. Man, It really does make my penis hard because I love that movie, man. It's great.
Interesting. Was that this year? Was that eligible for our list or no?
That's a 2013 film.
Okay. Yeah. After that, we have that film called Perversion. I believe that's the one that's being released by like Shakti Drops, like sub-label Orchid or whatever, like partnered type shit. That one actually sounds pretty damn good. We've talked about it before.
That's a film actually last year at Wasteland I went to go grab on the Sunday. Because I didn't really see a whole lot of Saturday there, so I went down to the toe tag table and it was gone. If we're thinking of the same film, it was fucking gone, and I was pretty upset. I was like, "Fuck, I wanted that so bad." And Fred told me that it was going to be on the website and stuff, and I've never seen it on the website since. He's like, "I'll have copies of the the indie release." So this is getting like a a mass release or whatever.
I think if it's the same film, we might be thinking of different films.
I hope it's the same one, man, because that one sounded so fucking gnarly. I remember Scotty talking about it pre-Wasteland last year, and I was like, oh, I need to grab that film, and I put it off grabbing it on the Friday, and fucking gone on the Sunday. I was like, shit, motherfucker. But if it's the same one, that's going to be gnarly. Another one of these found kind of like turnpike killer films, that are getting like mass or bigger releases and stuff.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. Yeah.
After that, we have the remake of Day of the Dead, which has been casted, but it's still in pre-production, so I don't know if we'll see it in time.
Which one?
Day of the Dead.
Day of the Dead.
Yeah.
Never heard of it.
It's a remake of the Marrow film. Or is it a remake of the remake? Who knows?
Exactly right. Wow, what the fuck, man? Really?
Yeah, the same people who... It's going to be, like, big budgeted. It's not going to be, like, the last one. Like, I'm pretty sure it's going for, like, theatrical.
I mean, the last thing we need is a fucking remake of Day of the Dead. I mean, you don't need a remake.
You can just call it something else.
Just do exactly. Just don't call it Day of the Dead, man. It'll work a lot better, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Right?
It's debatable.
I don't know, man. Really, like, I think that really, like, are you excited about seeing a Day of the Dead remake?
No, but if you put that shit in theaters, it's a familiar name that people are gonna flock to.
Goddamn fucking sheep. Let's just follow that name, man.
Okay. That was funny. Next up is one that I'm actually looking forward to. It's called Cub. Have you guys heard of this?
No.
Okay, this one's actually played the festival circuit towards the end of this year. And I've seen some imagery, really cool poster, really cool pictures, like screen grabs, whatever the hell they're called, of the film. Apparently it's supposed to be a slasher, and it's supposed to be like a decently done slasher. An over-imaginative 12-year-old Sam heads off into the woods to summer scout camp with his pack, convinced he will encounter a monster, and he does. This is actually from Belgium, and it's gotten a lot of praise so far, or late in this year. Yeah, so definitely look into Cub. Check out the artwork and the images from the film. Looks really cool. I don't know if it's the killer, but Cub I think means like a kid, like a cub, like a kid, maybe like a feral kid or something. But he looks fucking creepy.
I don't mean to be derogatory, but at first I thought it was pertaining to like, is the gay lingo.
Yeah.
Like bears, like, I'd be considered a
it's
bear
like
in like
scouts
the
and
gay
stuff.
world. Yeah.
Okay.
Like a cub would be Jeremy and I'd be the bear.
Yep. You hear that, Jeremy?
Cub. Oh man, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut on that one.
Oh, that's funny. That's wow.
What, are you gonna bareback me or something? Like,
Yo!
Damn.
No.
Well, hey man, I'll be there in 3 months, so
Oh shit.
hold your horses.
Next up, we have I don't know if this is a sequel or a remake. It's Silent Night, Bloody Night: The Homecoming.
Isn't that movie already out?
I don't. Is it out officially?
I swear there's DVDs of that movie.
Well, shit.
Yeah.
I guess skip that one. Next up,
that
is,
movie, like that is already out. Yeah.
Next up is The Pyramid. I know this one had a limited release. I think it's Alexander Aja.
Nice.
Yeah, that one looks alright. Next up is Goosebumps. This is kind of kid friendly, but
Jack Black.
looking into that one a little bit, I guess.
Is Jack Black really in the Goosebumps movie?
Yeah, he plays R.L. Stein.
Oh, what the fuck! God damn it! I was so stoked when you said Goosebumps, and then you said Jack Black, and I went all limp. Seriously, it almost took me to the floor.
The next one is this one's from.
Well, if that reaches all the way to the floor, then I'm not looking forward to that bareback. So.
Good times. Seriously, why Jack Black though, man? Like, I mean, I'm stressed, man. I'm not a big fan of him. I don't think he's that fucking
Kids
funny.
like
at all,
Jack Black.
I mean,
That's
I guess that makes
the
sense.
thing.
It makes sense. It's
School
probably
Rock,
better than
man.
having me in there with my big ass beard.
In from the outside, 3 couples find themselves in a 50s themed roadside diner when one by one each of the patrons begins to disappear under mysterious circumstances. This is made with like I think it was like 900,000 CAD or something.
Imagine it turned out that they just had like food poisoning.
Yeah.
So they eat at this burger bar and the characters just disappear to go puke and they just don't return
like
because they're sick and
it's
stuff.
a 50s themed roadside.
And it's actually not a slasher.
Yeah, but it's a 50s roadside themed diner, but actually it just is from the 50s, and they have a bunch of old food in there, so they eat it. Yeah, but this one's from the foreign land of Canada.
Nice.
Yeah. After that, we have Sinister 2.
Are we covering every movie that's coming out in 2015?
Fuck, shut up.
Jesus.
Shush. Sinister 2. Have you guys seen the first one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Saw it in theaters.
Yeah, I haven't. Next is Muck. That one, I think, has Kane Hodder in it. Some decent reviews so far. After that, we have The Keeping Room, which is a Western home invasion film. We've talked about that one. That one looks really cool.
That one does look fucking cool. I'm stoked for that one.
Yeah. After that, we have Clown. This is that I think it's Eli Roth produced film.
Oh, there you go. That's the one I was talking about.
Yeah. After that, we have I Spit on Your Grave, Deja Vu. This is the sequel to the original that's supposed to be happening.
Fuck, man. That Deja Vu, man. I don't know, man. Is that a good title or not? Or
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's a cool way of saying like, hey, this is a sequel to the original, but if we call it I Spit on Your Grave 2, then it's going to get really confusing because the remake has an I Spit on Your Grave 2. So let's call it something else.
I just find it interesting when they're making sequels after there's a remake and a sequel out to the remake.
It is. It's crazy, right?
You know, what is this? The Texas Chainsaw Massacre franchise?
That's what I was thinking though, because that's the only one that's kind of doing that. But it seems like more people are starting to do that now, like making sequels to the originals, like even after those remakes. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
It'll blow your mind. It's gonna fuck up the space-time continuum.
Well, you know what? It's 2015 now, so we're just gonna hop on our flying car and we'll do something about it. We'll just
the next one we have is The Shattering.
1.21 gigawatts.
Yeah, man, you're gonna have to worry about 88 miles an hour. We don't need 88. We're going.
Roads? Where we're going, we don't need roads.
We don't need roads.
Roadhouse. I'm just like floating random shit.
And the next release we have 8-movie Carnival of Horror Pack. This one comes out in February. Yeah, what do you guys think of this one?
What are you talking?
8-movie Carnival. Is it actually all Carnival films?
Yeah.
Are you talking about releases? Like,
hey, you're talking about films that are coming out in 2015.
Yeah, we're talking about like.
I'm just fucking with you.
Okay. This next one is one that we actually talked about at the end of the year last year. That we was like, I don't know if this is ever going to get made, but it has a really cool poster and a really cool tagline. And turns out it got its funding, and that is Megafoot.
Nice.
Half Bigfoot, half. What was the other thing? Like Cyborg or something. All Megafoot. So tagline was something like that. But yeah, that's happening.
So awesome.
After that, we have It Follows. This one, I can't even talk right now because Jeremy's distracted.
This one, you're probably going over like every release that is coming out.
You can drop out of the call if you want. Nobody's forcing you to be here.
Fucking with you, JP. Keep going.
I guess I'll wrap it up on that one.
No, keep going. Keep going.
No, we're good. We're good. We got it. We covered a lot.
Just joking, JP.
It Follows. That one was about like a couple of kids who go to a lake or something, and there's some kind of sexual encounter. Kid gets plagued by strange. It looks fucking cool, and it sounds cool. I'm not sure exactly what it was about, but that was on the list that Moodz had.
Hell yeah.
Okay,
so basically what you're saying is that 2015 has quite a bit of potential films that could be good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. There's tons on here, and you know what? I'm actually gonna link a article that's on Shock Till You Drop that has the 10 or so best horror films that they seen at festivals towards the end of 2014 that will be released in 2015. Cub was on there as well. But there's a lot of indie stuff that looks really, really cool on here. So definitely check out that article on shocktildrop.com.
Cool.
That's it.
That is it. Alrighty. That is going to do it for episode 38 of the 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror 2014 year in review show. Wow. It felt like it was epic. Like epic.
It was really fucking epic and long.
Like seriously, just rub my chode and just stimulate. It was good. It was epic, man. It was good times. Yeah, I hope you guys had a good time. Fucking awesome shit, man. I really enjoyed the the top 10 list because I knew that they were going to be quite different, and it turned out they actually were. That was exciting. So, yeah. Jeremy?
All right. So, thank you everybody for listening to the 38th episode.
Nobody's still listening.
Of the 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror Podcast. As always, if you want to follow the man Moodz himself, you can do so at youtube.com/Moodz616. Or if you're watching this video on his channel, please click the subscribe button down below. If you want to follow JP, you can do so at his channel at youtube.com/doubleshotj. And he is going to owe me a Scream Factory Blu-ray. And as always, you could follow me on my channel at
and he's going to owe me a Scream Factory Blu-ray.
NES Ruler 22. As always, you can follow us on Facebook. Just go to the search bar and type in 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror Podcast and join the Facebook page. And as always, you can follow us on Twitter at 22 Shots Podcast, and you can email us any questions you have at the 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror at gmail.com. It's 22 Shots of Moodz and horror at gmail.com. And if you want to leave us any messages on our voicemail. You can do so at 724-426-6665. And I will leave you with probably the greatest bit of advice I got this year from the podcast, and that is
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
we shall talk to everybody again next week.
Yeah,
Dude, it's never gonna. You would use that all the fucking time because it's so funny. Like that should be our thing. You know how like on the other podcast where they got what was the one JP, Adam Green.
Oh, Night Terrors.
Night Terrors. It should be Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
And literally play that sample all the fucking time.
Oh, we will. I'm going to try to figure out if I could figure out a way to do it, like get a soundboard up in this bitch. But
oh, that would be awesome. If we could actually do it during the recording, that'd be so much easier than actually editing it into it after.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. So good.
But we'll see you guys next week with Spider Baby from 1968. We're kicking it old school, pulling up a oldie with I believe Sid Haig, right? So see you guys next week. I hope you enjoyed this super duper long show, but I think it was pretty fun, guys. See you guys next time. Later.
Peace.